He was given these mercenaries. The Putin paid for and put together by the Russian Federation. So, I mean, without that support and without the funding and without that help, I mean, there's only so much he could do.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention another thing is that the NATO summit, which is in Vilnius, Lithuania, is about 16 days away. So our contacts are stating that we're probably going to have more theatrics between now and then. To show, I don't know, to show muscle or whatever the case may be. So thank you, Lev, and thank you for letting me be the final question.
Absolutely. And thank you, Heather. Thank you, everybody, for having me on here. I hope I was able to answer some questions. Again, thank you. I feel very humbled and very with the warm reception. And just God bless all of you for all the great work you do. This is a unique space. It's the first space I've been to that really cares, and it's not just talking about doing stuff, but I could see you guys are actually doing good work and helping out the unfortunate war that's going on in Ukraine and the people and the children and the families there. So I thank you. I'll pray for you, and I'm here. I'll discuss with Yehuda about any ways I can help. I'll definitely be coming onto the space to try to give information and any support or help I can. And count me. My DM is open. If you need any help or need any type of questions answered, feel free to contact me. Just bear with me. I have so many people DMing me from good and also garbage that it takes me sometimes time to get through it, but I will definitely respond. Again, thank you so much, everybody, and have a wonderful night. And God bless you guys.
Thank you, Lev, and God bless you too. And just thank you for your time and thank for your willingness to be here with you. And I look forward to you and Yehuda talking and probably hearing you on the space again and seeing what kind of things that Maria Report and you can work on together. And I appreciate your openness and your honesty and your willingness to answer all kinds of questions. So just thank you. And I hope you get some sleep tonight. You have been up far too long. So thank you very much, Lev. Good morning, mockers. And Chris, real quick, since mockers can't find her unmute button, I know you have your hand up, Chris, and I apologize, but we had said 3 more hands, but you're one of our true and steadfast listeners and speakers, and I knew you would understand, so I let you up. So go ahead, mockers. Sorry.
Oh, you're all right. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I've woken up on the wrong side of bed today, obviously. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Good morning, Mockers. Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that Prince and Yehuda gave Lev the time to say all of that personally, Mockers. So yeah, that made me really happy, actually. I think Trump is a clear and present danger to Ukraine, and my friends in Ukraine and Kiev, and that after missiles, the thing they most worry about is Trump. So right on. Thanks, guys. That all of that needed to be said. So I didn't. I would have liked to ask him a question, but I didn't need to because he said everything I thought. so yeah, great, Marcus. How are you? Why have you got out the wrong side of the bed?
Because when I woke up first thing this morning, well, for starters, I would have liked to have still seen Russia fighting Russia because that was fun yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also, I woke up to hear my 2 least favourite names on the space. The T-word there and Mr. G. And I just thought, oh, really? We're not discussing this, are we?
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know how it is. Well, my problem is I don't know enough
wonder if
about
she
it
means-
to
I wonder
be
who she means.
properly informed. All I know are other people's opinions, and
Well,
you know, I'm over
you
here
know,
in the
look.
UK.
I won't keep it on the subject of politics, but you know, I will tell you that the only other time I've been banned on LinkedIn is when I was campaigning against he who shall not be mentioned. You know, I just can't understand how he's going to be out of jail long enough to be elected or potentially elected president again. But there you are. That's just me. I don't want to carry on the politics thing because enough has been said. And anyway, as I said, yeah.
Let us go through some numbers, shall we? Because that's what we want.
Yeah, let's do numbers.
Let's do numbers. I do have them somewhere. I haven't even glanced at them though. I just went, yep, they're there. So let's see what we did. Oh, sorry, what Ukraine did yesterday. So we do have some numbers, and they are 720 liquidated personnel, 6 tanks. Prince.
They had more tanks in downtown Russia yesterday than they did in the parade.
Hello. Sorry. 6 tanks, 2 armoured personnel vehicles. Now, this is interesting. We have 19 artillery systems, not tons, but 5 multiple launch rocket systems. We don't often see a lot of them, so that's interesting. 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. They've been going after those over the last couple of days, I've noticed. There's been presence of them. 12 UAVs, 41 cruise missiles. I think we remember that did happen yesterday. Even though there was a lot of other excitement going on, I did notice there was cruise missile attack, and 41 of those were shot down. 4 vehicles and fuel tanks doesn't seem like a lot, does it? But 4 special equipment. Maybe they didn't have them vehicles and fuel tanks because somebody was driving them towards Moscow, perhaps. I think yesterday has caused chaos of many kinds, and there's going to be quite a lot of fallout from it. I don't think you can go ahead and start all that and then you know, just sort of go, oh, everything's fine now and go back to normal. Don't think that's going to happen. What do you think, Chris?
I think he better watch what he eats and drinks and what door handles he touches and all that sort of thing. Mockers, yeah. But what I was going to say to you, right, which I found quite fascinating, which you know, and I never thought I'd say this, but which I shall be sort of thankful to Prigozhin for, right, was exposing what will happen. You know, the escape plans of the Russians. Don't you think that you know? Well, first of all, Mockers, right? The preparations that the Muscovites have for anybody about to attack Moscow is incredible, isn't it? Don't you think? I mean, they do amazing things like block the motorways with lorries. Well, that is, I think that's incredible.
Dig a hole in the street just to, you know, we'll dig a big hole in the street. That'll stop all the tanks. Actually, mate, no, it won't.
These are, so wait a minute. So these are like the sort of defenses that we could expect to see from Muscovites then, right? If anybody's attacking Moscow, right? And then in the other cities, Voronezh and stuff like that, right? Again, they do this incredible thing where they get a digger and they put earth across the road to stop the tanks and that, right? Whoa, I'm just wow, this is just so high tech. It's amazing, isn't it? You know, and then what happens, Mockers, is guess what? Lukashenko runs to Turkey. Well, there's a surprise, right? Putin runs to his bunker, another surprise, right? And then all of the Siloviki and the oligarchs all get in their jet planes and shoot off somewhere. Wow. The whole plan was revealed. I just think it's just crazy. So what are they going to do now then? Because now we know the plan.
Well, I think the Finnish should just finish them off, personally. But I don't know. I think the Finnish are quite happy where they are. But yeah, it would seem that we could maybe get a merry band together and go storm Moscow ourselves at this point.
I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind that Prigozhin could have got right into the centre. I know that it never did happen, did it? That big drone thing in the centre of Red Square and that. But yeah, Prigozhin definitely could have got in there, drone or no drone.
Yeah, I think if he was determined enough, he could have. I just wonder if his family's safe. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
That might be something that might change somebody's mind.
Do we know where his family is?
They're definitely not in Russia, I can assure you of that.
Oh, okay, cool. Good numbers anyway.
Yes, thank you. So, Prince, give me a 2-minute synopsis of what's happened with everything now. Has everything settled down? Are we all back to a status quo? What the heck's happening?
As far as I know, but what I have to say is, like, right as Nafo Davo and I were starting our shift, Yehuda swoops in and says, "I'm bringing somebody up." So yeah, and we've been talking to Lev, and so I really honestly haven't had time with Lev being up and all of that to try to keep real close track of what has happened overnight in Ukraine. But from what I can tell, I have not seen any huge bells and whistles that make me go, "Oh my!" I do notice that there were some cheers for Wagner, and some angry words thrown at the Russian police that came back in Rostov-on-Don. Nobody seemed very amused to see the police, and they seemed very sad to see Wagner go. That was a bit interesting. I am pondering, where is Prigozhin? I'm not sure exactly where he is. I think there's still a lot of questions rather than answers. But it seemed to be a rather quiet night. I'm sure that there was plenty of shelling that happened. I just wasn't able to keep track of a whole lot of it at this point. I was going to start looking as we were getting going here. Chris may have an idea.
I was just wondering what time it was that Yehuda brought Lev in then. What time was that, Prince?
It was not long after Dave and I took over. It was probably between 7:30 and 8 would be my guess. Which is 7:30 and 8 my time, excuse me. I have to be careful here. So I don't know what that interprets for other people. 7:30 to 8 Pacific time is what I was going to say as far as that is concerned. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good on you. Good on you, Yehuda, is all I have to say. But anyway.
And it's just about 11 now Pacific time.
Wow.
So yeah.
Well.
Yeah. So
I was just going to say, Prince. The other thing about Prigozhin and that, right, is I hear he's more popular than Putin in Rostov-on-Don, right? And I'm thinking, crikey, Moses, mate, if you weren't dead before, you're certainly dead now.
Well, I did read something tonight that about Putin's popularity. I read it earlier today about Putin's popularity taking a nosedive by estimates of the rating in Russia fell below 30%. The estimates of Putin's rating in Russia fell below 30% in the 24 hours of Prigozhin's coup d'état. Yeah, so it, you know, the limping duck versus the macho image was a little bit shattered for some of those Russians, and they may not be liking him as much as they once might have. But my whole thing with this is, I think that there's still some stuff to play out, and time is going to tell. I think there's some stuff that that's going to happen in the next 24, 48, maybe longer hours that will give us more of an indication on exactly what fallout there may be or may not be from this. And so we'll just have to see what happens. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it was a bit, what shall we say, disappointing to see the way that the Russians in Rostov were like treating the Wagnerites. Don't you think? I'm like, do you realise who these people are and what they do? You know, and you're like fawning all over them and bringing them food and drink and treating them like heroes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's interesting. They Yeah, it's going to prove to be interesting is what I've got at this point. I think there are a lot of different possibilities, and we were talking about some of those earlier. What is going to happen with Prigozhin? What is he going to do in Belarus? Is he going to get out of Belarus? Just, you know, all kinds of things. I do not think, as some people have suggested, that he will try to form a force to invade Ukraine from Belarus. I do not think that is going to happen. I think that is very, very unlikely. I think that is nigh unto impossible. Go ahead, mockers. Sorry for blabbing for a minute there.
Laura, I've just read an incredible quote passed to me in the back channel, which was, "I was today years old when I learned that you could just cancel a coup."
Oh,
and yeah, it does seem pretty bonkers, doesn't it?
I did happen to hear that the tank that was stuck, the circus tank, was unstuck in Rostov-on-Don.
Oh, they got it out, did they? I heard they had to leave it because it was stuck. Chris, go ahead.
What? Yeah, is there a particular reason it's called the circus tank, other than it's a Russian circus tank?
It was parked in a gateway, which had all the circus posters on.
Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, so what I was like myself concerned about with Prigozhin being in Belarus, right, was partly that obviously, like many people, I got so excited with the possibilities yesterday. And I was thinking, yeah, Belarus is going to be free as well. They're all going to, like rise up and that, and I think, I'm like he's been sent there to basically put the Belarusians down. Like I can't think of the name of some very nasty Nazi general that was sent to a particular area to put down the local population and destroy the resistance and all the rest of it. But that type of thing, Mockers, Prince, that's what worries me about it. Is he's going to go there and he's going to be like really horrible and really cruel, and that, which obviously he can be. That's what concerned me.
Well, it's concerning also to all of us in the Baltic region as well, being that Estonia has a population about 30% that is Russian-speaking minorities, and Latvia 40% as well. So the idea that, and even Lavrov has said this in the past, is that we are obligated to protect Russians all over the world, and so we are concerned with there, and the Suwalki Gap. If you just look it up as far as a potential stoppage between Russia and Belarus, because you have Kaliningrad to the west, and that small corridor that could potentially be a choking point of the Baltics from Poland and the rest of Europe.
I know what that gap is. Yeah, one of the, whatever it is, 5 or 6 strategic access points to Russia that Russia must control and all of that crap. Yeah, no, don't worry. I know about that gap.
We have a new speaker, Tamir. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the mic. Okay, I have to excuse my English. I have no practice for a long time. I can tell you and explain what happened in Russia and in a few words. First of all, Russian state is not a state as you know it. It's a criminal corporation, and what was happened now and is happening now is a public policy as it works in Russia. And this criminal corporation works as criminal corporation according to its nature. So we have former boss Putin, and we have Prigozhin who make his requests. Who requests for the political power, and now we have started some transition of state power from Putin to Prigozhin. There is no other political alternative for Prigozhin, and his request is accepted. Obviously, all public declarations from Lukashenko or other figures is absolutely bullshit and means nothing. In fact, in history of Russia, there was the same situation. It was in the times of Vasily Shuisky, when there was some pretendant on the power called Tushinsky War or Lzhe-Dmitry. And now we will soon see the result. Of course, this situation can't can't be anymore, because there is the factor of the war. Military people have to know exact answer on the question whose word is the last in this system. Now they have no this exact answer on this question, and as soon as it's possible, these results have be achieved. So when, if you let me, I'll tell you a couple of words additionally. When you look at Russia, you see more or less European people. Looks like European people, and this is the problem, because in fact, Russia is absolutely Asian. People here is not a source of the power. It's not. They here doesn't work all these terms or your visions about citizenship, about state, and so on. It's absolute Asian. Power is some kind of mystery or magic for Russians, and they are not subjective. They don't feel and see themselves as the source of their political power. They never choose, never make the state power. They always accept someone who is strong enough. And now Prigozhin have shown that he is the real Tsar, and he's a real criminal, and Putin is obviously just a simulation. He only play this kind of man. He is not a cool guy. He is not a big boss. He is not those men who have a right to take his place. And now it became obvious for everyone. And soon I think as it's a question about weeks or maybe months, this transition will be finished, and we'll got a new emperor of Russia or new Tsar. That's all. Thank you very much for conversation. I'm glad. I'm always listening to you. Slava Ukraine, of course.
Thank you so much for coming and giving us a bit more colour. And I think you're right. Putin has shown.
Just a minute. If you let me, I have to say there is no perspective of a nuclear war. Now it's absolutely nothing because of reasons I mentioned before. It's absolutely impossible. If Putin will give this order to put on red button, no one will do what he is telling them. No order will be executed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it does seem he's shown an extreme amount of weakness here. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Sorry, what do we call him? Is it Temp? Yeah, very interesting. Hope he comes up again and that, right? Does it sound like that Prigozhin is like protected then by the mafia bosses that matter? I don't know if he can understand that and if he could explain that. Yes. Oh, thumbs up. Okay, interesting. Thank you.
If you let me, so people who you can call as establishment accepts Prigozhin as a new boss. They tell him, okay, we understand you. We accept what you want. Okay, give us some time. We will solve this problem. And now this problem will be solving, obviously.
Interesting. Thank you.
Ming, good morning.
Morning, mockers. Tamir, I was looking at your profile. It says you're in Sochi. What's the mood like in Sochi at the moment?
If you're interested in what's happening here, happening nothing, absolutely nothing. The only thing I have seen recently, it was the column of buses with Rosguardia, with Putin's gendarmes, police. They they're throwing the city, and that's all. Absolutely nothing. People live their ordinary life. Some of them knowing nothing. They don't watch TV, and some of my friends were absolutely surprised when I asked them, yesterday, of course, do you know what is happening now? What? They can't believe that these things happens. That thing happens. So all political life, public political life, is going absolutely separately from the people here. As I mentioned before, people are not a subject of policy. They are not a source of power. They don't see themselves as a source of power. So what will happen? They will accept the result.
Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you. So actually, this has piqued my interest. Timir, thank you for speaking because right away, because after this event, a lot of the questions. So if just to be clear, if I understand correctly, you're saying that this what's happened in past 24 hours, it was just the coronation of the Prigozhin, but it's a process, like a still process happening, and in the future we're gonna see Putin being replaced by the Prigozhin, and this was all
No,
the spectacle.
not a coronation.
Oh, we're just losing you a minute there, Tamir. Have you got anywhere you can stand with a great connection? I think he was walking in the street, and it may mean that we lose his connection a bit. Your music is lovely, Slava.
Thank you. I was afraid that I broke Timur Nadirov. Thank you.
It hopefully it's Swan
But
Lake.
no, but we actually enjoyed the Swan Lake in my space when we was playing. So people suggested, and we're like, okay, it's happening. Let's play Swan Lake. It's actually my setups allow it. So great sound. People enjoyed it. Swan Lake. But yes, we know this like a spectacle, but it's interesting because I also had this opinion. It's something is happening. It's not for the West. A lot I see people discussing this topic, but it's like looks like it's spectacle for the Russians, for the Russian society. And I agree with the Timir that it's people. There is no Russian reaction. They don't care. Whatever is happening, Prigozhin, Putin, it's not just internal affair that something is happening, but we're gonna learn what is happening. But it is interesting. But it's like again, Russians don't trust Russians. Don't trust whatever they say. Be careful and be cautious. So,
yeah, and I've always been taught in my family household is that the first victims of Russian autocracy, whether it's the Tsar or Soviets or Putin, the first victims of Russian autocracy are Russians. So we have to I always have to remind people of that they're the first victims to any type of oppression before they gain power.
Thank you very much, guys. It is very interesting to see the Russian reaction. There was a poll that I was shown yesterday, which was a poll done in Russia with regards to Prigozhin and what the reaction was. Did they think he was a warlord? Did they think he was, a good person to have in politics? And I'll be totally honest, the main reaction was, who the heck's he? It did seem as though not very many people really knew who he was from the polling. Of course, polling is always a little bit strange in Russia, but it did seem as though there weren't a lot of people who really knew an awful lot about him from the answers. Chris, go ahead.
I hope Tamir could get up again. Very interesting. But from Slava and Baltic, then does this put any different light on why Prigozhin is in Belarusia? Then
I mean, from my point of view, it's we don't know. I want to give it a few days to find out how the events turn out. Personally, but it's good to hear that there's something changing in there. But Russian news is 100% controlled by the state. So what is how are people getting their information from outside of the news? So when Tamir was saying people couldn't believe what was going on, and it was kind of hurting their heads, it's cognitive dissonance that you have this channels you stating everything else in your life, and then all of a sudden you hear a different opinion, just it hurts your head. um it's it's good to hear on there. that point of view. I'm always gonna urge on the side of caution, as always. And like I tweeted last night, I said, no matter what happens, the Ukrainian counteroffensive must push on. It has to keep moving on, no matter what, all the way to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does. I believe Ukraine capitalised on some of the chaos yesterday with some decisive movements. And I would think that there's a general destabilisation in the whole thing, that this is going to get out. I mean, gossip spreads like wildfire, doesn't it? You can't keep it down. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people asking questions, I would think. Slava, go ahead. I can't hear you speaking, but I can hear your beautiful music.
Heroim Slava, yes, my setup. So yes, excuse me. What Timur actually was saying, that people in Russia actually had no interest what is happening with the Prigozhin and Putin. This is how they distance from the politics, and this is when you stop a person in Russia and ask like, what do you think about Putin, what do you think about Prigozhin, they're gonna say, oh, I'm staying away from the politics. So this is like a normal for Russia and the situation. So about the and I'm sorry, I forgot what I'm saying, something else, but yes, I'm gonna remember. Thank you.
No worries. Ming, go ahead.
Yeah, it's thanks, Marcus. No, it's totally anecdotal, but I was sort of sending updates yesterday to my friend Sergey in Moscow, who was out at his dacha, and I was qualifying them. Like for instance, the report of the Ilyushin 96 flying north to St. Petersburg, which is the aircraft typically associated with Putin and his entourage. And I'd qualify it again. So apparently this is Putin's plane, or the thing about it is reported that units of Wagner are in Voronezh, and he comes back to me and he says, "Is this a joke? What are you saying? You're feeding me fake news, etc., etc." And I said, Sergey, all I would say is that, look, the Moscow mayor is now saying, stay at home. It's a good thing you're at your dacha. So anyway, he got very cross with me yesterday evening. And of course, I'd been sailing, so I had no clue what was going on anyway. But the other thing that amuses me is like this what's his name, the deputy prime minister who took his family off in the private jet to Turkey. How do you come back from that? What do? Do you sort of say, oh, it's a long scheduled family holiday? Or actually, I made a mistake, we're coming back. How does that work?
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Everyone's sort of slinking back with their tail between their legs. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry we abandoned you. But yeah, we're back now. It does seem a bit awkward. Chris, go ahead.
Morning, Ming, by the way. Hope the sailing went well. Hope you had more success yesterday.
Yeah, we did all right. We came second. I got a bit sunburnt, but it was all good fun.
Oh, well done. Second, that's good. That's good. What size of the fleet, roughly?
It's about 12 boats, typically.
Okay. Cool. Well done. Yeah, I was just going to say, so that's somebody else, is it, that ran away to Turkey in a plane? So Lukashenko apparently did, and then this is somebody else, deputy something or other, that you just said, Mick?
Deputy Mayor of Moscow, I believe.
No, so
Yeah.
the guy is called Manturov, I think, and he apparently is the richest member of the cabinet, deputy prime minister, and he and his family got on a private jet and went off to Turkey.
So that's another one that revealed his escape plans then, and I gather as well, Ming, that there were lots of tickets bought for airplane trips that maybe they didn't actually take in the end, but they still booked their flights out apparently.
I mean, look, it's a total Pandora's box. You know, this Prigozhin incident has just shown how fragile the whole setup is, and I'd say there's no coming back from this for Putin.
Yeah, well, I agree. Hope not.
I tend to agree there that it's shown a level of weakness which hasn't been identified before. I mean, we've always thought that, that there wasn't the strong arm that we expected, but, it has appeared to show a level of weakness to his own circle, and that's the important thing. What have we got here? The war at home. Go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, what an absolute crazy 24 hours yesterday was. I was following it the whole day and went to bed, woke up, and it was finished. That's when Prigozhin had done his deal. But like a lot of you guys are saying, it's just like you can't unring a bell. It is so much was laid bare by the fact that they're able to come into Russia, take Rostov-on-Don, then take Voronezh, and start heading up to Moscow. And the speed at which it was just all happening was insane. And the amount of Russian units that simply either shrank away into the woodwork or went over to Wagner, and then all the politicians, all the ministers that left, oligarchs that left, so much was laid bare, not just to the world, but to Putin as well.
I'm doing them really
I
well,
really don't see how anything can go back to even a semblance of how it was 48 hours ago. It was just really unreal. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, because the other bit of this I'm wondering about is this, okay, so Prigozhin is Nick, Shoigu, and Gerasimov, but that's not going to fix anything as far as how Russia prosecutes the war in Ukraine. It's going to be, more of the same. So, a couple of months down the road, I think we're going to be back where we were yesterday.
Just that phrase, you can't unring a bell. Yeah. The thing is, it's happened now, and Putin's been directly challenged, and it's proved to everybody who was watching exactly what would happen in that situation. And, well, it was terribly impressive, wasn't it? Chris, good morning.
Hi, good morning, mockers, and thanks for hosting this space and allowing me to speak. I just wanted to add, I guess, to what the previous two speakers were saying, and the past 48 hours or so have been, obviously one of the most historically significant, or at least as it was happening, one of the most historically significant, events, perhaps, since, I mean, ranks on the scale with, the wall coming down, perhaps, and a few other incidents. But I did want to add, I guess, that to me, the event happening, the fact that the coup happened is one thing, or the attempted rebellion happened is one thing. But and of course, Prigozhin being in charge of a mercenary group, that's I'm sure how the Russian media will play it is, oh, this was just a mercenary group, they weren't part of the regular army. But what stuck out to me really as kind of the biggest rebuke of Putin and the whole system, the biggest kind of fault in the whole system was that as Prigozhin and Wagner was getting close to Moscow, I think 200 kilometers or so, that Putin was apparently, at least from what I was hearing on the space at the time, is Putin was calling, and Putin and his staff were trying to call the Air Force to get the Air Force into the air to go and bomb and attack them, with fixed wing assets. But none of the aircraft, none of the fixed wing, or excuse me, most of the fixed wing aircraft, especially the the fighter bombers and the fighters, their Su-35s and their more advanced assets did not take off, and I think they had lost communications with the southern district, so that was, and understandably because it had been occupied. But apparently they had lost communications with their other air bases, and it sticks out to me that at least some of them received orders to take off and attack Wagner, but I guess the base commanders refused, or at least the pilots refused. I mean, and to me that is the biggest rebuke within the Russian military of a doubt as to whether Putin had everything under control or not. In other words, it was one thing for Wagner to be doing what it was doing because they're outside the chain of command, but they're in the chain of command and they're openly kind of refusing orders to take off and bail Putin out. And Putin went running for his life to his bunker, and the oligarchs took off and left the country. But the Air Force refused to put a stop to the situation and basically said, we'll see what happens, and we're going to see who comes out on top. Basically, I mean, to me, that is kind of the biggest fault, I guess, out of the whole thing. The biggest kind of rebuke of whether or not that Putin really doesn't have control over the situation, and it isn't the top dog either. Anyway, I'll end there.
It definitely shows a lack of confidence in him, doesn't it? And it's very interesting. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. So actually, just follow what the previous speaker said. This is what is accepted in Ukraine, that we are watching what is happening, and we see that this is Putin mafia state is not solid structure, and he's like, again, Putin have not a lot of control. And another thing that today, one of the videos I seen today from the streets of the Rostov-on-Don, Rostov-na-Donu, that people in the streets actually chanting Wagner, Wagner, which is bad news for the Putin. So, and good that Putin, as we all know, that he is also distance from the real situation, what is happening. Like generals do not provide him real information. They afraid to say something bad, to provide bad information to him. So this like Putin is already removed from this war, and possibly Prigozhin is like if I properly understood Timur, because he said this way, and I think I understood this way, is that this is the process transition for the Prigozhin to be later coronated as the future king. Maybe not, but it's again for Ukraine changes nothing. Like in Ukraine, we are like I already heard some discussion, and still today is going to be discussion continuing in our media. So it's like we are watching, but still we see that this confirmation Putin is weak. This house of cards must be destroyed, and like Russia must be defeated. And after this, peace is gonna come to the world. And so thank you, and Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Daniel, I'm going to think that you might have an opinion on this. What say you this morning?
What do you say, Mokas? What is your Britishness attack my Eastern Europeans? Tell me more.
I don't know. I just thought you might have an opinion. weakness of Putin, Prigozhin, having a mad change of heart. It all seems very weird, doesn't it?
No, it's not weird at all. Not at all. And I think it's better than I expected to happen. I think it was a very nice ending of all this affair. I want to make a huge shout out to all the media wars of yesterday. I saw a huge influx everywhere of people ready to talk about things they don't understand. And I want to say thank you. I see you. You are great. Please continue to say bullshit again and again and again. You know what does it really strike me yesterday? Who is old enough can remember when ISIS took Kirkuk. If you are older, like me and you, Marcus and Ming and Chris, when ISIS entered in Kirkuk, were probably 20, 30 Toyotas against a division of Iraqi army. And the Iraqi army dropped their uniforms, their weapons, and they ran like rabbits. And in Baghdad, everyone was afraid. And ISIS still coming. The similarity is striking. Second, it's funny how people forget few issues. For example, in the morning, the rebel is prosecuted. In the evening, we will stop. They didn't, but we will stop the prosecution of how Ukrainians call him, the beauty, because it is the beauty, the beautiful man. And the idea Putin calling Ayatollah and Tokayev and asking for help, and this guy saying, fuck you, I think is extremely wild. And I love how...
I particularly enjoy that myself, Daniel. The fact that he apparently called all his buddies and they all went, nothing to do with us, mate.
They got declarative help from Uganda. They said they will send their fighters against Wagner. Ahmad still going to be the brave TikTok warriors everybody loves, enjoy, and you know, we support their media warring also. What they did, absolutely nothing. And I'm very proud of future of Chechnya. I love how Dagestan, Tatarstan, and Belarus jump to occasion extremely fast. So the future of Moscow regime is bright. I can say the bloodbath is still in the game, and I enjoy this. And I hope my dreams will get the results in August. What is more fun than this? The allegiance of the governors. Yesterday, I think Russia tried to be better than Burkina Faso and failed. So a lot of governors started to pledge allegiance to Putin. Man, how ridiculous. You know, elections, general elections, local elections. Local elections are in the autumn in Russia. And it's fantastic. You are an elected official, but in the morning of the, I don't know, wanker run, let's call it like this, because it sounds extraordinarily beautiful. um, everybody jumped to pledge allegiance to the dictator. So, like Wenger saying, "We've gone in Africa at your orders." The allegiance pledged by governors just throw on the window the simulation. There are elections there, which I find it hilarious. All yesterday was hilarious. Even when Wagner retreat, I don't think is retreat, just glorious going another place from Rostov on Don, and they start shooting the AK in the air, exactly like ISIS and Al Shabaab and Sudanese factions and Mali. It is Russia is not failed state. Russia, I think, is the theater of incompetency and stupidity. And I want to see these things. I want to see the new interviews with the Russian calling the war is not affecting me and to laugh like a bitch. I want to see again how Russia is a great power who, destroy highways, making a ditch because, tanks cannot go a U-turn to avoid that ditch. I want to hear about how powerful Russian military is when, helicopters and fixed-winged aircraft cannot hit a target on a road. What I can say was very nice, very nice. The good thing, which I'm pretty sure is happening at this moment, nobody will be talking now about, Ukraine, don't hit Russia. Don't use our weapons to hit Russia. I think that discourse is now in the toilet, and everybody flushed the toilets because Russia is a failed state. More than failed state is a joke, and somebody need to put some order there. And I think there are some Polish folks which are enjoying, projecting the dreams of repeating some invasion in Moscow. I think the Finnish watch St. Petersburg and watch them and say it's a nice protectorate. Mm, in my opinion, yesterday was absolutely tremendous, extraordinary, beautiful day. They are above all my expectation. How they failed, how they lost, but again, please go in the internet history and see the raid of Kirkuk by ISIS. And I think at that moment, government in Baghdad was much more coherent and more powerful than Moscow regime is. And the Russians in Rostov, when police cars appears after the BTRs of Wagner's, how they shouted against the police. Where you have been before? Oh man, the state is crumbling totally. And by the way, the dear leader is totally coward. And Lavrov yesterday lambasted something like, "Don't do anything. We are still very, very strong." Yeah, we're extremely strong. I don't know. I think probably at BK and Free Russian Legion at this moment, they have big plans. Kalinovsky had big plans. All separatist movements at this moment have huge plans. Oligarchs, even the most doubtfully, most less ready to action, everybody's planning now. Because if you sell your aviation to stay in power another 24 hours. Man, that is ridiculous. I want to see the next order, which will be stupid, and you hear, go there, bomb that. And that guy will say, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. There were just one Panzer and some OSA on that road and destroyed all the helicopters and the planes. Do you see how the Patriot battery works? How SAMT battery works or IRST? No, I will not go there. I will be laughable. I think for Ukrainians at this moment is probably best days they have this year until now. Better than this, I don't think it's anything. I just enjoyed what happened yesterday. And I saw everyone who has a half a brain saying, was a conspiracy, unexplained, all the stupid stuff, People doesn't imagine how much stupidity is in this world, how much stupidity is in politics, and how much stupidity is in leadership. They failed, totally failed. At this moment, nobody will take serious Russians. Even if they say, I don't know, anything they say, nobody will take them serious. You cannot take serious. This is a comedy where Monty Python is hilarious and they are on a new level. And the cowardness. Imagine yesterday, nobody asked how Viktor Orban is doing, and his patrons. Nobody asked how can it possible Erdogan to say, I will mediate Putin and Prigozhin troubles. It's hilarious. And, that Lukashenko stuff. Lukashenko mediates the conflict. No, he didn't do it because Lukashenko was not in Minsk. But it's very hard to say, in the morning I said, these rebels must be destroyed because they attack the country, the fatherland. You cannot negotiate a few hours later because you are so afraid. You are so afraid because few regiments can conquer Moscow, like your whole army cannot conquer Kiev or Kharkiv, for example. And you've done everything. You sold your mother to stop this and planning to kill Prigozhin. I think yesterday was something like long knife night, but on Russian style, with all the moronic vatnik attitudes you can imagine, the gopnik's enjoyment, all the PR of Russia, all the Russian culture. At this moment, they don't have any value. At this moment, I think if you have a Russian passport, you will burn it in shame. You cannot say, I'm proud of Tereshkova, I'm proud of Gagarin, or I don't know which other Russian moron. At this moment, it's a shame even to speak something in Russian. I think Russians will learn Ukrainian because it's a shame to be a Russian at this moment. It's total shame, It's horrible. It's horrible. I don't want to be in that place. But yesterday, I didn't feel anything. Anything. I was so peaceful. I sleep so. Oh, it was extraordinary for me. In the night, I saw everywhere people talking about things they didn't understand with a lot of competency, connecting Chechens with Tatarstan and bullshit like this. Half a brain. Everybody had an opinion and everybody was surprised. Why Prigozhin stop? Why he doesn't destroy Moscow? Like it was a movie, something, media warring. I can say this. I love awards. I love every woman who choose anything to be happy. But media warring is another level. Very American of many of you. And I'm happy. Sorry for my lambasting long rant, but I am so happy. And I enjoyed every moment of that action.
Yeah, I think we all learned a lot yesterday, didn't we? We all learned that if you're determined enough and you've got a gaggle of fellas with you, you can probably take Moscow. Yeah, fun times. Ming, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. No, so I had a question. I saw a report of quite significant Russian surrenders on the front lines. Has any of that been confirmed? What's the story there?
There was some confirmation, yes. I'm never going to be able to find it now, but there was confirmation of approximately 30 200s, a lot more wounded, and yes, a significant number of captures, shall we say. Not sure if they were actual surrenders. And that was in the Bakhmut area, I believe. Daniel?
Remember when we talked so, how I can say, to pissing off all the listeners, talking about feudal warlords, and this will be a total catastrophe for Russia, building these independent factions, independent battalions, regional concentration of troops, training, support, logistic, putting racists like Rusic and company hold battalion like Torch and Kadyrovites and total terrorists of Wagner and the criminals and regular army and Donetsk and Lugansk militia together just because this learn Putin is the best way to control, no one to have power, everybody to, suspect everybody in a competition, divide at rule, at Russian style, emulating old Rome. And we talk about this, how bad will be for them. After this, I can say this is more in play now than was 48 hours ago. Yesterday was a news nobody saw. Kursk governor didn't take out the outdoor advertisement for Wagner, and he didn't pledge allegiance to Putin. What does it mean? This Kursk is too close to Ukraine, too close to Belarus, and too far from Moscow already. If he has a problem, look what happened in Voronezh, right? Rostov-na-Don. If you need help, you need security, you need to emulate, a pseudo-statal government. You can't count on policemen. You can count on Rosguardia. You don't have territorial defense. You don't have loyalty of your citizens. They will just use their tools like, I don't know, cleaning the streets like we see in Rostov when the tanks are in the center of the city. It's ridiculous, mate. Don't bet on the things will be like was before. Not even close. Or Putin is strong. No, he will try to assassinate. In this morning, they still go door to door to arrest Wagner veterans just because they got the scripts he was a Wagner veteran. So that bullshit about, amnesty, only if you are stupid, you believe it. There will be people who say, no, but bureaucracy is slow moving and there's time to react. No, nothing is certain. Absolutely nothing is certain there. Nothing is working there. And I enjoyed every moment. Every moment when Russia looked like the biggest country of, I don't know, comparison of Burkina Faso, I feel is not deserved comparison. The Africans have tons of excuses. Russia doesn't. Not once, nothing. You know why he made peace with Prigozhin? I'm pretty sure why. Because he know Ahmad, police, Rosguardia, FSO was not enough. They give it everything to Putin, everything, because he know most of the people he believed are loyal, they are not. And if he tries a purge a la Stalin, and probably is stupid enough to try it, this dictator will be killed, accidental, by nobody. And he will pursue his revenge, and he will fail. And I don't think Prigozhin will become the next Tsar. He had some chances until yesterday, but he lost a lot of PR because he's practical and say, let's take that 5 Ilyushin heavy lifter planes in Belarus and run for Sudan. Maybe, let's go off of this Slavic bullshit. Yeah, I think who will be the leader of Moscow regime will be someone so fringe, so unseen, some no attention, and that guy he will not resist. Also, will be very short rulings, like Roman Empire, the year of 4 emperors, something like that. Keep watching them and mock them and make fun of them.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Yeah, well, we are indeed just keeping on watching. I've finished my popcorn though, so I may have to get some more in. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Muggers. Thanks for letting me speak again. Sorry, I actually meant to also make this point in what I spoke just a couple minutes ago. So the other observation I made, or that came to my mind, was that I was thinking, okay, so they're making this long trek to Moscow. Surely enough, they'll be picked off by the Air Force. But then, of course, it turned out that the Air Force was openly refusing Putin's orders to attack Wagner, at least with their fixed wing assets, which they could do from a distance and away from their man pads, and they decided to leave their comrades flying, the helicopters as sitting ducks for their man pads, and but so their Air Force was refusing orders to interdict them. But then I said, okay, so if even though the Air Force is refusing Putin's orders and basically saying, we're gonna wait, we're more afraid of Prigozhin than we are of you, and we'll wait and see if you get overthrown or what happens. The What happened was, I was thinking, okay, well, sure enough, the Russian National Guard will surely have enough tanks and be able to, surround Moscow and be able to interdict them on the road. Um, I I was I was looking through the video footage from the past 48 hours. I don't see. I think I maybe see two videos where the Russian National Guard has any tanks at all. whether they're T60, the T65s, the T72s, or T90s. I didn't see any tanks that the Russian National Guard had, and so not only does that speak to their the tank situation in Russia may be becoming a lot more critical in terms of being critically low, but in addition to that, their National Guard was completely incapable of stopping even perhaps one armored column. I mean, with no fixed wing air support, with no tanks of their own to combat a tank column. There's nothing stopping a column of tanks from Wagner from going all the way to Moscow. And the people that were initially doubting, the success of the whole thing were saying, oh well, surely the Air Force is going to pick them off in the open as they are making their way from Rostov up north to Moscow. Or if the Air Force doesn't pick them off, the Russian National Guard will converge on them with tanks. But they didn't have tanks, and they didn't have their fixed wing air support. So there was, in my opinion, and again, I'm not, I'm not a soldier, but it did not look like they had enough assets, really, or equipment to be able to stop an armored column, a single armored column of tanks of Wagner from going all the way to Moscow. Like seeing what happened, it seemed like that there was nothing stopping them. They could have ran over the Russian National Guard that were they were trying to dig, fixed fortifications. They had quite a few APCs, but no main battle tanks, from what I could tell. Maybe one or two. But anyway, I'll end there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it did indeed show just what sort of force they could muster when they really had to, and it was not very impressive, was it? The war at home, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I suppose a couple of sort of areas that were a little bit confusing for me was first off, like, what happened to the TikTokers? Last I saw, they were caught up in traffic, but then they never seemed to. You saw video of them on their way. They never seem to arrive. So I'm not sure what happened. Sorry, what was that?
I have a theory that they caused their own traffic jam because some of them did arrive in Rostov. However, shortly after, they were recorded giving themselves up and being disarmed by the Wagner troops that were there. And I think what happened was these guys arrived and the guys behind them saw what was happening and went, yeah, we'll just stop here. That's okay. We're not going to get involved. And so they caused their own traffic jam and basically just sat on the road, twiddling their thumbs and whistling and trying not to get involved because they realised when they got there they would actually have to do something. And so that's what I think happened to them.
That is astounding. It's just they've always got so much to say, but yeah. And the other thing well, I've got a head full of questions. I'm sure a lot of people do, but the other thing I suppose what I was really watching for throughout the whole thing was what Ukraine was going to do while this was all going down. And someone actually said, I was asking about it on Twitter, and someone actually said, never interrupt the enemy while he's making a mistake. And I thought, oh goodness me, that is absolute truth, isn't it? So it was I guess I wasn't so surprised that as soon as it seemed to have all been resolved, if you can call it that. I don't think you probably can, but as soon as the action had stopped, I guess there was that statement from and I hope to God I'm saying her name right, Hannah Mylar, stating that they were now launching offensive operations and all sort of along their whole front. And I suppose that makes sense. And I really hope that there is disarray in the Russian lines with what's just happened. I mean, surely it will have shaken them. They can't really have the same sort of determination they had 48 hours ago, looking at what just happened at home. So yeah, I hope that it all, that it's a turning point in terms of like how fiercely they resist it.
Well, their morale was already pretty shot in the foot, wasn't it? So I can't imagine what something like this might do. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know how much the people at the front line are going to have known what's really happening, but over the next couple of days, they're going to find out. Also, something I wanted to mention was that a lot of the Wagner appeared to be quite dissatisfied with the way things played out. Let's face it, if you think you're about to overthrow your government and you get yourself all fired up to do that, and you get within sight of the capital, and then it all gets called off, I don't know, I just think that would be very disappointing. Those people are going to wonder if they're in lots of trouble and stuff now. I just, think there might be a few more disgruntled folks than there were earlier. What do you think, Doman? And good morning.
Good morning. That's a great question. About 30 minutes before the whole Belarus option came down, or maybe something like that. Just before the end to the coup was announced, and I want to note, I really like the way our friend, our aeronautically minded friend Latin has phrased it, saying, as someone originally from Latin America, I will say that this coup sucked. It did rather, didn't it? So about 30 minutes earlier, I replied to a post by dear Dmitry of Word Translated, who was saying, I can't shake the feeling that there's something kind of untoward going here. Right? He said, this is so mad. I keep thinking it's all elaborate and brutal fake news. To which I immediately replied, me too. I started the all theater side of things and slowly got into sort of 60% real, 40% theater and plateaued there. And that's how I felt throughout pretty much all of yesterday, right? It felt like, it feels a little bit more real than a 50-50. But goodness, there's still this underlying thing of oh, this is just Russian theatrics, and it ended up being Russian theatrics. Now we don't know what was happening behind the scenes, right? But Lukashenko's not the man to be negotiating things. Lukashenko's the guy who feeds Steven Seagal giant carrots. It's not the same role, is it? So, how are we supposed to put this? In a way, it is all theater. Whether it was planned out like this or whether it wasn't planned out like this, it is fundamentally all theater, right? We had the theatric conclusion. Sudden, unreasonable, unexplained, frankly unexplainable. Because that's the conclusion that there was. Branislav Slanchev put a great thread up, kind of trying to work through this and trying to explain what happened here. I quote tweeted that the last thing I did, so you can find it quite easily. But he's basically saying, was this kind of just Putin sitting back as two sets of underlings fought it out, right? And maybe the lack of Ministry of Defense reaction was because, yes, he kind of obfuscatedly somewhat supported the MOD in his statements, but he wasn't giving any concrete orders at all. He wasn't doing anything, outright. Maybe that's why there was so little response. Somewhere in the 9 digits worth of dollars of aviation assets got destroyed by them, apparently. That is insane. Those EW helicopters and the command post plane are expensive pieces of kit. Not to mention that they don't have very many people capable to operate them. And then, suddenly we had this very theatric end, we just had this kind of wave of a wand, no, wave of a carrot. Remember, it's Luca. It's a root vegetable evening. A wave of a carrot. With the wave of a carrot, it was all over. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused, but it was some sort of theater. How many people were in on it isn't clear. Whether it was planned or whether it was all an improv, that doesn't make it not theater. So I'll leave it at that and pass it back to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. Daniel, go ahead.
Domen, I'm not agree with you, mate, about theater. I hear a lot about was a staged war like gangs doing usually in Russia. And now it's broken some peace which will not last and the gangs will start fighting each other again. I disagree. Remember Stalin when Moscow was under siege of Wehrmacht forces?
Daniel, can I jump in? Sorry, just one little thing on the side. I just wanted to say, yesterday I started the day off by saying this is the day of takes where everybody will be wrong, and I think I was correct on that one. So I'll sign that one as a win. But again, improv also counts as theater, and I will not interrupt anymore.
No problem, mate. Absolutely no problem. But again, yesterday was planned, and I think was planned very, very, very heavily. From, if you remember, when Wagner said they don't have enough ammunition, that was planned. They made it stops. And what Gerasimov Shoigu military said, we send you enough ammunition. What Wagner did? They stopped. You know what I saw yesterday? They hoard tanks. They hoard OSA. They hoard Panzer. At least one Panzer I saw. So was planned. This, I think he didn't act just because he had the justice trip to Moscow to fight against corruption, which is hilarious because there is no anti-corruption shit there. And even the morons of Navalny followed on Prigozhin thing, which again is hilarious. I think there is no anti-corruption movement, honest, sincerely, in any actor around the regime or against the regime. Pretty sure the roof of Prigozhin is inside FSB, not just GRU. Pretty sure at this moment, at least a good part of regional governors, mayors, police chiefs, everyone who has something in this and some branch of power already they don't watch it the great leader like credible symbol. And yesterday you say ended like a bad movie. I tend to think there were two panic from close circle to Putin. There is clear, huge panic. How they react to that is tremendously stupid. I never imagined they would play so bad. Extremely bad. But for their excuse was because a lot of units betrayed him. From inside Ukraine, from Donetsk People's Republic, far away from Voronezh Oblast, there was tons, I mean, many units, many commanders, police officers, FSBs, Petnats, OMON, everyone who betrayed him. What opposition had? Almost none. And who were the pigeons who took it in the chin stupidly? BTS, right? They love to isolate army from the power. At this moment, I think they alienate what does it mean army in Russia. And probably the real military coup is in the making. At this moment, if you are a patriot, a Russian, who believes, who hates Putin, but he believes he needs to defend his country is great, a bit shake up after past 24 hours about the destiny of the Russia, but still, these guys will never be loyal until they don't have some proof the man who lead the state in entirely has changed something, they don't believe it. If you expect stern resistance in Ukraine, I don't believe it will be. I don't believe anyone at this moment will say, I will risk my skin for the motherland. There is no motivation. Was money before. Yeah, most of the troops are killing Ukrainians for the money. I don't think is enough at this moment. I don't think so. And I'm pretty sure firing squads will have a very busy day starting from now. A lot of things, a lot of arrests, stupid, moronic. And again, all the shills yesterday have a big punch in the face. Everyone who support them at this moment, I don't know, they lost their energy and appetite. Some are delusional, like Kim.com, but I don't care. And just a question for you. You don't find distasteful how all these rats jumped yesterday to the subject and they were so pissed off of the ending? I find it one of the most horrible things I saw. The spectators, the commentators, the big experts, criminologists who just fail like always about all that happened and jumping to comment without expertise.
Well, oh, go ahead, Doman.
Well, I was going to say it's awfully amusing, but yesterday everybody's takes were wrong. I don't think anyone if someone can show me somebody who said at least 3 hours before it happened, Prigozhin is going to go to Belarus in a deal negotiated allegedly with Lukashenko by the end of the day, then I don't think anybody had that take. So everybody's takes are wrong, and this is kind of the beauty of yesterday. The question is, what were they coming from? Some of the other takes I've seen were along the lines of, now Putin is the strongest he ever was because he's consolidated power. That's a really amusing one.
We agree it doesn't happen anything with Lukashenko. It was just an excuse, right?
No, it's a made up thing. Again, Lukashenko is the man who feeds Steven Seagal giant carrots. He's not the man who ends the preview of a Russian civil war.
The war at home. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I suppose one thing is I saw that after Prigozhin got in his car and headed off, and after the Wagner people started leaving Rostov-on-Don, the police came back in, and there was the people in the city were just heckling them and calling them traitors and cowards, and I wonder, like with all the facts, not facts, but all the bits and pieces that Prigozhin was spouting to the public before the coup, well, as the coup started. With everyone knowing that, and with everyone being so dissatisfied with their local authorities and such, I wonder if anything will occur in any of the places around Russia. I mean, it would be interesting to see what the next few months hold. Anyway, that's where I'll leave it. Thanks.
So, I think that's a good point. There's the cool thing from yesterday was different places, different countries kind of responding to what was happening in Russia. And many were very quick. Like Iran was very amusingly quick and say, no, this is a Russian internal matter. It has nothing to do with this. And of course, they have their own reasons. Okay, somebody's asking me. I need to answer this. Where is Wagner relocating from Rostov to? So not Ukraine. What will Wagner do in Belarus? Like, what's the point? Stop trying to rationalize. This is my answer. Stop trying to rationalize things. Sometimes things just don't make sense. It's Russia. They just don't make sense. Just because you can't figure out what the purpose of something is, that the best way to think of it is it's like a high school, but with really, really big weapons and nerve agents, right? And sometimes kids just don't get along, or they do get along, or weird stuff happens. It's interpersonal relations in a medieval type court, but with nuclear weapons and nerve agents. That's what it is. Of course, it doesn't make sense. It's not meant to make sense. Okay. It's making sense of it that's difficult, but it just doesn't it just doesn't generally make sense. Okay, let's continue on this. So where were we on? Actually, no, I lost my train of thought altogether because I'm getting weird questions. What was the point? Sorry, word home.
Rostov and the people who were very dissatisfied with the police when they returned, and
Yes.
the fact that these things may continue.
Yes. So that's part of it. The people in Rostov were quite happy that somebody more organized might be taking stuff over, right? There's a good chunk of people in Russia, there's probably hundreds of thousands, maybe a few million, who are quite dissatisfied with the inefficiency and the corruption, and want the war to be pursued more effectively, more efficiently, but possibly because they have their own, relatives involved in it, and they know that the corruption is what's expediting the killing of their family, right? So that's another reason why. No, but there were both those as well as in a number of other countries. Kind of said, this is an internal problem for Iranians, the Iranian regime, the Ayatollahs, as well as the Kazakhstan immediately said, nope, this is an internal matter, and kind of moved to limit traffic across the border, apparently, which makes perfect sense. That makes absolutely perfect sense. They don't want to get the negative fallout of all of this. And it was a very quick response. So clearly they didn't know what's going on. They just said, we are going to do the easiest, simplest, most straightforward thing. And that's the relevant bit. I'll kind of leave it at that. Marcus, I think Daniel was probably next, and I'll try to get myself co-host invite.
Excellent stuff. Go ahead, Daniel.
I wonder what is in the mind of CEOs of Leroy Merlin, Auchan, Unicredit, Raiffeisen, OTP, the governments of Hungary, Serbia, Austria, after this beautiful action of yesterday. I just wonder. I wonder if the guy who said to President of France, Emmanuel Macron, we can try to use the logic and persuade these guys to not be so stupid things. He keep his job. I wonder every person who thought, I don't know, Russia is a good and interesting point to look for Christian values, traditional values, conservative values. What is in their mind now when they see what they claim, what happened, and what we have? I wonder. I will laugh a lot because, again, who supports Putin? Uganda. Who are their friends? Not Eritrea, not Kazakhstan, not Iran, not Uzbekistan, almost nobody. And I think this is laughable.
Yeah, all those friends, eh? All those good friends. Yeah, it does make me chuckle a little as well. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Mockers. Morning, Doman, when you're
Morning.
around. Morning. I think, Mockers, right, Russians have got ESP, right? I say that because there was no plan, right, except in the Russian people's head there was a plan. And the plan was, okay, so there's a war in my streets in Rostov. There are men running around here with, like, machine guns, setting them up and that, and I don't know whether it was tanks and that. Yeah, there was tanks, wasn't there? But tanks and, APVs, right? And they're all about to assault this building. Meanwhile, I'll just carry on sweeping the streets. And also, not only that, right, was that all the people who were, like, in their, like, shorts and T-shirts and that, leaning against the walls and that, sitting on the walls, like, watching it all happen. I mean, I was just like, I just thought those images were just, like, absolutely fascinating, right? Well, you guys carry on, and when we've worked out, like, who's going to be in charge, right? Then we'll know, type of thing. It's just, like, so bizarre. And what? Why were they? Why were the people unhappy with the police? Was it that the police didn't instantly come and support the Wagnerites? That was the reason, was it? I think it was. They wanted the police and everybody else to support the Wagnerites in chucking out the people that were in that building. I think, isn't that right?
Could be. I'm not sure. I thought police was not on Wagner's side, but and I was also under the opinion that they were quite happy with the Wagnerites.
No, that's what I mean. They weren't. They weren't. The police weren't, but the people who were jeering the police and that, right? Did they want the police to be on the side of the Wagnerites, right? Or did they want the police to stand up to them? Which was it? Because Doman, so the people were, like, taking food and drink to the Wagnerites and basically lauding them as heroes and that. So which was it?
I think you'll find, Chris, that there were people on both sides of that divide, even locally, and that's kind of what you get, right? You get a mix, and that, I don't know whether it's good or it's not good, but it's difficult to say, what what side people were on, just because there were people on both sides. I think quite a lot kind of went with the flow. The tendency is to follow whomever has power. That is to say, something of a monopoly on violence or something close to a monopoly on violence. That's the tendency. The 90s were bad in Russia because it was unclear who had the monopoly on violence. What people were quite happy with is that Putin decided that he had monopoly on violence and no one else. And that's why many quite like him. But then in Rostov, that of course changed, right? Because suddenly somebody else had monopoly on violence, not Putin. So for as long as that was true, he was being supported. That is to say, Prigozhin. And then when he wasn't, when he didn't, then he wasn't. I think that's possibly the easiest way to explain about 85% of what happened when it came to who was supporting whom. It's kind of, aha, that's the guy who has control of the people with the guns. So that's the guy we like and we support, because otherwise we might be on the wrong side of the guns. Could just be that simple, quite a lot of it. But yeah, many also had people either working or involved with the war in Ukraine, and of course that's also a part of it, right? They didn't like the corruption, and they thought, oh, maybe this one is to absolve us of corruption and have us be victorious, us the great Russia. Yeah. I'll drop it at that, and I'll say, Shaggy, good morning.
Good morning, Dermot. Well, kind of a good morning. I woke up this morning expecting some different kind of news, and then it's all over. So I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, yesterday I thought the coup idea smelt a bit fishy when Wagner didn't take the Putin's presidential palace just outside Rostov-on-Don, as normally when there's a coup going on, the presidential palace, or at least the president's residence, is one of the things that gets taken over first. So that smelled a bit fishy.
I'm sorry. It's not that close. It's like 200 kilometers south. It's closer to Sochi than anything else. And they would have to do a massive detour from actually going to Moscow, and it's in the wrong direction. That's why it's not next to Rostov. It's quite far away.
Well, it was just my little. I had a couple of things I was looking at, so that was one of them, and another one was if they were worried about Moscow falling or whatever, they would have blown up some bridges on the way to Moscow. So none of them happened. So it all looks a little bit dodgy. But yeah, I'll be interested over the next few days, kind of what happens where the dust settles. One thing that did happen yesterday is I took a hell of a lot of screenshots of various musings from various people who are sticking their colours to various masts, so they'll be quite funny when I pull them out in future. So yeah, the great screenshotting 24 hours is what I'm going to call it.
Actually, it's twice as far. I just checked. 453 kilometers, or 442 if you go the slightly slower route.
Okay, that's a full tank of tank gas. Maybe.
Exactly. That's why they didn't.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Fair enough. I actually did think, to be frank, it was a bit closer than that. But yeah, 400 clicks is a bit far, actually.
It's about 2/3 of the way from Rostov to Sochi, give or take. So, yeah.
That's it from me. I'm working now, so I'll get back to delivering and catch you guys later.
Cheers, Shaggy. Talk to you later. Karen, go ahead.
Well, the tweet that I saw that impressed me the most as far as Prigozhin's reception was one that was posted by Kevin Rothrock, and he is a managing editor at Medusa. And the video that he posted was of Prigozhin. Just, you would have thought that Prigozhin was a rock star. These people were just loving on him. And I'm sure not everybody feels this way, but if I were Putin, I would be shaking in my boots seeing something like that. I remember years ago, early in this century, Putin would frequently have publicity photos taken of him riding horseback, bare-chested, lots of posturing to seem very masculine. Well, I think all those efforts were just blown away, because whatever a kind of psychopath Prigozhin is, he has a common touch, and he knows how to persuade people. Now, as far as him going to Belarus, earlier this morning when I spoke to you, we talked about the Castus Kalinowski Regiment, and they made a statement that they were trying to gather everybody together to depose Belarus's government. Well, now that Prigozhin is going to Belarus, that throws a whole new light on their statement. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I hope they don't get just completely slaughtered. And I think that's all I'll say. There are some idiot things coming up about Prigozhin. Like the Russian police posted that they had found a bunch of bars of gold and white powder and fake passports and suitcases of cash in his office. Well, I'm sure that Prigozhin has those things, but I question whether he would leave them in his office for the Russian police to find. That was just something that kind of sounded kind of hokey to me. And with that, I am going to drop down and let you take over, because I would like to know more about what you think is going to happen with this rebel group. I find that very interesting.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Karen. If you weren't asking this now, I would be addressing this as literally the next thing. So perfect timing. The address yesterday from Kalinowski Regiment was basically saying, be prepared, get ready. They didn't really start anything quite as yet. So in a way, this resolution came just quickly enough so that nobody started too early, or they didn't move too early. They know they have one move to make, and that move will come at simply some other time, right? Just not just now. So that's what's going on with them now. The question of Prigozhin in Prigozhin in Belarus. There's now lots of options floating about. What does this mean? Why is that happening? What's going on? And one of the options is that Prigozhin will be the successor to Lukashenko. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's an interesting thought because it allows us to think of what purpose that would be with. Would that be with the purpose of getting Belarus directly involved in the war as well? But would that then make sense, because he's clearly not very happy with the principal executors of the war? It's complicated options here. I wonder if he'll ever go to Belarus in the end. In principle, he's now meant to, allegedly. But I wonder if he'll ever actually make it all the way there, because that's the other thing to kind of keep an eye out for. In other words, nobody really knows, because this is Russia and things are weird and complicated. Interestingly, I'll say one more thing. The fighter bomber Telegram channel. That's the ones who know what's going on in the VKS, the Russian aviation. They said that Milerovo military airfield is still under complete control of Wagner, as is Rostov, as is the forward command post of the VKS. So who knows? When is this from? It says I don't know what time zone we're looking at, but Guy Plopsky is really pretty good at this usually. Give me a second. it's very interesting either way. Let's see. So as of this morning, okay, what time zone is Kiplovsky in? As of this morning, as of an hour and a half ago, that's what was stated. So looks like something is still going on, and I think the VKS people specifically are particularly dissatisfied with everyone right now. They're like they killed 13, I think, of them just for what, for nothing, really, and I don't think they're happy with that at all. So I'll kind of drop it at that, and I'll go to Caro, and I hope that then Daniel has some comments on the BKS. Caro, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So, yeah, this whole Prigozhin going to Belarus thing is interesting. Like, my one thought is like, if he does, like, what does he get to take with him? Who does he get to take with him? Does he get to take just his personal entourage, or 1,000 men, or 10,000 men? And as for the Wagner people, the ones who aren't given the opportunity or don't take the opportunity to sign up with the Russian military, their money source is going to be cut off, right? Because even his money source to pay the Wagner people is paid for by Russia, right? They pay his company, he pays them. So it's just going to be interesting, dynamics. Like, how much has he lost or will lose, as far as soft and hard power, and the ability to physically project power by actually having a standing army and being in control of munitions and supplies. Um, yeah, they're just so many unknowns.
Oh, absolutely. It is, and I think it's meant to look like this, right? Because okay, imagine somebody tries to explain what happened. Imagine somebody tries to say, okay, let's explain what happened here. There's no explanation that makes sense. So any explaining would just make those kind of in power look worse, right? And that's why there's no explaining going on. And also explaining means that you don't have power, because if you have appropriate amounts of power, nobody asks you to explain anything ever, which helps with the logic here, I think.
Yeah, but but in the end, there will be a reality, right? And as the thing you just read out, that if there are Wagner who are still actually having physical occupation of the military bases, that's kind of interesting. That that's not a disbanded militia or such, and a person, and if they're still loyal to him, doesn't really matter where he's at, right? He can project that power as long as they still are able to have the resources to carry on, and if they're still loyal. If they're not, then that's a different story. Um, but yeah, everything is just so bizarre with this, so bizarre. It's like watching a movie that just has a really frustrating ending.
So this is why I'm calling it theater. I'm not saying it was entirely staged. I'm not saying that, right? But I think the setup. Well, this is an improv class, right? The setup was Prigozhin versus Ministry of Defense, and go do it. Except the MOD people were never quite told much, and were a bit confused. Whereas Prigozhin knew that he was, going up, so he had to be particularly, strong and aggressive at this. So, Velina Chakarova, who's I'm presuming a Ukrainian in Vienna, looking at such things, said the following already yesterday morning, which I quite agree with, saying this is not a coup by Prigozhin, this is an inner war between the St. Petersburg gang of Putin and the Moscow gang of Gerasimov and Shoigu. This is the beginning of Putin's election campaign to be re-elected in March next year. His lapdog Prigozhin is masquerading as a coup to put the blame on Gerasimov and Shoigu for losing the war against Ukraine. Prigozhin can always be scapegoated if he fails like he had in the past. I won't say I'm necessarily in complete agreement with this, but it's a good thought to have perhaps on board, right? Because as of yesterday morning, so this was an hour and a half and a day ago. what he said, apologies for that. What this basically said is what I was phrasing yesterday as, this has the hallmarks of more of a mutiny than a coup, because it's like a ship's crew rebelling at the captain, not the ship's crew rebelling against the king, right? If you imagine like a Royal Navy ship sometime in the 17th century, this would be the crew isn't saying down with the king. The crew is saying, well, we don't like this captain no more. The captain here being, of course, the chief of staff and the minister of defense. So that makes sense. I like the outcomes of this, right? Putting the blame on those guys for losing the war. Maybe I would have phrased it differently, especially at the time. A day, I would have put it more in terms of giving them a way out by saying, the strife is too great, but then they put down the internal strife, so that clearly wasn't the issue that much. So what else can we say on all of this? It's all a mess, and it's all confusing, and it's confusing because it's not really meant to make sense, right? And it was a bit of a showdown between Putin's underling versus the people who formally should have quite a lot of power. I think maybe this is really aimed at thoroughly neutering. Okay, I have my new explanation what this was. Maybe it works. Imagine that you're Putin. You're afraid of the military having too much power, right? That's kind of an accepted fact. That's what he was always afraid of, the military having too much power. That's what he was always kind of afraid of, or something that he was always working against. Now, imagine hypothetically that you say, okay, we have this kind of a man with rising popularity off in the east of Ukraine, kind of close to where the fighting is. And then we have this ever building out military that's ever bigger and ever more powerful, right? Not necessarily more powerful in terms of tanks and such, but they're getting a little bit big for themselves, the Shoigu, Gerasimov. They're getting a little bit too much exposure. Now, imagine if the response to that is Putin saying, well, but what if I kind of take them both down at the same time, right? What if they take each other down? Maybe then this is less of a problem for me going forward. Maybe it was that. That's perfectly plausible. Let them fight it out. I will, stop the one who's obviously weaker in his tracks quite easily. That's what he did with Prigozhin eventually. And Shoigu and Gerasimov got emasculated by the absolutely abysmal performance by MOD forces in the process, right? And now they get to be blamed for 13 dead pilots and 13 dead aircrew, I guess. I don't think they were pilots on the command post, right? They would have been like EW officers and whatnot. But still, they get to be blamed for that. And there's now fewer armies that can be a problem for Putin, who would stand up to him and say, no, you didn't win the war in Ukraine, you lost the war in Ukraine, and we shall take you down for it. Now there's a lot less chance of that, and I think that's possibly a good thing. So maybe he really did come out on top, but he only came out on top in his weakness being not exposed domestically. He came down much lower on the international stage. There we go. I will leave it at that. Maybe that works as an explanation. And Mockers, take it away.
I've just got to quickly interject to confirm The Chechens have finally arrived. Yes, that's right, Doman. They've arrived in Kolomna, Moscow region. They're showing themselves protecting a bridge with fabulous background music playing. Just perfect, on point for these particular guys, I thought.
Well, you see, mockers, they just can't perform at their best when all they have is 3G.
Very true, but yeah, it was good of them to arrive now, wasn't it? Now everything's finished to go and stand manfully on a bridge and look all tough and stuff. Apologies, it cracked me up something awful. Just the fact that, hey, we're here, guys. Don't fear. We're here the day after everything happened. Well done, us. Carl, go ahead.
Hey, as a side to your thing, I think it's probably just the Chechens had those new Chinese MRAPs, and they probably had to repair them 3 or 4 times on the way there. So that takes time. But the thing I was talking about was going back to what Doman was saying, and that kind of scenario I've been thinking about a bit, but it really feels like Putin comes out a lot worse from this whole situation. So I really can't imagine it being that unless it just kind of it just played out wrong for him. Like the only reason I could really imagine it being a move of Putin's would be if there was a bigger risk to him under the surface that we don't know about. Yeah, that he was trying to kind of neutralize or misdirect or something. Yeah, to me that's the only thing that could kind of make sense, because I really do think domestically and internationally, the outcome of this is not good for Putin.
Well, I mean, domestically it might be, right? Let's look at the broader scenario. Then let's zoom out and go back in time to last year, not just yesterday. What did we see happening throughout last year? How many private armies were set up? Right? Obviously, Kadyrov had his own already. That's fine. Shoigu had his own in Tuva. That's okay. And then there were people like Wagner, like Redut, that were mostly acting, outside of well outside of Russia, most Africa, Syria, somewhat in Ukraine as well, already before 2022, but less so, right?
Yep.
And then throughout last year, we had all of these private armies form, and some were kind of like a private-public partnership or a public-public partnership. With these oblast governors setting up their own armies, sending them to Ukraine, of course, and Gazprom setting up its own, and Aksionov, the Gauleiter of Crimea, setting up his own. Now, there were a lot of these setting up, and you look at it and you think, well, this has two roles, right? There's the short term. Let's show ourselves as good to the glorious leader by supplying armies to Ukraine, to this colonial war, to this war of imperial re-expansion, reconquest. But also there was the long-term option, right? There was the long-term component of it, which was, at the end of the day, all these private armies were people and companies and whatever preparing themselves for a civil war later on. Because do you know what the worst thing is? If you're a powerful person before the civil war and civil war breaks out, a multi-sided civil war, the worst position to be in is to not have your own army yet, because then you are somebody else's vassal bankroller. But that's the best thing you can be, right? So in a way, I would say there was already a recognition of this, of being a bit of a problem, certainly being a bit of a problem for the MOD. That's why a few weeks ago they said, hey, everyone, come pledge allegiance. Right? Everyone, you now fall under the MOD, whether you kind of did before or kind of didn't before. Everyone come this way. And I think that this was so this shows kind of a level of awareness by the MOD that Prigozhin might be trying something, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't have done that. Because otherwise they wouldn't have bothered with something like that. Because if they're all in Ukraine, it doesn't really matter, right? But think of it from Putin's perspective. Now, all of the participants in a possible civil war are kind of out and weakened, which means that he's the least threatened. When you're at the top of the pyramid, the only way is down. In other places, there's up and down, but for him, there's no more up, right? So what he needs to do is to push everybody else down to limit the ability of anybody else to get up. Hope that was understandable.
Yeah, that was good, and I actually hadn't been aware of how many uh, private armies there were aside from Wagner. But I'll let
Gazprom had two.
Yeah.
Potok and Fakel. So that wasn't a bad word. That's a torch. If Klaus knows, right, Klaus? What's a Fakel?
Fackel is a torch. Yes, that's correct.
See, there we go. It's because Klaus speaks Russian. That's not why. That's because Russians took German and Dutch and Scandinavian names for all sorts of things because they didn't have their own. They didn't invent. Instead of inventing a word, they just took someone from wherever it came from because they didn't make stuff. So it was all got imported. And the Swedish trader, this is a fackel. There you go. There's a box of fackels here, and that's how they adopted the word. Yeah, Klaus, carry on.
Thank you. The Chechens and I seem to have one thing in common, and that's I'm very late at reaching conclusions, and often after I've read other people's minds. But yesterday we saw the biggest country on earth without clear leadership, and that is worrying in one way. But for Ukraine, it would be a good sign because it shows a country that is highly disorganized when it comes to going after the core leadership. So that is somehow a good thing. I don't think that yesterday's events were orchestrated in some way. It's kind of difficult to figure out what Prigozhin actually wanted out of this. I think his what Prigozhin lacks is this impulse control. When he thinks of something, he usually goes ahead and see where it ends. And I think that's what happened yesterday. The reason I don't think it's orchestrated is because we saw some helicopters were shot down, and that can easily spiral out of control. So. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, again, I'll say, I think orchestrated is going a bit too far. Definitely, I agree with that. What I will say is that a theater explanation works also if it's an improv show, right? So if the starting conditions are set up in a theatrical fashion and the end is set up in a theatrical fashion, what happens in between doesn't really matter. And what happens in between can just be improvisation, right? And that can spiral a little bit out of control sometimes, right, Klaus?
Yeah, if Putin had looked at the Prigozhin the past year and thought of a way to sort of out him, he could have gotten the different security services to sort of confirm that they are in allegiance to Putin, and when he does have enough security forces and different armies behind him, he could have sort of let this train roll and sort of be somewhat confident that he would rein this in again. One thing I did miss was Putin riding on a horse only wearing pants, but that was maybe a bit too much to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. And on the point of you and Chechens, so I'm guessing you both arrive a little bit later to various things, right? But should I also surmise that the proclivity for ungulates is, however, very different?
I think I'm pretty confident in staying here. I wouldn't go out on endeavors in other countries. I'm way too I'm way too scary for doing sorts of adventures outside my usual domain.
Yeah, but see, Klaus, much like Putin in the hierarchy, you are already at the top of the pyramid. You have nowhere better to go, right? So that's where you're stuck there. Brian, what up? You went the wrong way. You were already unmuted and then you muted yourself.
Sorry, Doman. Thank you. I appreciate you having me on, and thanks to all the hosts. Yeah, it is. It's pretty clear that Prigozhin, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, definitely has the upper hand, and how Moscow could ever, succeed without this guy. I'm not going to call him a gentleman. He's certainly not a gentleman. 1,000% for Ukraine, for anyone who's wondering. And I would love to see both of these entities crushed. But, Putin cannot survive without this, without Wagner. It just simply can't. It's the most effective military group under the auspices of Moscow. And they're, you know, people will say, well, they have a lot of felons that they've released from prisons and everything else. But, these guys are on the front lines risking everything they've got. And it's this weekend has been really just such a crazy thing to watch. Um, I was on a space for, I don't know, 15 hours, 14 hours, wondering what's going on here. And it seems like Prigozhin just played Moscow like a fiddle, like the first violin in the orchestra. Went, so far as to say, hey, if we want to march on Moscow, while all your troops are deployed in Ukraine, we will do that. And if you want to delay ammunition to me, do so at your own risk. So it seems at this point that he has played this very well. Who knows how it's going to play out down the road? Putin is Putin and the Kremlin and their special agents can act in mysterious ways, and Prigozhin might not last 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But just a very fascinating weekend, and obviously hoping that NATO and everyone else continues their influx of weapons, ammunition to Ukraine, and that this comes to an end in favor of Ukraine. And thanks for everyone hosting.
Thank you, Brian. I'll pick on a couple of points that you raised. So specifically, Prigozhin winning against Moscow, and then I agree with the conclusion. The only way to resolve this properly is to get Ukraine, armed to the teeth and destroying the Russians in the field. This is literally the only sensible thing that can be done with any of this. Now, with the rest of it, right? Is this a loss for Moscow? Depends on what Moscow is, because is it the loss for the MOD? Yeah, for sure. Is it the loss for Shoigu Gerasimov? Definitely. Is it, however, a loss for Sorry, just had a butterfly fly out. It's very, very confusing. Is it, however, a loss for Putin? Perhaps, but probably not. Because, again, if you're at the top of the pyramid, what you want to make sure is that nobody comes up knocking, right? And just everybody in the process of this got knocked down. Now, on the one hand, you did say Wagner is the most effective military force, so Putin needs them. I get what you mean by that, because really what you mean by that is Wagner is the most effective military force at fighting in Ukraine, and therefore Putin needs them to win in Ukraine. I agree with that, possibly, kind of. I don't agree with that for two reasons, in a way, right? One is the Ukrainian part of it, which is Ukraine's going to win anyway, right? So Wagner there or not. The other one is, yes, Putin might need them to win in Ukraine, but does Putin need to win in Ukraine? And I keep saying that no, probably not. And this probably solidified that additionally. Look at what just happened. We went from a state, and this is what I was talking to Caro about, right? We went from a state where you had the quasi PMCs of Kadyrov and Shoigu, right? And then you had the actual, let's say, GRU1 in Wagner and the SVR1 in Redut, right? You had those those personal ones. So you had the ones following Kadyrov, following Shoigu in Chechnya and Tuva, and then you had the PMCs that were intelligence agency based, or coming out of intelligence agencies like Wagner, like Redut, right? So you had those two. Then you had the ideologues. Those would be, for example, the Rusic battalion, right? And then you had a bunch of other ones at various levels, various total and complete, ridiculous, ideologically bent genociders, imperialists, etc. Not going to run through all of these. Then you had like some people who looked kind of like them, but not quite. Various like Bars battalions and various quote Cossacks of Russia, right? Various quasi Cossack groupings, or ones calling themselves Cossacks. So you had all of those. Then you also had some regional ones that were kind of like a public partnership, right? From the Tatarstan, from Bashkortostan. Also, Aksionov's army in Crimea is kind of like that, but also kind of more like Kadyrov Shoigu version, right? So Aksionov is the highlighted the head of the occupation authority in Crimea. So you had all of those. You also had and those, for example, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan battalions. They were subservient to the state, but they were also very much based around the region and based on the oblast and the oblast governor, right? I had all of those, and you also had private companies setting up their own military detachments, like Gazprom, like with Patok and Fakir, right? So, as a combination of all of those, how many private armies have we listed here? We've listed what, 10, 12, 15 possible belligerents in any civil war going forward. Brian, look at the Wikipedia page for the Russian Civil War, and I don't like calling it the Russian Civil War because A, there will be a new one, so it won't be much longer, and B, it wasn't one war; it was a bunch of wars running concurrently on the remnants of what used to be the Russian Empire just a few years prior. And look at how many different branches and alliances were being set up and changed, and how many different actors there were, how many different people ran their own armies of different types, either state-based or not. So the same kind of goes here. But what happened 3 weeks ago? We went from all of these various different things to just having MOD, to which everybody else swore allegiance to, right? And Wagner. And Wagner was meant to swear allegiance to the MOD, but the MOD didn't let it because that wasn't the point. The point was to have everybody else isolate Wagner and everybody else get in line behind the MOD. And then what happened yesterday? there was an attempt, and it was stopped, but it was stopped before the MOD lost. So that brings everyone else down with them, except for Wagner. But Wagner has been somewhat unitized at the same time, right? Because Prigozhin's now off to Belarus to, I don't know, farm potatoes or whatever he's going to be doing there, right? So everybody else has been put down. Everybody who could be running some sort of a actual coup, so anybody who could be running any sort of an army, anybody who could be running any sort of an anything, everybody's down a peg or two or three or five because of what happened yesterday. The only person who's still very much in his position domestically, now his international standing might have dropped, Putin, but domestically, Putin's the only one who stayed in the same position. So I don't agree. This is what I'm now going to conclude with, Brian. Right? I don't agree that Putin's worse off here, because domestically, if anything, he's more secure. Anything else goes wrong, he has a bunch of people who are already messing up massively to blame. They get all the blame, and he gets to stay because nobody seems to have anything like the power to try to take over from him in any way. Does that kind of maybe? I'm not saying this is necessarily true. I'm just developing a thought here, right? So, do you reckon that this is possible, Brian, or what do you think to all of this?
Well, I was going to let Klaus jump in, but I'll chime in real quickly. I understand everything, that you just put forth, but Prigozhin, and I'm so sorry for butchering his name. He is a butcher, so
it's okay. He doesn't
yeah,
deserve
he can
it.
go fuck himself. So, who is the next entity behind him that can challenge the Kremlin? It's probably the general population of Russia. There's no entity that is going to rise up, against Putin, the Kremlin, Lukashev, the quote unquote brain trust that has thrown forth this genocide against Kiev, and Ukraine. And I don't fully understand the agreement that was made and why, he may be sequestered to somewhere else. But this is a complicated situation. We just watched a semi coup slash mutiny, however you want to describe it, that happened in like 48 hours. Quite remarkable. But I can understand, and again, I'm 1,000% pro Ukraine. I can understand why the Wagner Group is sick and tired of the same old leadership. It's really not leadership, it's false leadership, let's face it, from the Kremlin. A bunch of oligarchs that are sending the working class to their death. They're sick and tired of it. It doesn't matter how much money that Prigozhin and his men make domestically. Again, they're fighting in Africa, they were fighting in Syria, they're fighting all over the world, but they are sick and tired of being cannon fodder in their own land. And this was a military leader saying, "Hey, you know what? You guys can push your paper and sit in your palaces all day long. I'm going to march on you and show you what kind of power we have. And if you don't make change at the top, we will effectuate change through power." It's just kind of a striking thing to see. Um, I'm hoping that Zelensky and Ukraine can take advantage of this somehow, but it just an astonishing 48 hours overall.
Thank you, Brian. Right, let's go on to Klaus, then to Jens, Daniel, and then we'll see where we're going from there. Klaus.
Thank you. Wagner was originally used by Putin to wreak havoc in various African countries and to extract values from mines, etc. And later he was very useful when the Russian army wasn't able to fight very effectively in Ukraine, and then and the strange part is that Prigozhin doesn't look like he have any political ambitions. He more looks like a strongman that wants to sit back and tell any political appointee what to do, and then they'll execute it. So, but when he became when Prigozhin became a power that Putin had to pay attention to, yesterday Matthias said that we shouldn't look at Putin as this master strategist, and I agree with Matthias that Putin isn't this mastermind that we sometimes make him be. He is a lot better at doing damage control, and that is what we were witnessing yesterday. That he is very good at being ruthless and sort of try to sit on top when everything else settles. And the important part when you have all these different armed groups is the cash flow. You need to pay these guys, and Putin do have a lot of money, so I think that he will be able to bribe his way out if anything goes wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, probably will. No, that's the other bit. Absolutely. Jens.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I was wondering if this was a real attempt or just a feint to apply pressure. If he just Prigozhin meant just to go to Roston and done, or he meant to go further. But it seems to me that whether it was real or not, it seems to me that Moscow flinched, and you had jets leaving Russia, and I'm wondering if if Russia civil society, Russia, the military, if they saw this flinch. But it's difficult for me to understand what happened. But it just seemed to me that this was not a sign of a strong nation.
No, definitely not a strong nation. No, it's the sort of thing that simply goes and protects the one person to stay in power, and to continue that, and the people actually immediately around them, like Patrushev, right? And basically everybody else's abilities were sacrificed in the process of this. Everybody else gets to be 1 to 5 pegs down, which is great. Yeah, Daniel.
I listen at least two people calling about civil society, citizen. I think everybody drank a lot of Kool-Aid in this morning. Russian civil society. I am very based on, the implication in politics of Romanians, of Germans. And I ask maybe too much from too many people. But let's be sure, if you talk about civil society in Russia, I think you lost past 1.5 year movie. I think you need to understand, even if it's exaggerated, Ukrainians have a point when they say they're acting very bad. They say slaves. Please stop projecting your Danish, American, German society a country where, you know, Prigozhin is cherished because he gives them a resemblance of order, yeah, for a few hours until everybody's disappointed of them. But I have a strong feeling everybody missed the point here. I hear Wagner will go in Belarus. Where, how, and what transport they will use to go there. Asking nice Mr. Zelensky to allow them to cross Ukraine. Crossing via Azov Sea or Crimea. How? At this moment, I'll project a bit. And I will say, Donetsk People Republic, Lugansk People Republic look like House of War, and the limits of Russian Federation like House of Peace. I know if our Egyptian friend M will come, will slap my ass for playing with these terms, but we are somewhere there, very close. The result of all this funny thing happened yesterday is no more projection about how rich Putin is, how influence he has, how powerful. There's no power there. It's eroded like a tree which is no more alive but still standing. And you don't need a storm. You don't need anything. At one moment they'll crack and crash. And I would say, like an atheist, for the name of God, stop projecting civil unrest, people rising against the regime. Look how they acted. How they acted in Rostov or Voronezh. How they acted in general. How they acted in Belgorod. How they acted every time. The difference is Northern Caucasian, Abkhaz, Chechens, Dagestani, Ingushi, and Urals, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan. There are different motivations. People who identify themselves with urbanite, cosmopolitan Russians, they just panic like a herd of goose, buying tickets for $55,000 to God named Yerevan, probably one of the only choices they had. At this moment, countries like Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia are dangerous for Russia if they go in a conflict. They don't assert order and loyalty close to Moscow, like Kursk. What will happen in Tuva? What will happen in Vladivostok? Vladivostok, which, let's not forget, already has Chinese customs where we are. Maybe people need to be less afraid, less influenced by anything which have some sprayed bullets, some bombs, some missiles in that failed action, which was, I don't know, a mix of coup d'etat, gangster wars, political conflict, hedging the bets for who will lead Russia, who will be the next president, who will be the successor. And again, where is the Russian army in this equation? Where are the guys who are now in Ukraine? Who are still defeated? Yesterday, today, still defeated on the front. still losing people, still isolated in an information bubble, without food, without water. And Ukrainians just keep going on their pursuit to destroy them and succeed them. I hope most of the Westerners take it seriously and understand we don't need to be scared of Moscow regime. We don't have any deterrence to talk about. Nothing matters there. There no negotiation, no projection of our expectations, and we don't control them, and they will fail. And the civil war is something we cannot even imagine is something can be stopped there. Degradation will be continuous, and there is no close horizon in this process will stop. The centrifugal force inside Russia is uncontrollable. Nobody can control, not even Russians. And by the way, what we saw in Russia can happen in China also. We saw in Iran. What you see yesterday will happen in China every time. If it's something similar, they will crumble similar, just more spectacular because there will be more actors involved. And when people say these states are powerful, they are energetic, it's very good to have a strong leader. Look at this shit and imagine how weak they are, in fact.
All right. Thank you, Daniel, for your thoughts. And I will echo one important bit of it. Civil society doesn't exist. You know, people in Rostov are interested primarily for themselves. They had a bit of a little riot yesterday, and by Monday it will all be back to normal. Maybe by Tuesday. It's following whomever might hold power locally, monopoly on violence and so on. The rest isn't really meaningful. Yeah. Moving on. CCQ, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go a little bit, expand a little bit. I mean, you guys are in the trees, and I get the trees, and I love the trees. I'm sitting on a mountain in West Virginia right now, but like the forest, like for me right now, and I've had millions of different theories about what is going on in Russia, and we really don't know. It's very odd, but I guess my concentration right now is Ukraine. So, I don't know what he's doing in Belarus. I mean, he could have consolidated in the South and used the leverage against Putin. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he got paid money, but I think if he doesn't get it together, he's going to be dead soon. One way or the other, the guy who's running Bellasaurus, he might, he could turn the tables on him tomorrow. So I don't quite get the deal. It's very odd. Okay, so nobody knows. We can speculate, and that's okay to discuss options as long as we don't compete about like who's the smartest person in the room, which happened to me today. I was very disappointed. But I guess my focus is Ukraine. So while the chaos is happening, well, it's kind of subsided, but it's still pretty chaotic. Okay, and both of them lost in this deal, in my opinion. So,
sorry, who are the both?
Prigozhin and Putin, both of them lost. Really, both of them are weakened. Okay, so my concentration is what is Ukraine's path? Like, do they strike? Like, I mean, we know the offensive going on, but do they strike now while it's really weak? Or, and of course, they know more about that. I mean, he's got really good advisors. Or do they wait and see what happens? My concern, honestly, is that, Prigozhin's, put it all out there. It's corrupt. It's, it's a game. They're all sitting in their fat asses eating, caviar. Okay. So we know that. But my concern is I don't want them. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't want them to be able to consolidate again and strike again. This is my concern. So it's the timing and what the Ukrainians are going to do. And I mean, they're smarter than I am, but that's kind of my question. Like strike now. Now it would be nice if the West would pour all the weapons in right now. That would be opportune, but they're slow in the mark, and I'm one of those average Americans who is like just give them what they need. Are we gonna live the late 30s and 40s again? Give them what they need, but I'm just a peasant here. So that's kind of my focus. I mean, I don't know. Prigozhin, I mean, if he doesn't have any power to leverage, he's a dead man. But, they're both going to die. I personally think Putin is dying. He might live 5, 7 years. I don't know. But that's just it. So I'm just throwing all these ideas out. But I want to look at the big picture, I guess. And I'm really not anxious exactly, but anticipatory about how Ukraine is going to take this to their advantage, because it is an advantage. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll say a bunch of things to this. First of all, yesterday somebody had a really good thing that went a bit viral under all of this. Is it the coup? Is it a mutiny? What is this? That we're seeing stuff, and basically said, look, the U.S. is spending 5.6% of its existing defense budget, and Russia is falling apart. So this is like the cheapest way to get rid of a theoretical superpower rival ever. Surely all the Cold War warriors who aren't around to see it anymore are turning in their graves thinking, damn it, why can't I be around for that? I was prepping for like 30 years to do exactly this. Now somebody else is doing it so much more easily than we thought they would. So that's one thing. The other thing I'll say is we've not heard really anything from Ukrainians throughout this time, and we've not heard really any other news from the front either. Now, what makes and then after the so-called deal was done, and you mentioned the deal about Belarus. There's a chance he never goes to Belarus. There's a chance that this deal is all a chimera anyway. So who cares, right? It's all make believe as far as they're concerned. But Ukrainians have been keeping just tremendous OPSEC on everything. And pretty much all of the news that we've had from the front about anything was from Russian bloggers, right? And then yesterday, Russian bloggers went quiet because they didn't really know what was going on, and they had bigger kind of existential problems for themselves to go and resolve. So it could well be that Ukraine did a lot yesterday. We just don't know about it, and we'll know once they tell us that they've advanced to wherever, somewhere, and that'll be really good. Fingers crossed. Sadly, the whole nonsense in Russia wrapped up a little bit too quickly for a more thorough and proper exploitation to be done, I think, which is really a shame, but looks like that's a component of it there as well. The one last thing that I want to pick up on is I don't think that this was Prigozhin versus Putin. This was Prigozhin versus Shoigu and Gerasimov and the like. Putin was kind of to the side of it. He was he was the Roman emperor looking at gladiators having it out in the ring, and then the VKS was a bit sacrificed in it all, but not that much compared to normal Russian standards. Of course, they're quite unhappy with 13 of their mates being dead now because Wagner took them out of the sky. The rest of it was kind of make believe anyway. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that extensive. So it wasn't really against Putin ever. It was against the other lower guys. So I think that you're right, though, that Putin is in absolute terms definitely weaker now than he was before. However, in relative terms within the country, he's less weak, or he's stronger, simply because everybody else who might actually have some sort of a capacity to take him down in an organized fashion has been weakened, right? Wagner is weaker, is no longer the same force that people might have believed in. All the other private armies got subsumed into the Ministry of Defense in the recent weeks. Ministry of Defense is a lot weaker, therefore all those other private armies are as well. Everybody else is standing domestically dropped a lot more than Putin's. So in a way, you can look at this as, whatever happens to the Russian conquest of Ukraine now, Russian imperial re-expansion in Ukraine now, Putin's probably thinks of himself as a little bit less vulnerable now to domestic pressures, because domestic pressures don't come from civil society; they come from other people with money and guns, and everybody else who might be wanting to take over, blame him, whatever, has been weakened. And from Putin's perspective, that's probably a good thing. So it's probably kind of a win. Will Prigozhin survive for very long? Who knows? Will he ever go to Belarus? Who knows? It's all up in the sky, isn't it, Mockers? Up in the air, rather, not up in the sky.
Well, did you see what I'd just passed to you? Some information that it looks like a scapegoat's been found for those aircraft that fell out of the sky yesterday in Russia.
Wow.
Yeah. So nothing to do with Prigozhin at all. No, it was simply a foolish air defense officer in the unit who shot down any aircraft that took off out of panic, fear. So apparently Prigozhin has stated that that's what happened. He had, a trigger-happy air defense officer, nothing to do with him, of course.
Air defense is part of Air Force, right?
Yes. They shut down themselves, basically. So a fighter bomber doesn't have an update yet. I will be monitoring this because I think that's the one person who's really pissed at everything. They have a poll as well, and they have a poll on Fighter Bomber channel saying, what happened here, and the largest. There's lots of options. There's 6 options. The largest of the 6 is someone messed up. The smallest, the least of them are that there was some sort of an agreement, some sort of a deal made, or that this was like an honest march of anti-corruption. 18% say I don't understand. Those are the honest 18%. 18% say I don't understand. 38% say somebody messed something up. Those are the 2 most popular of the lot. Anyway, moving on. Jens.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not expecting a horde of Russians with invisible signs marching in the streets. But it just seems to me that Russia flinched yesterday, and if I look at the dam, and there may be a rushed sabotage of that, it seems like they maybe also flinched that. And now if they just killed the Air Force, and now they're blaming the Air Force, it just doesn't seem like strength to me.
Yes, but by whom, right? Because remember, there isn't just 2 actors. There's more than 2 actors at all times. So I think that we need to get away from these assumptions of, every fight is between 2 sides. No, indeed, most wars were between many, many more than 2 sides. They might have ended up picking 2 sides, but there were less than fully aligned motivations between allies at most times, right? And this definitely goes for Russian internal disputes. The motivations are thoroughly not aligned. That's worthwhile remembering here. Sacrificing, a few VKS pilots, whatever. Putin doesn't care about that in the long run. Also, the Air Force alone is the least problematic one when it comes to actually threatening his power, right? Because you can't put a fighter jet into a presidential palace, right? Fun times. Abdallah, how are you?
Hey, Doman, Marcus, I'm doing well. Thanks, Doman. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you really quick, couple of things. First, when it comes to Kadyrov and his fortunes,
Where do you think that's going? Has he been strengthened, or is Putin gonna also look? I know it's highly unlikely that that Kadyrov can pull off something like Prigozhin to take over the country. That will probably never be tolerated. But yeah, his fortunes, and also about Gerasimov and Shoigu. What's the likelihood that actually the rumors that he may actually get rid of them? Because if he does, that means that that Prigozhin got his what he was seeking in the first place, and that might not look good. It would have been much better if Putin got rid of them way earlier in the special military operation. Yeah, just wanted to get your opinion on those two things. Thank you.
So as to the latter first, yeah, but if he got rid of them earlier, then somebody else would have to take the role of scapegoats, right? Somebody else would have to take the role of being blamed for everything in the end. So what's the point of that? At least now, they have been really taken down several levels, and they can be the ones held responsible for whatever is going on or whatever happens. So that's good. Beyond that, they are definitely a whole lot, decidedly weakened Shoigu and Gerasimov, because they have shown themselves as being completely indecisive, rather inept, as everything was happening, and without direct orders from above, they weren't going to do anything. As to Kadyrov, Kadyrov isn't stronger or weaker, but he's safer, because Putin is safer. So Kadyrov depends on Putin for existence. Otherwise, Kadyrov collapses, right? He needs the money from outside. He needs the support from outside. So Kadyrov is entirely dependent on Putin. So with Putin being safe, and he's kind of independent of everybody else as a corollary, I guess. So with Putin being safer in his saddle than he was before from internal threats, which are the only threats, because nobody's going to go invade Russia, right? Because nobody's dumb enough to do that again. So he's safer from internal threats. Therefore, Kadyrov is safer for longer as well, because now it looks like as long as Putin's around, Kadyrov is going to stay around. So that's my two answers for it.
Yeah, that makes sense really when it comes to, because I know there were rumors earlier on that Kadyrov might be working with Prigozhin, but yeah, no, I totally agree with your take on that. Yeah, I don't see Kadyrov ever. His fortunes are intertwined with Putin. Ever since he came to power. Yeah. Thanks, Doman.
Thanks of that, Daniel.
Did you read my last message I sent to you?
Okay, I'm still on the third from last.
Lovely.
Wait, what's the last one?
Lovely.
Okay, I will read it out loud so everybody. I will read it out loud, Daniel, so everybody knows what it is. While you rejoice and think that everything is as strange as possible, and that this is a legendary multi-move, fly in the ointment to you. Okay, this is an older translation, isn't it? Release military authorities, the guys who obeyed the order of the higher authorities of the Southern Military District to lay down their arms when Wagner was taken to headquarters. The guys at the headquarters of the Southern Military District were told to lay down arms by some colonels. Now, some of these guys have been detained and accused of treason, although they followed the order, but they were ready to defend. In other words, right, they are... somebody needs to pay for it. It's going to be some lance corporals in the Southern Military District who are going to get blamed for everything, and everybody else gets away more or less scot-free in this performance.
Oh, there is more. I don't think it will be just sergeant corporals and junior lieutenants. I think some majors maybe will pay with their heads.
Yeah, sure.
And this will happen not just in Southern Military District, it will happen in Western Military District, it will happen everywhere. And the fire squads will be busy.
What does that mean, Daniel? It says it means what I've been saying this whole time, right? The army is weakened, the MOD is weakened as a consequence of this. And therefore everybody below them as well, especially everyone who just swear allegiance to them.
Yeah, but I think this will push the army in a direction which Putin cannot control, and not Putin. Anyone from regime. I mean, anyone who had some trust they can control. I think this will become more uncontrollable. Also, I send you another message. Rostov-on-Don airport is still controlled by Wagner. You know?
Now I know that an hour ago you weren't listening to me because I said that an hour ago.
Yes, mate. Yes, because usually Sunday I act in my home making domestic work. But really,
I know.
this thing,
Fighter bombers said that both Milerovo as well as Rostov airports are still under Wagner control.
excellent. In Voronezh, I believe they still keep something there also. And let's jump a bit in the operation of yesterday because were road damaged, were supply of oil damaged, probably at this moment every high level staff in that area is at least under question about loyalty and how they will act in the future. Wagner and Stormzy cannot be trusted. You cannot give them order, go there and die, because very probably they will not do. Any fear about Kadyrovites? Ukrainians make fun of them, TikTok soldiers from March 2022. We can close all the subject how dangerous Ahmad troops are. Rosguardia is totally ineffective to control any movement inside Russia. So it's very easy to put 40 guys in armor beating some girls of 16, 18, but they have no chance if some warlords start to going there. And I think we need to find the perfect description for the idea of Russian warlord, because probably will become very Sudanese. Sorry, Sudanese people, we are the last who have this. We can call them Malian or Burkina Fasian or Central Republic, African Central Republic. What do you want? Chad?
They might be the real winners of all of this. Who knows? Depending on what Wagner ends up with, or they will, reassume their former role further away from sight and mind, which is probably the likely one. Linda.
Hi. Apologies if you guys have talked about this before. Bad me if that's the case, but something's been nagging at me all day. And that is if this guy, this chef, I can't pronounce his name. I can't keep his name straight, but assuming that he does indeed end up in Belarus, I'm concerned about what implications there might be with regard to Ukraine. I can't, regardless of the whatever machinations and reason, rationale, etc., might have happened that resulted in this deal. I can't see him landing in Belarus and being satisfied with, spending his days fishing, making birdhouses in the basement, or whatever, right? Or standing up some hot dog stands somewhere, right?
I'm sorry, Linda. You're missing the point completely. Belarus is famous for root vegetables.
Oh,
and he's a chef.
So he'd be growing rutabagas.
Cooking, obviously, but potatoes 101 ways.
Okay, he could do that. Would that, is that in keeping with his persona? And my suspicion is not. And if my suspicion is correct, then what would he be doing? And whatever he might be doing, my suspicion is that it might not be particularly good news for you with regard to Ukraine, or even the independence of Belarus, or perhaps even the
the health life of Lukashenko. So yeah, I see the potential for him honing again his military skills, whatever. And I see risk of Belarus engaging in warlike activities from the north, coming from the north of Ukraine, being driven by other powers, whatever they may be, whether it's from the Kremlin or whether it's from oligarchs, where they might have flown to, manipulating the Kremlin and or the shelf. What do you guys think about that? Because I see, danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah, let's
Perhaps.
explore some scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Let's explore some scenarios. Let's first state an assumption that Prigozhin is going to go to Belarus. The potato comment was a joke, obviously, right? It's not just
Yeah.
potatoes; it's also carrots, Swedes, all manner of things. So let's assume for a second that he does end up going to Belarus for at least a while, because there's a chance he doesn't, right? Who knows? It could be a pretend agreement, whatever. What are the options if he goes to Belarus? Now, the easiest thing for him to do is he hangs out in Belarus. He runs Wagner operations, which are now recentered, for example, on Africa and Syria from a new office in downtown Minsk. And just kind of chills and does that. Kind of takes a little bit of a step back, but focuses on Wagner's previous bread and butter, murder and looting, whatever way you want to put that, right? So that's the easiest option for everyone to achieve, and maybe everyone's quite happy with that. The other one is he sets up quite wide scale recruiting within Belarus, right? And maybe tries to make a push south from and tries to maybe make a push south from Belarus on Putin's behalf with a new Wagner group, right? Maybe with a bunch of people that he had in Ukraine thus far, maybe not. That's possible. The thing is, it's kind of suicidal to try to do something like that. Ukrainians are so much better prepared for anything coming from the north at this point than they were a year ago, and now they have HIMARS basically, right? So you try to bring a column in from the north, they are getting destroyed from 50 miles, like nothing happened. So that's kind of a difficulty there. Could he try to get enough people in on Putin's behalf, enough of his fighters in to kind of take over the military and have the Belarusian military also go in? Maybe, but probably not. The Belarusian army really doesn't want to go fight. I mean, come on, we've been through this by now, right? They really, 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 really don't. So that makes sense. That makes sense to me as well. They're really not interested in anything. They're really not interested in anything like that. Otherwise, they would have by now, right? We are now 1 year and 4 months in, and the Belarusian army thus far has stayed very put and nothing else. So that's not really a thing. And one other theory that I heard is Lukashenko's successor will now be Prigozhin, which is a very amusing one. But I mean, it's not going to happen, is it? I mean, it could. It I guess could, but probably not. So those are the options. I think the most likely option is he just runs his operations on other continents from Belarus for a bit. If he goes to Belarus, it's a pretty good solution for him. He cemented presumably enough standing to not be under too much threat. He's in he's in a province, but kind of a central province now of the Russian Empire, and maybe his presence there kind of makes a rebellion against Lukashenko less likely, and maybe that's the part of the solution here. The Russian army leaves Belarus. There's quite a bit of Russian army still in Belarus. They get replaced by Wagnerites, and they're running operations in Africa from there. But on the drop of a hat, all of them can return back and kind of pacify Belarus without the Russian army or Rosguardia, whom everybody kind of saw were kind of inept yesterday. And I think Belarusians saw that, and because of that thought, okay, now might be our chance. Apparently it wasn't, right? It was the whole charade went on for not quite long enough for something like that. So maybe that's the purpose of it. If he does go to Belarus, maybe the purpose of it is for him to now be responsible for keeping Belarus Lukashenko's while administering the other semi-imperial things that they do elsewhere. There we go. That's my answer, Linda.
That sounds plausible, actually. Yeah, I think there's so many things that can play out, but yeah, that sounds plausible. Yeah, thanks.
It's very plausible that he doesn't go to Belarus at all, right? That's the other one. It doesn't make sense because it's not meant to make sense. It's just meant to be done. Because there's not much reason that goes into all of this. Ioana, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Dom and Mockers. So, is it just me, or I don't know? I'm very surprised by the role played by Lukashenko in all this affair, because you are talking about Belarus. So, why is Lukashenko negotiating for Prigozhin? This is kind of strange. I understand they are friends, but anyway, Putin letting Lukashenko negotiate for him, it's just two explanations. Either he's very sick or something and he's not able to negotiate, or the hubris, I'm not negotiating with a traitor that stabbed me in the back. If somebody else can put some sense into his head, maybe I see what I can do. Anyway, Lukashenko negotiating, it's kind of strange, and I wanted your opinion on this.
I think he just served as a go-between. Maybe he didn't even serve as a go-between. He was just nominated as the go-between, right? Because what's Lukashenko? Lukashenko is to the side of the Russian hierarchy. He's not a part of the Russian hierarchy. He's kind of to the side of it. But he's also, from a technical perspective, he holds a lot of status. He might not hold a lot of power. He holds two things: very large carrots as he's passing them to Steven Seagal, and a lot of status. Because remember that Lukashenko is the chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the Union State. The Union State is an arrangement between Belarus and Russia that came into force a few decades ago, and because he's the senior. He has seniority by sheer number of years as president. He's senior to Putin technically within that arrangement. In practice, obviously, he's not, right? It's just a technicality. But he holds a lot of formal status, even if he doesn't hold a lot of power. So for him to go as a go-between, it's kind of like when a king's council or a lord gets to run an inquiry in the UK, right? Even if nobody's ever heard of them before, they hold a lot of formal status. So by virtue of that, they can be trusted to do this, and they have the authority to do this, even though nobody's ever heard of such and such Lord so and so or such and such King's Council. Sorry, I nearly said Queen's Council, but they're no longer around. They got renamed. As a consequence, right? So maybe it's that. I will again say this wasn't Prigozhin versus Putin. This was Prigozhin versus Shoigu Gerasimov. It wasn't Prigozhin versus Putin. Putin was just looking down on people who are all below him, having it out between themselves. And at some point he said, this has gone far enough. You will all stop. Lukashenko apparently arranged this, right? Because Lukashenko, as far as Putin's concerned, is also below Putin. So somebody else below them kind of broke up the fight. maybe someone intermediate, at an intermediate level, right, below Putin, but above all of these other people, kind of said that you've had enough. Stop it. You with me here. Eat some carrots. You guys, you're useless. Just don't even continue trying. You're gonna lose if you continue trying. I saved your behinds here. You obviously lost a lot in terms of power, but I saved you from total disruption, and you come with me. There's carrots, potatoes, all sorts of root vegetables here for you. So that's really the resolution. Again, this wasn't Prigozhin versus Putin, but it was stopped before it could become Prigozhin versus Putin in earnest. Yes, there were some statements made, but those statements don't really matter. They're very minor compared to anything else, and they weren't nearly as direct as they could have been if this were really Prigozhin versus Putin at any point. So I will again say, yes, Russia's standing in the world, in the international community, has declined. Putin's standing in the international community has certainly declined, because people look at this and think, what kind of a mess is this? Nothing makes sense, right? Even for people who understand the Soviet and post-Soviet Russian mentality, look at like Tokayev will look at this and say, well, what a mess is this? What is this? What kind of a circus is this, right? And so for everyone, the standing in the international community has declined, but Putin doesn't really care about the standing in the international community, because whatever the international community does, good or bad, doesn't really affect his potential to survive in power for longer, right? So as long as everybody else got relatively weaker with respect to Putin within Russia, that's a success as far as Putin's concerned, because that's all that he was ever in for. I don't know. Does that kind of make sense, Ivana? You tell me. You tell me what you think.
Yeah, it makes sense, but anyway, for me it was surprising. And I have some other question. I don't know, because there were a lot of videos and a lot of information yesterday. There were like 2 or 3 videos showing Prigozhin in a car preparing to go to Belarus, and apparently it was in the Rostov region. It was yesterday night, about, I don't know, maybe 10 p.m. here. So I'm wondering how come he was in Rostov and how he was supposed to fly to Belarus. It's all confusing. So, because he was supposed to be with the column, isn't it? With the Wagnerites advancing towards Moscow and then making like a turn and going who knows where. So
that's a great point. So what I didn't quite track is how long did it take? And we weren't getting a lot of information in very real time. I think that's the other bit, right? So while yes, the spearhead of the column might have been in Lipetsk, maybe Prigozhin was still back in Voronezh somewhere, and then it's only like a 3-hour drive, because the road was clearly clear in the other direction, right, to get to Rostov. And then maybe he was somewhere like halfway, and then he got back. That's also possible. Did he actually fly to Belarus? I didn't see that. Did he actually genuinely, after like 8 helicopters were shot down in a day, did he actually get into a helicopter and fly to Belarus?
no, we didn't see that. Just him supposedly in a car and heading towards an airport to fly to Belarus. That was the explanation of the video. Of course, it could have been anything else, and it could have been not in Rostov, but in Voronezh or other region. But I was just wondering, where was Prigozhin when the column advanced, and about the time frame of everything.
I don't know, and I don't think we will ever know. The other thing to note from yesterday is look at how sparse the information was. There were a lot of claims of stuff going on, but we saw very little when it comes to, beyond the aircraft being shot out of the sky and some roads being dug up. We saw very little tangible, especially outside of the city of Rostov, right? So that additionally supports the concept of this being somewhat more of a theatrical performance more than something else, because there wasn't much that was real about it, right? It was fairly limited. The roads were fairly clear. There wasn't a whole lot going on. Ministry of Defense didn't really do anything. Maybe that's why there was less activity outside of the VKS. But it was all kind of a mess, right? And maybe that's really all there was. And maybe that's why we know less and we don't know the details, because the details never really mattered, and maybe he wasn't really various places that he was alleged to be one.
Yeah, of course. We don't really know what happened, so indeed. And the last comment I wanted to make about it, I'm glad that they found, well, glad is a way of putting it, they found an explanation, for downing those aircrafts yesterday with a number of pilots of the Russian Federation, because the first statement of Prigozhin, when he said that he will turn away and just go back, was that no blood was spilled. So I'm wondering how that went for the people that knew that in fact there were some planes shut down, and I believe that also there were some shootings and some cars were hit. So some blood was spilled. Well, for the aircraft, you can say vaporized, but anyway. So yeah, they found an explanation from this. They found a person that went rogue, and all blame on him. So yeah, scapegoat.
Yeah, exactly. The only people who are really unhappy with it are the sort of the usual genocide cheerleaders, right? The ones who don't like the corruption in military or too much corruption in military and who want the military to run efficiently, and those who are connected with the VKS, right? So the fighter bomber people still haven't responded to the actual news here of the guy being blamed for shooting it down. And yesterday they were quite quick at that, and they said something along the lines of, "Aha, yes, we understand. The agreement was made. Everyone is fine, and everything is acceptable and for the best for Russia." And apparently, the blood of the Russian pilots and the crew of the command post, that's just not considered blood. Got it? Carved in stone. Um, they said carved into granite. Actually, they said so. Remembered forever. In other words, so those are the only people who are really put out by any of this. No one else particularly seems to be affected or care. And that again, that's a part of the theater. What's 13 dead aviators for Russia? Nothing. That's an acceptable price for a bit of for a bit of theater for Putin, right? 13 dead gladiators is an appropriate price to pay for the entertainment of a Roman emperor, especially if it achieves some other goals and secures his position longer. That's very little. So from that perspective, it seems very acceptable. Yeah, Klaus.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yona brought up what is Lucas' role as a mediator, and I think that even though a lot of my belief is that much of what happened yesterday wasn't orchestrated. The aftermath is probably a lot, very much orchestrated. But what I was thinking is the Chinese must look at this in sort of disdain. They have sort of they look at this and yeah, Russia has certainly leveled itself down as a pure deliver of raw materials for China. Because this is so far away from how China looks at how to run a nation, and that is it doesn't look pretty from looking from the Chinese side. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Daniel. Can you explain this? Because earlier you were saying this can happen in China anytime. I don't get it. I don't understand what you meant by that. But the how and in what context? Daniel, yes, no? Let's see. Okay, as an interjection, I'll read something that he sent me. This from the Baza Telegram channel. The Baza writes, more than 1,000 units of BMC Wagner equipment were moving towards Moscow through Voronezh. Among them, tanks, rocket launchers, trucks, and cars. According to Baza, the first convoy, with about 350 vehicles, crossed the border of Voronezh Oblast just after midnight on June 24. There were 9 tanks, 4 Tigers, they're like armored cars, MRAP, something like that, a Grad MLRS, a cannon, so a howitzer presumably, dozens of trucks and hundreds of cars in the column. It was this column that later demolished the barrier of freight and construction equipment at the 590th kilometer of the M4 highway. So the numbering goes out of Moscow, so that was wherever 590 kilometers from Moscow is. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, the second column drove into Voronezh Oblast, larger than that, about 375 vehicles. The column moved towards the city of Buturlinovka, where there's a military airfield of the Ministry of Defense, obviously. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the third convoy, numbering about 100 vehicles, drove into Voronezh with 3 tanks, 2 anti-aircraft guns, buses, trucks, and cars. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the fourth column with 212 vehicles crossed the border. So that's about 1,000 vehicles altogether, isn't it? That's it's quite a lot of vehicles that were crossing in and crossing over. Very interesting. But mostly, as you can see, very little heavy equipment, right? Mostly trucks, cars, buses. So not actually that much other stuff, which is kind of amusing. So what does that mean, right? That means that they never actually stood a chance if there was an organized MOD pushback. But that means that the order from above never ever came. Okay, I'll pro Daniel again later. Let's go to Abdallah.
Yeah, Doman. Yes, thank you. Yeah, the other thing that I was thinking about yesterday was that if he really wanted to cause chaos and anarchy and all that, and fear in the Russian capital, I didn't see anything. I didn't see any. What do you call any? What do you call? What's the word? Any operatives that were within, Wagnerites within the Russian capital that were informed to cause mayhem. That's the thing. Nothing happened in Moscow. So I was just wondering, because they were making this long march that would have probably prepared the Russian military to be prepared for them, to stop them. So I thought maybe, something that Prigozhin would have had some soldiers, some sleeping cells within Moscow that he will activate, but that didn't come to fruition. So the whole thing still really, it's a bit murky for me, yeah, but I bet it is for others as well.
Yeah, so let's remind ourselves again of this, right? The order never came. The order from Putin never came, because why would it? Because Putin clearly knew that he had a line to Prigozhin. Prigozhin wasn't after him. He was just there to embarrass Shoigu, right? So that's fine. That's why the MOD forces were presumably held back this whole time, which is fine. What else happened? Not much, right? There was no real panic in Moscow. A few oligarchs left because they're like, well, if anything happens, we don't want to be in the way. We don't want to be here. But others, normal people, it wasn't going to harm them anyway, is it? Because why would any such confrontation harm the normal folks of Moscow? There's no reason for that. Not much point. They just carry on. They're like, yeah, what happens. Moscow air defenses didn't need to be engaged. Clearly, Wagnerites didn't have anything much of air support with them, right? The one people who stood up to them were VKS. Yeah, I think that kind of answers itself. They dug up some roads to slow down the progress, so they had more time for Shoigu and Gerasimov to kind of tremble in their boots, seeing what's going to happen to them next. But that's about it. Any more thoughts, Abdallah?
Yes, I totally agree with you on that, to be honest, yeah. But I also wanted to ask you, what does this mean for Putin's adventure in Ukraine when it, now, it must be, I don't know, do you think Putin will become more Stalinesque in his approach, become more delusional and more fearful of his inner circle? Because the guy he literally, brought to power, his personal, what do you call it, a kidder that turned on him, stabbed him in the back. I wonder if he's looking in the back
Well,
tonight.
no, Abdallah, again, because Prigozhin didn't stab Putin in the back. Prigozhin didn't do anything to Putin at all. This wasn't a Prigozhin-Putin fight. This was entirely Prigozhin versus Shoigu Gerasimov. Putin was just there, observing, as his, number 17 and number 24 were going against his number 55. That's all that was happening. He was just he probably had quite a nice day. He made a bit of a statement, made a bit more of a show of it, but he wasn't very explicit in any of it. He was a bit explicit, but he could have been a lot more explicit. He could have named Prigozhin maybe in that and said, Prigozhin is the traitor who must die or something. He didn't say anything like that. So this is quite soft, really, as far as that's concerned.
Very, very soft, yeah. The thing is that really, the other thing that I was hoping for yesterday was another wild card guy, to come into the picture and just dethrone both of them. That's the other thing that I was looking for, just to become a three-way fight. But I didn't know who could that be. That's the thing. I had some thoughts about who, but
it was
yeah.
too sudden. It was too sudden for everybody else because nobody else was organized. And also remember, again, all the other private armies have been subsumed into the Ministry of Defense command chain. Everybody else, except for Kadyrov, basically, gave up their private armies. But Kadyrov is fine because Kadyrov is Putin's lackey anyway. So if he gives up his private army, he's not actually giving up his private army, is he? Because he's in with Putin anyway. So Kadyrovites are basically Putin's army, you can say, right? They're one of his armies. The FSO is the other one. They are the Praetorian Guard. They're actually in with him. The Kadyrovites do stuff. The FSO never do anything because they're only to be activated if something's actually needed, if somebody's actually going against Putin himself, right? So that's kind of the balance of power there. Yeah, very, very interesting in that respect. But again, I'll say, look, Putin comes out safer out of this. And you say, what happens now with respect to Ukraine? Well, if Russia is to lose in Ukraine, quite publicly, Putin now has more people to blame because they've been taken down several pegs in terms of power, and they don't have any recourse to that anymore. If you say, "Oh, has Putin become more Stalin-esque?" In a way, maybe yes, but he, I think, realized that just killing off his generals doesn't actually solve any problem. Having generals around that you can blame later is much better, and that's kind of Gerasimov's role here and Shoigu's, right? Their role now is basically saying, hey, you can go do stuff, whatever, but then you are to be blamed because you are now the one without power, because they have nothing to stand up against him with anymore, right? So that's the relevant bit here. If does he become more Stalin? I mean, in a way, maybe somehow. Does it really matter? No. If anything, it opens up options for him because now, nobody has a private army that can stand up to him. Nobody has the ability to say, hey, you failed us. You will now pay for it, you old man. No, because every private army has been very effectively neutered in the past month. And nobody's going to be doing anything like that, which is great for Putin because whatever happens, he doesn't get any consequences domestically. Now, internationally, there was something. There was clearly a breakdown, right, of respect. But who cares? Because it's not the world that's keeping him in power. It's himself that is keeping safe. Actually, Marcus, you just sent me something about some notes from Italy. Do you wanna tell us what the Italian foreign minister has said? Since it illustrates the point of the fall from grace in the international community. So this guy is from Berlusconi's party. He's now the most senior person, I think, pretty much in Berlusconi's party after Berlusconi's death.
Yep. So this is Antonio Tajani, maybe?
Tajani.
Tajani. I knew I wouldn't
So
say it that
it's
right.
funny because the Italian alphabet doesn't really have a J, but there are some words that have J's in them. Like, for example, some people might be familiar. I see lunchtime coming up, depending on what he's having today, but maybe Verdicchio di Castelli di Jesi, right? Jesi has a J in it, even though the Italian alphabet doesn't really use J's. But there are some, because Italian as a language only really exists for a very short time in widespread use. It's only in the last century that it's been really, that people have been standardized to use it. But before that, there was a lot of dialects, and some of them had J's. So wherever Tajani is from, clearly used to have a J or a Y. So, sorry, Marcus, carry on.
That's okay. I like to learn new things every day. So his statement is: the myth of the unity of Russia, of Putin's Russia, is over. He believes that the attempted coup by the Wagner PMC showed the weakness of Russia and the Russian government and can be helpful to Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine turned out to be a boomerang for Putin. The Russians could not win. They failed the blitzkrieg, and now they are paying for the problems and contradictions of the military apparatus, he said. He also expressed hope that after the coup attempt, Ukraine's offensive will be able to move even faster and Ukrainians will regain their independence. So yeah, it would seem that he's made an assessment based on what he's seen there, and he wasn't impressed either.
So yeah, right. And this just illustrates things a bit further, right? It does two things actually. First, after Berlusconi's death, clearly the Italian politics are even more consolidated than they were before. Now, Tajani is an old political operator. He was the president of the European Parliament for a while, if I remember correctly. Was the president of the leader of the European People's Party grouping, which is the largest or the centre-right grouping in the European Parliament. He was one of those, maybe both, I forget. But he knows what's up, and he was also part of Berlusconi's party for a really long time. And Berlusconi was, of course, one of Putin's best friends. So his assessment isn't coming from someone who was necessarily naturally, very strongly opposed to Putin. He is, but this wasn't necessarily going to be the case. Maybe 15, 20 years ago, he would have been quite happy with Putin, unlike many other people who were always very against, Putin, the strong Russia. So it's a nice note from him, and it just illustrates how little also Putin cares about standing in the international community. Because if he did, he wouldn't be being an imperialist and genocider. If he cared about that, he only cares about the domestic stuff, right?
Domin, yeah, just real quick, as of what the foreign minister said. That's in the clear definition of a coup d'état. Does this really actually fit the definition of what happened yesterday? Just wondering, because some journalists are calling it mutiny. Some people are calling it coup attempt. Just wanted to get your thinking on this.
Yeah, I'm on mutiny because it seems like it was against, the officers in charge, not the king, right? So imagine if this was a Royal Navy ship in the 17th century. This was like the crew of the ship led by the lieutenant going against the captain, but not going against the king. So that fits better. I mean, the way that it's interpreted matters, however, right? there's the reality, and then there's the perception and interpretation in the international community. And I think in this case, the one is definitely different than the other. Yeah, there we go. Lunchtime. How are you doing?
Morning, Domin. How are you doing? Well, it sounded like quite an interesting wine you were describing there with the sort of with Heisenberg's J, which may or may not exist in the Italian alphabet. So that sounds quite interesting. I'd love it if you sent me a note of that so I can try it next. I think I wanted to come up and just very briefly speak about international influence, which we were discussing. I missed the beginning of the discussion, but I woke up today to a tweet from, well, it wasn't from him. He was, Oz Chatterjee was retweeting this guy, Kalat M, and basically pointing out that, okay, so quite embarrassing yesterday for Putin, quite humiliating for Russia as a country, and its power structures and so on. And what does Putin like to do when he's humiliated? Well, kill civilians, of course. That's what he likes to do. But it's getting quite difficult in Ukraine to do that. So he seems to have picked on an opponent that knows how to fight in Ukraine. So that's getting hard. And what's more, unfortunately for him, there's a lot of international support and a lot of air defense and anti-missile stuff in Ukraine now. So what does he do? What to do if you're a brutal dictator who needs to kill some civilians to still continue to look the hard man after an attempted coup by some guy that looks like Mr. Potato Head? Well, what you do is you bomb Syria. That's what you do. And he's so like 40 plus casualties this morning in Syria, and it's something that is unrepresented on even though we quite correctly complain that the Ukrainian invasion is underrepresented in our media, Syria barely registers. So he can safely go and kill. Well, there's 40 casualties this morning. And then he can continue to play the strong leader because that's what it takes. Apparently, it takes the blood of civilians. So I just thought I'd highlight that. I'm also quite annoyed about it.
I did see that happening myself this morning, lunchtime, yes. And it is something that will probably go largely unreported. And yet it does seem to have some sort of, well, it definitely has some links to Russia, put it that way.
And who's doing the bombing in Syria, right? It's the VKS, it's the people who took the brunt of the punishment yesterday, as Prigozhin on one hand and the MOD on the other were having it out. The ones who really suffered were the VKS, right? Were the crewmen on those aircraft. So they kind of got a bone. They're like, no, we still like you. Look, go do your favorite thing.
I mean, it's just unconscionable, isn't it? And I think this sort of, because like under normal circumstances, if there was no invasion of Ukraine, and let's face it, there were several years where Russia did what it liked pretty much in Syria, right? It's as if the international response is, well, just, whatever, it's fine, just do what you want to do. I think this sort of stuff has to stop. It really does. If we learn something, and I'm not particularly hopeful that we will learn what we need to learn from this invasion, but if we'd learn anything, it's that authoritarian regimes like this cannot just go on for decades attacking civilians in countries that have nothing to do with them, really, or very little to do with them, simply so they can show that they are strong leaders, in quotes. And this it's just, it's appalling. It really is.
Yeah, and the reason why Putin likes Syria and likes to do these things in Syria is also to a great degree because he's kind of invited by the other dictator locally. And that's also why there's not much of a response from anyone else, because they're like, well, what can we really do? It's the other guy who brought them in, and he's really in charge, right? There's the big difference in Syria and Ukraine. In Ukraine, they had to invent someone who was being repressed or whatever, the story goes. And in Syria, they actually got invited to go murder civilians by the guy who was already in charge.
Well, yes, quite. And what a story they invented. The first ever Jewish neo-Nazi leader. Amazing. Like you couldn't, if you put that in a script, in a film script, people would kick it out for being completely ridiculous and implausible. But no, that's Russian propaganda.
That would be the
So yes,
indicator of how do you know this actually isn't true, and is just and is actually make believe, right?
right. So you're like, what? Who came up with this crap? Right. But Domin, I wasn't joking about that Italian wine with the mysterious J. I'd be very interested. Thanks.
Yeah, you'll have it in like 2-3 minutes. Let's go in the meantime to Kalle.
Hello. Yeah, good. Thank you. Lunchtime. We should always remember the tragedy in Syria that we easily, I think, it's been forgotten in large part by the world. But the going back to Prigozhin, I just yesterday I was talking with my friends about it, and I have to say that I think the strange agreement that they came with. I think Prigozhin thought he would get support from the Russian military or Rosguardia or something that basically he kind of thought he had a stronger hand and but he had strong enough hand that then Putin had to kind of give in. But that's my theory anyway. I don't know if it's right, but we'll see in near future. Yeah, or what do you think, Doman?
Well, again, I'll say I don't think that Prigozhin thought he was going to get any support from the Ministry of Defense. Not much. I think that he was going in against Shoigu Gerasimov, and he was trying to see if he can be the one now in charge of the military. Maybe instead of them, if he gets to replace them, the answer was basically no. But well done for degrading the position and the power level of Shoigu Gerasimov, because they were, kind of embarrassed there by him and them. So I didn't think that was at all. This was never Prigozhin against Putin. This was always just Prigozhin against Shoigu Gerasimov. That's why he gets to live, and that's why he gets to continue. This was Putin looking down as his 25th and 30th most important person were going against the 50th.
Yeah, of course. Good thing about this is that hopefully we have a. I don't know if he had 20,000, 25,000 guys anymore, but we at least there's like how to say 20,000. Hopefully 20,000 soldiers of the Ukraine theater that will reduce the Russian military power there. But and also most likely Putin has to a little bit think about the domestic security much more, that you can't just send all the guys to trenches in southern Ukraine. That now he has to think about is the other forces. That of course your idea about that Putin got rid of the private armies is good, but then again I would imagine that the Russian military isn't so happy about the situation, that there is a possibility, which I still think that Prigozhin was counting on, that there's the dissatisfaction is so big that the people like units would join him. There was, I think, there was some news that they were claimed that some some military units were joining him, but I don't know if that's true.
Yes, Khaled, you're fundamentally misinterpreting this. So it's the wrong assumption going in. You're really not seeing the forest for the trees, really. So I'll try to explain this again. The private armies, the structure and the command of the private armies is what got rid of already weeks ago by switching the soldiers over to the Ministry of Defense. The power within the Ministry of Defense and the Army Command was lowered yesterday because Shoigu and Gerasimov had to be saved by Putin's via Lukashenko's intervention to stop Prigozhin. However, the soldiers are still all there. Whatever soldiers Prigozhin had, okay, some might be sent off to Africa to fight for Wagner there, but they're still there. They are still under eventual Putin's command. They will still go and fight in Ukraine for the imperial glory of Mother Russia. None of that is changing. Very, very little change. The only thing that changes is that Russia now has a few fewer electronic warfare helicopters and one fewer plane, and 13 aircrew are dead. Other than that, very little changed yesterday. What did change is that Putin is more secure in his position because anyone who might be possible to go after him is no longer has been effectively neutered by Prigozhin, being kind of sent off, whether he is or not. The line that he was professing, we need to fight the corruption, none of this is true, whatever. Those people who might be backing him on those, let's call it ideological lines, were neutered as well. So this is good for Putin's security, and that was the key purpose here. But the army is still there. The actual soldiers are still in place. They're not vanishing. They're not going off anywhere. A few will be taken as scapegoats, it's like the guy who shot down the plane and whatever. But that's changing very little in real terms. In real terms, very little changed other than Putin's position at the top of the hierarchy being strengthened by everybody else being just pushed down and further away. That's all. There's no real other changes here.
Domen, I'm very disappointed. I always seen you as an eternal optimist. But now you're making me sad. I have to go. I have to go hit the sauna to console myself. Thank you.
To detox from the solstice celebrations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kale. I'm not a pessimist here really either. I'm just kind of saying, look, this was just theater. It's not going to have any really wide-ranging effects most anywhere else. But what it does is it definitely lowers Putin's standing in the international community. The other thing it does is it weakens his ability here let's rephrase this. It strengthens his survivability, which enables him to quit Ukraine, blame it on others, and not get cooed against. So this is the key bit of this exercise. And in that sense, this is optimistic. This is good for Ukraine. Because whatever happens, it's easier for him to quit it. It's easier for him to bring himself down with Kale. And that's a good thing. Because he doesn't need Ukraine to stay in power. Previously he might have needed the victory in Ukraine to stay in an actual concrete victory to stay in power. Now a pretend victory is easier and certainly enough. So there you go. It's if you wanted an optimistic point, here you have one.
Thank you.
And enjoy the sauna. Let's go on. Let's go to Kerry, then to Vojta, and to John. Kerry, how are you?
I'm all right. Morning, guys. This wasn't my point, but hey, Ukraine did take the chance to cross the Dnipro while all of that joke was going on.
Yeah, what happened with that? Have we had any more news about that since? Because I just saw that yesterday and then nothing.
I had to be honest. I betrayed Maria Report and I went over to hear the joke that was Mario's face. And I know it wasn't for long, don't worry. I was listening because Tom was saying about how he'd been over there and they were talking rationally. I thought, okay, I'll dip a toe in the water, see what's going on. And so for a brief period, they were talking rationally. And I did hear Mario does seem to have some good contacts. And that came through, God, I don't know what time it was. I heard it maybe in the morning, late morning over here in the UK. But then they all went a bit bonkers again, and I left for sure. But my point was that has the Maria Space Twitter issues settled down? It was interesting in terms of our community and how Twitter handled it yesterday. So from my observations, looking at the trending and the news, there was some further highlighting of what was going on, but it's gone back to business as usual today, with complete suppression of any trending in Ukraine's favour. And the only thing on there is Kyiv, with spelt Kiev. And also, I read about Thomas having terrible trouble getting in. I know we wanted him in yesterday, and it looks like he's been shadow banned, was having massive problems and set up his own space. And I saw you were in there, Mr. M, for a little while. And yeah, it just seems like the Maria Report space was the main one that was having issues. Mario space wasn't having any issues at all, and Elon Musk even turned up in there. So it was interesting just in terms of how Twitter was handling it, and the what seemed like manipulated efforts to try and suppress Ukrainian voices, Ukrainian supporters yesterday.
Yeah, it's very silly sometimes, isn't it, Carrie? But yeah, the Dnipro thing. So I saw it from a number of Telegram of Telegram channels, which are very genocide cheerleadery. So I think I saw it on Archangel Spetsnaz. So that's the archangel of the ZSOF operator. So very much that. And then I saw it on something else as well, about the crossing of the Dnipro. I think it was either Zapiski Veterana or something similar. I forget which one. But basically two very prominent genocide cheerleading Telegram channels.
I understand, just to let you know, Damon, I understand it was 3 tanks that got over on like a pool boat, I think, by the sound of it.
Yes, I know, but what I'm trying to explain here, I know what the content was. I saw the same content. What I'm trying to say is, I've not seen anything else about it since. So if anybody else has seen anything more since then, please let me know. Because sometimes Russians, when unsure what to do, they make something up just so that they can then claim a victory, claim to have destroyed the Ukrainian attempt, right? So what I'm saying is, having not seen anything more about this, it could be a case of mill bloggers realizing we have been ignoring the world the whole day because we were looking at what was going on in Russia, making up a Ukrainian move just so that they can go and claim that they have destroyed Ukrainians in their attempt to do something, whereas nothing has actually occurred. So this is what I'm trying to get at. So unless somebody has some more actual news on that, then I will presume that it never happened.
I hear you.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, basically, as we've said, the Russian mill bloggers were all tied up yesterday, weren't they? And Ukraine is being, as we have repeatedly said, absolutely exceptional in terms of managing to keep everything quiet unless it comes through officially. So yeah, we're sort of scooting around again, trying to see who's got what information and trying to pick things up through hopefully a variety of Russian losers getting back on to Twitter and talking about what's going on and trying to figure out the truth from the lies.
Exactly. And it just really looks like a big old nothing. Something we would have heard something else from that, and I just don't think there has been anything more. It's very, very yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I just not having seen anything else about the Dnipro thing, I'm very skeptical of it. Very, very skeptical indeed. Right. With that, thank you, Carrie. Vojta, how are you?
Hi, Roman. Doing well. I'll pick up another headphone to hear me better. Can you hear me well, right?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Well, I have two questions. Silly one is on Kalle, if he is still on the speaker panel and not in the sauna. So I'm wondering how many, if you are from Finland, I understand you are from Finland. So how many people
Yes.
drowned during the midsummer celebrations?
I have no idea how many drowned. It was very beautiful, Juhannus. So most likely we lost many people, and all of them had their fly open, and they drowned in the middle of the lake. So it's a big tragedy here every year. But but what can you do? We only have summer once a year here. So
Yeah.
thank you for asking.
Yeah, my colleagues told me that there are bettings on how many people are drowning every year for midsummer. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
think it's usually around 7 to 10 people.
yeah,
So it's a tragedy here,
yeah.
we never learn.
Yes. And the real question, thank you, Kalle. The real question is, I'm wondering what Russian propagandists are doing. For example, what Solovyov is doing, during this putsch thing, this march on Moscow. So what were like their reaction during, the march was on, and what are Russian propagandists saying, when it's called off? Does anyone know? I can see that Joanna is in the listener. Oh, you are in the speaker panel, so maybe you will be able to tell us something more what Kommersant is saying about this. I will appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vojta. Yeah, Ivana, if you want to tell us what anyone in Russia is now saying about this. All I've seen was everything is now fine, everything is normal, all has been sorted out, like life carries on. That was all I saw. Do we have any more, Ivana? Is Moscow still not going to go to work on Monday?
Yes, Moscow is still not going to work on Monday, and it's very interesting because I was on article in Kommersant about how Prigozhin. The article is called "The Situation with Yevgeny Prigozhin and Wagner PMC." Sorry, that's my glasses. And it's very interesting because they talk, about the negotiation with Lukashenko, and Dmitry Peskov says that Alexander Lukashenko offered himself as a negotiator, but he said literally it was his personal initiative decision which was agreed with President Putin. But then they present in the same article the statement from the press service of Alexander Lukashenko, who reported that the president of Belarus held talks with Yevgeny Prigozhin at the request of Vladimir Putin. So it's kind of interesting to see that. That was one. And the other thing that I found interesting was about the talks that Putin apparently held yesterday with some leaders, neighboring leaders. And just a moment, just to find the article. The article is called "Minsk Stop the March on Moscow," and in the article they tell about the talks with between Putin and Lukashenko, but also Lukashenko talked with the Uzbek leaders, and Putin talked with some other. For example, with Turkish president who was concerned about the attempted military coup. Also, he talked with president of Kazakhstan. I'm trying to find it in the article. Basically, he talked with some countries that are in CSTO, and all the countries didn't offer to help. No country offered to help. And some made a statement that this is only a problem of Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation should deal with it, which is kind of funny, taking into account, what we always say of course, between quotes, that Putin has many friends. So maybe he has many friends, but no one stepped to help President Putin in any way. So this is kind of interesting. And I didn't have time to look a lot this morning, but if I find something interesting, I'll come and tell. Yeah, there is another article about in the Russian press that I wanted to tell you about. Apparently, everything is well. The situation with what was resolved quickly and with not much damage, but the mayor of Rostov-on-Don is not happy because he says that Wagner equipment damaged more than 10,000 square meters of the roadway, and he's very pissed off about it. So yeah, there was some damage for the Rostov-on-Don. If you have specific requests about subjects in the Russian press, I can search for it. That's all for now.
I'm just going to add as well. Yesterday, Russia managed to lose, was it 7 aircraft in total? And
8 helicopters, 1 fixed wing, allegedly.
Oh my goodness. And also destroy a number of their fuel stores in Voronezh. I don't know, it just it seems counterproductive to me, doesn't it? But Budanov was actually smiling.
I think he has a smile from ear to ear the whole day long.
Oh, for sure. So that's quite fun. I'm looking a little bit, Vojta, at the Julia Davis media monitor. And there's just not that much going on. So apparently, Solovyov was quite unhappy with the vulnerabilities that the coup has revealed. So he's planning for what to do next time something like this happens, when it happens. And I think this is basically him saying the whole MOD kind of sucks. So this is bringing MOD down a few pegs, which is very in line with what else they were up to, Vojta. So that makes sense. Vojta?
Yeah. So if I can refine the question. For example, I'm wondering, how Prigozhin's image is doing, because, for example, in the Rostov on Don, he's celebrated as the heroes, and the Wagnerites are like I don't know, like like really heroes. And on the other hand, for the establishment, he could be some that there is um, what Putin said about the stabbing in the back and this kind of stuff. And on the other hand, in the Rostov, they are celebrated as the heroes. So I'm wondering, how did Prigozhin's image changed? And yeah, so that's the question I have. Like how did they deal with the backstabbing image?
Oh, that's fine. Just some people in a province somewhere, liking the guy who momentarily had some sort of monopoly and power locally. That's normal. That just happens. That doesn't mean too much. By Monday, Tuesday, it will be back to normal.
Doman, I hope you are sitting in the burning house with the cup in your hand, like in the meme template.
Excuse me, Vojta. I have a cup in my other hand that isn't holding my phone, but it is definitely not on fire. Now I'm a bit panicked that you know something that I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll drop down.
Very good. Cheers, Vojta. Let us move on. Let us go to John, followed by Jörn and Fancy. John, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, it's all good.
And girls. I have a question about yesterday. I don't know, following it the whole day, I was reminded of this American movie called Almost Famous about a rock band flying in a private jet, and they experience turbulence, and they all think they're going to die, and one of them says he's gay, and then this turbulence stops, and everybody's looking, and he has to explain himself. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what happens with Russian society now? I mean, there must have been a lot of people yesterday saying, I support this and I support that, not knowing what was going to happen. And now suddenly, how do they deal with each other? I mean, both civil society and military. You understand my question?
Yes, I understand your question. I understand the wrong premise it's based on. There is no such thing as civil society. This is Russia. There has been
Okay.
endless attempts to set up a civil society. There is no such thing. Yeah, people might have declared their support for this or that. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. They get to take it back for the next couple of days. It's all okay. Beyond that, what's going to happen? Not much. There might be a replacing. There's lots of speculation about there being a replacing of the defense minister with Putin's former bodyguard, Dumin, who is, I think, the governor of Tula, maybe, or deputy governor of Tula, which is an oblast, one south of Moscow Oblast. So that's possible. Something like that might happen in the next, not immediately. You can't do those things immediately. You need to wait like a few days, maybe a few weeks, so it doesn't look like it was too inspired by Prigozhin. So not much is going to happen. The real thing that matters is high up, which is basically no one is a threat to Putin. That has been re-solidified. Putin might be dropping in international standing, but what it also means is that if Russia retreats from Ukraine or loses in Ukraine, Putin isn't A, to blame, B, isn't going to be countered by anyone else and challenged for power, because everybody who might have a capacity to challenge for power has been additionally neutered. So that's kind of it. This was a very big show for very little changes, except for some people near the top of the Russian pyramid being knocked down, and some alternate powers, ones with guns, basically being told, nope, Putin is still in charge. Well in charge, will stay in charge. That's about it, John.
Cool. Thanks a lot. That answers my question.
Very good. Thank you, John.
Yeah. Bye.
Jörn, good morning.
Morning, everyone. So, due to some Prigozhin didn't have access to my calendar, so he chose on poor scheduling for his attempted coup. So I was in a wedding all day yesterday and had real trouble following the news.
Oh, this is good. You weren't burdened by all of this nonsense.
Yeah, well, I sort of didn't feel that way. I had to go to the bathroom every now and then for listening for 5 minutes to Maria Report. But so, how many of the rumors that was floating around yesterday has been confirmed or unconfirmed? I understand they lost a lot of helicopters. Was that in Ukraine, or was that the Wagner convoy? And there were reports in Norwegian media about airstrikes against Wagner, but when he says there were no blood spilt, I guess that really wasn't actually true, was it?
So, I am going to go out on the limb and say that I trust Fighter Bomber on this. And Fighter Bomber said 3 Mi-8 MTPRs, those are electronic warfare helicopters, one other Mi-8, one Ka-52, and one Mi-35, as well as one either Ilyushin 18 or 22. I think it's the same thing. It's a subversion, right, of the two turboprop plane. I think 18 and 22 are actually the same plane, but you know how Russians are, right? They give it a different number when it's a different version or a different purpose of the same aircraft, rather than putting a letter after.
Yeah, they have 50 aircraft that are actually the Su-27.
Well, exactly, right? So the Su-27, Su-30, and Su-35 are the same aircraft. They're just given different numbers, but they're like what what the Swedes would call a Gripen A, a Gripen C, and a Gripen E kind of versions, right? Anyway, so moving on from that. So I think those actually were taken down. I think they were the casualties of the theatrical performance. They're the only really concrete thing that happened, though. I think very little else concrete happened. There was somebody else already blamed for this morning. I don't know who. It doesn't really matter. There was somebody else blamed for this morning. Mockers knew, but left. So there's some guy who's gonna get the blame for that. There's gonna be a few. dozens, maybe a couple hundred other people who are going to get blamed for everything, for some concrete things that happen and are going to get punished as an example for the sake of that. That's about it. That's pretty much everything that happened. But yeah, looks like those planes are out for the count, and that's good for Ukraine because Russia actually has lower capabilities, which is good. But it's not a massive difference. And regarding Belarus, we don't know if he's actually going to Belarus or not. That's just kind of a plan, I guess.
Yeah, he's probably heading there for a cup of tea.
Possibly, but I don't think he is. Because so my thinking on all of this, Jan, still is that it's pretty simple. Putin was observing as his defense minister and chief of staff were taken down a few pegs by some low-level mafia guy, right? And the low-level mafia guy did his job pretty well, and then he was stopped before he went so far as to actually causing problems. And in reward, he gets to keep his operations in Africa or whatever, and he might be running those from Minsk for a while, and then eventually there will be a disappearing window in Minsk on the 7th floor at some point, presumably. But it's fine. And this wasn't against Putin. It wasn't a coup against Putin. It was rearrangement of relative power. The really good thing, I don't know if you heard this earlier, but this is pretty sensible, really. So look at how many private armies existed in Russia very recently, right? So obviously Kadyrov and Shoigu's private Chechen and Tuvan militaries have been around for a long time. Let's put that to one side. They weren't actually a threat to Putin at any point, right? They're too ethnic, too out there. Kadyrov's fully dependent on Putin for power. Shoigu's fully dependent on Putin for power. Who cares about Tuva anyway? Those are really the wild provinces, right? But beyond that, then you had the PMCs like Wagner, like Redut, coming out of the GRU, and I think Redut is SVR, right? So you had those. Then you had the ideological ones, either the super ideological like Rusic, which are the total extremists in every way imaginable, and imperialist. You had some other ones. You had then the lower level ideologues like the Bars and the various Cossack battalions, called Cossack, right? The ones picking up the iconography of Imperial Russia from that. And then on top of that, you had a bunch of the public partnerships where different oblast governors and Gauleiters like Aksionov in Crimea were building up their own military forces under their direct command or semi-direct command. Then you had the ones that were public-private partnerships, like with Gazprom, right, with Patok and Fakel. You had those, but they were far from the only private company setting up military forces, and they were both intended, in the short term to show their allegiance to the Tsar, but in the longer term, what if a civil war happened? There were private armies, right? But what was done in the last few weeks? All of those private armies were brought to heel and were brought under the auspices of the Ministry of Defense. So that was step one, make sure that there's no one else. And then step two was Wagner embarrassing the Ministry of Defense, putting all of the MOD and all of the private armies associated with them now down a few pegs. And that basically secures Putin's position. Yes, Putin's position is internationally weaker, but who cares? Domestically, it's stronger by the virtue of anybody who could theoretically stage an actual coup, getting a lot weaker in the process. And, one day of theater, and Putin can now much more easily survive the return of Crimea to Ukraine, because who's there to oppose him internally? Okay, I will let Jan pick his tongue off the floor, where it's currently lying next to a dried cod, and we can.
The dry cod is always there, so it's not.
I know
it's not news. I can't go through life without it. Yeah, well, it's. I think maybe it started off like that, but something always goes. Some plans always goes out the window. I don't think Putin had like very low pulse yesterday. I think Prigozhin is if he had been able to go unhindered into Moscow, I'm not sure that he would not go for the big spot. So, yeah, I think down the line it's probably not going to be a day that was good for Prigozhin's long-term health. But a lot of stuff going on that's difficult to interpret, I think.
Don't worry. Minsk by now has received a few items of that Russian special innovation called disappearing 7th floor window. So that's always an option if he ends up going there. If he doesn't, who knows, right?
And they had so little of it from before.
But they keep disappearing. It's a highly problematic thing when its purpose is to disappear. And so you always need to make more. Yeah, Fancy Pants. Morning. Noon. Good noon, Fancy Pants.
Yeah, good noon. Or late Sunday morning, depending on what person you are. I think on Sunday it's still permitted to be a morning at noon. That's what I would say. But I'm really disappointed. I was gleefully watching and hoping for proper civil war in Russia, and I still hope that Russia will descend into civil war and disintegration. I was smiling and greeting everyone in Vienna with Slava Ukraini, so that's how happy I was. Because I was thinking Russia is going down in flames. But I hope, how to say this properly in English. Postponed is not cancelled, right? So I think the Russian descent into disintegration, it's postponed. We'll see, but cancelled, not for sure, not. Yeah. The one thing though that I think we can all take away from it, and I even I remember M's comment, which I liked very much, right? Where in the beginning of the war at Maria Report, people were and M, as he said, were saying Russia must not disintegrate with its nuclear weapon. It would be too dangerous, and it's something that we must not let happen. But yesterday and the weekend has shown if or like when Russia disintegrates, eventually everyone's just fine and everyone's okay with it. And that was my biggest takeaway from this, right? So it was a rehearsal. It was a rehearsal for the Russian fall apart, and everyone who previously had concerns that we would not be able to deal with this Russian full disintegration and Russian civil war turned out to be just fine with it. I don't know how official United States would have reacted to it. I'm sure Macron was very sad that he couldn't have anyone left to surrender to. I can imagine, I can empathize with it that Macron must have been incredibly beat down and sad yesterday. Same goes probably for Scholz. I think he misses him. I think Schröder kind of like must have been panicking in Germany, and for sure Austria's Kneissl must have needed a few changes of her underwear. Going to St. Petersburg, right, and saying she's now starting a think tank, and 5 days later Russia falls apart and disintegrates into chaos. I think she was already considering to whom to submit to next in Russia, right? And hoping that it's not Kadyrov, because they are not very picky when it comes to their sexual partners, right? Yeah. So I think it was a big rehearsal for everyone. My big takeaway is everything will just be fine when Russia finally and eventually disintegrates. And I hope it still comes very soon, right? I'm incredibly disappointed. And with this, I'll conclude. I'm incredibly disappointed that we don't see Moscow burning today.
Yeah, this was never. It was never on the cards for Moscow to be burning. Right. The question was Prigozhin going to get all the way to the MOD building and take Shoigu out himself, or was it going to happen some other way? So now the speculation is that Putin's former bodyguard, who's somewhere in Tula now or something, it might take off as a Minister of Defense soon. That's possible. It might be him, might be someone else. Who knows? All kind of up in the air. But possibilities abound in that sense. What else is there? What else can we bring up or note here? Yeah, I think Karin Kneissel had a bit of a panic yesterday because I don't think she gets it. I don't think she gets Russia at all. She might have been looking to go back to Lebanon. That excellent, wonderful, stable country, which is just so much nicer to live in than Austria, apparently. Maybe she wanted to go back on her word there. But really, what happened yesterday was the civil war probably got postponed by quite a bit, or the reignition of the civil war, because as of yesterday, I have a new theory of understanding everything that's been going on in Russia in the last 115 years, which is that Russia is in a perpetual state of civil war since 1917, and you just have these extended pauses where it doesn't look to be in a state of war. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually a part of the Russian civil war, which is the constant fight of Russia to maintain its empire together. And someone can go and write an essay on that and submit it to an appropriate journal. But maybe that is the prism that we should be looking at Russia at all times, and maybe therefore react to it better. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying that it's a correct theory. I'm saying it's a useful theory in that it helps us understand and respond correctly. So we can carry on with that. And I think it now got postponed by a little bit more, right? Because this consolidation of the private armies basically meant that now everything needs to start from scratch everywhere, and everybody being put down several pegs also means that everything needs to kind of go from scratch now. So we will see how it goes, but I think that this is going to make it easier for Putin to, without problems domestically, retreat from Ukraine, lose in Ukraine, and then sometime later on the civil war will happen rather than immediately as Russia loses in Ukraine. There will be a buffer of several years. So that's my thinking here now. The other thing I want to briefly note is a very good point by Phillips P. O'Brien, who notes, "I'm fascinated how the arguments by those who wanted to make major concessions to Putin have evolved from one, Russia is so strong and has nuclear weapons, so its interests must be respected, to now, Russia is so weak and has nuclear weapons, so its interests must be protected." And I think that's true. And that's a very good observation. It's one that we've been making here a few times, but it's well distilled. And it's, as he notes, it's completely different perspectives on Russian power, but being said with utter conviction by some of the very same people. Internationally, Russian ranking might have dropped down, but that doesn't matter because Putin is never threatened from the outside. The only way that he can be actually genuinely threatened is always from the inside. I will stop there. Fancy comments, then we'll go on to Jens, Mark, and Klaus.
Yeah, because you were quite well now taking note of different lessons learned. One more lesson learned I wanted to add, and then I'm quiet, is we saw in Rostov that Russian civilians are capable and willing to go to the streets and to step in front of police cars to stop them when it suits their interest, right? So I think the argument that there is good Russians who are scared of protesting doesn't, also since yesterday probably or longer, doesn't hold anymore true, because we see when it's about supporting a genocidal mercenary, they go to the street and step in front of police cars. Yeah, I think that's a great takeaway as well.
Yeah, anything's possible, right? And now everybody's going to have kind of a weird Sunday and maybe a weird Monday, and by Tuesday everything will go back to normal. So, yeah, Putin is safer from domestic issues. What happens to the Russian military? Probably much of nothing. I don't think anything will fundamentally change. Some people might change, some people will get the blame, some people will suffer from getting the blame, whether they're to blame or not, and the caravan moves on. Jens.
Yeah, I can't figure out if we disagree or not, but I feel like maybe you're being a little too cavalier about it. I feel like the cracks are showing, and we just fixed it with the cream cheese. I think that clearly, if Prigozhin goes to become a potato farmer in Belarus, Putin has obviously stabilized his position, but I think whether this is real or not, the dysfunction is still very real, and the Storm Sea guys and the Wagner guys who called the families and said goodbye, we are going for Moscow or bust. They are clearly they're probably not very content about being shipped to Africa or being shipped back to Bakhmut. And it was also very real for the airmen who watched the French rain down in flames. So whether or not this turns in, this obviously isn't a watershed moment, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the dysfunction of it, and that it was put on display both in the streets of Moscow, where they piled up dunes of sand, or they had soldiers lying in the freeways preparing for, doom. So I think whether this turned out to be a dot or not, I think it showed dysfunction, and I think that is something. That was all.
Okay, so Jens, I agree there are cracks. The thing is, as long as there's no one to exploit the cracks, whether there are cracks doesn't actually matter. Okay, so that's an important one too. And there is no one there to exploit the cracks. Yes, there are some people in small numbers who are unhappy. They have no way to, they don't know how to organize themselves. There's not many enough to organize themselves, and there's not many enough to actually go and exploit the cracks. So I agree there are cracks that are papered over with cream cheese. I think that's really well put. The problem is there's no one who has any motivation, ability, willingness to actually go and do that. There will be people who in private are going to observe, yes, there are cracks, but they're not going to be doing anything about it because they don't actually have the power to do so. And there's not enough of them. They don't have inside accesses to places that would be necessary, and there's not many enough of them. That's their problem. It's a lack of numbers, organization, and stuff and access. And if they had any of those, they might be acting on it, but they don't, so they won't. So am I being cavalier? A little bit, because I'm trying to oversimplify things a bit, because otherwise, I'd be going on and talking for 20, 25 minutes at a time, and then nobody else would get to talk, and then everybody else would be very sad.
Okay, I think I understand the distinction now. So we cool.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not weird shit going on. I'm just saying nobody's there to do anything about it. Mark, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Damon. An interesting 24, 46, 48 hours. Two questions, or 2 points actually. Jorn mentioned about lack of casualties, I think, on the Wagner side. Wasn't there a bus taken out on the road? It looked as if it was in the middle of the convoy. I don't know who was on that bus. It didn't look very good. It was a big, a rather large explosion. But my main question, and the reason I always come up here with the big questions, Doman, I want to know if that tank that got stuck in the alleyway at the Rostov circus got out or not. Did you see that one?
Yes, it got out yesterday night. There was a video with the tank.
Good. I was worried it might affect the performances at the circus. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess they tried to be employed there because they couldn't do much better than that, but they got stuck. So yeah, the elephant in the room.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, so there you go. So one thing that's maybe worth highlighting, right, is saying, oh, the Wagner bus got destroyed on the road or whatever. There was very little that actually was seen to have happened, and very few actual recordings.
Yeah, nobody stood up against them, did they?
Well, there's that, but there was very little actual recordings of anything genuinely happening. So a lot of this is, let's not over interpret what actually happened, right? Or let's not over interpret what actually was there. You need to actually get things kind of done, if that makes sense. But very few things actually happened. The helicopters were seemingly actually taken down. Other than that, the barricades in Moscow that Jens mentioned. Okay, maybe there was only like 1 or 2 or 3 of them, but most of Moscow probably didn't have them. Yeah, they took a digger to some roads. So what? That's very little damage. Very little concrete things happened. Almost nothing irreversible happened outside of the, I think, 13 air crew across those helicopters in the plane. So that's not that much. By Russian standards, that's very little. Certainly not enough to mobilize, galvanize anything. And I didn't know about the tank. Thanks, Ivana, because I was never sure. I thought it might be some sort of a monument there. Mark?
I mean, I just sort of think that the lack of action from all the different elements that were between Wagner when they started at Moscow just indicates a lack of anybody willing to commit themselves, which is not good for the Russian authorities, is it?
Yeah, but it's fine because it's much the same as it was before. So you don't want too much commitment, really. Commitment bad. Commitment leads to decisions and stuff. That's kind of beyond what's necessarily useful. So you want peace at home and all the troubles to be abroad, and this way, pretty much all the troubles were abroad. Okay, thank you, Mark. Let's go on. Let's go to Klaus. Then we have Sussex, Naked Whale, and hopefully eventually Pendolino. Klaus.
Thank you. What we saw yesterday, what Putin did to Prigozhin is, we can call it peak cancel culture, by sort of moving him out of any position that is threatening Putin. But if what you're hinting at is a long game for sort of putting Putin up for a retreat from Crimea, wouldn't it have been easier for or is this a display to sort of show any potential threats that he will do whatever it takes to remain in power? Or couldn't he have just sort of eliminated Prigozhin if he wanted to, even though Prigozhin does have his supporters? Thank you.
Oh, but wait. Prigozhin wasn't going against Putin. Prigozhin was going against Shoigu and Gerasimov. Why would Putin eliminate Prigozhin? Prigozhin was helping Putin here, if anything, because he took down the guy with actual army down many pegs in the power structure. So why would Putin want to eliminate Prigozhin? What's the point of that? Prigozhin was never a threat to Putin.
Yeah, that's correct. I got colorblind. That is true. Thank you.
There's Anyway, there's no worries there. Prigozhin was just let to go as far as he did, and then there was no need to go any further. Right. Thank you, Klaus and Sussex. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. It is early morning. It's nice and sunny here in United Kingdom. Beautiful day. But I was just like, it's just like a psychological thing, isn't it? It's like, can Putin conquer? Does he have the honor of the the I forgot his name, man. The guy that the Wagner guy, Projoknik. I can't say his name. Do you know what I mean? It's like because it's a power struggle right here. That's the thing about it. Right now, we're seeing a power struggle in Russia, and eventually someone's gonna die and lose. And I was wondering, what's your bets? Who's the guy that's gonna lose on this? Because you got Putin, you got Prigozhin, and you got the army, the leaders of the army. I forgot his name. You know what I mean? And I was wondering, asking you. Is that what's your bet on? Because this is happening internally, and I was asking, like, what do you think? Like, what I mean? Because somebody's going to win and someone's going to lose. It's typical Russian mentality. It's like, okay, do you know what I mean? So that's my question to you.
Yep.
And I say, thank you.
I will again have people not oversimplify things, because this isn't about the top job. The top job is Putin's. He was trying to ensure that no one is going to be going for that for a while. So imagine him as the Roman emperor, was watching down into the ring as Prigozhin, who's like number 50 in the hierarchy, or 100 or whatever, was going against numbers 25 and 30 in Gerasimov and Shoigu. And what he did was he embarrassed them. But now all of them are somewhere down, number 100 or something, because it was stopped before the embarrassment was complete. But everybody knows they were embarrassed.
So do you think
this wasn't about.
Do you think Shogu's going to be the one that's going to suffer, like those guys? Because someone's going to pay for this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's suffering in that he has less power now than he used to have before. There's rumors about that he's getting replaced as defense minister, and then he'll be really out. He might be going back to minister of civil defense and firefighting and whatever. But basically, the critical thing here wasn't really maybe about Shogun and Gerasimov. Okay, let's go back again. Over the course of the last year and a half, there have been a lot of private armies that have formed in Russia. People know about Wagner, people might know about Redut. They're old, they come from the intelligence community, the GRU and SVR. People also know about Kadyrovites, people might know about Shoigu's private army in Tuva. Those don't so much matter because they're very dependent on Putin. And they were never a threat because neither of them can rise to take the main spot because they're too not really Russian as far as most of Russia is concerned, right? They're Chechen, they're too, and they're not really a danger. So that's what they were allowed for a long time. But in the course of the last year, a lot of private armies or ideological armies came to a stronger force than they ever were before, because of the Russian war in Ukraine and the ineptness of the Russian army to actually lead the Russian war in Ukraine. Because Ukraine was too big a bite for them, basically. It fought back too hard. It was too big, too many people, too much equipment, too much support from elsewhere. All of that together, too much resolve. So you had ideologically bent private armies, like Rusich, like the Bars, like various Cossack units, and so on. You had ones that were kind of a public partnership between, say, the is it Rais of Tatarstan, something like that, the head of Tatarstan and the state, or the head of Bashkortostan and the state, or or Aksionov, the Howlighter of Crimea, the head of occupation authority in Crimea, and the state. They were kind of regional based. You also had ones that were kind of public-private partnerships, like with Gazprom, right? Patok, Fakel, armies like that. And everybody was kind of realizing that eventually this will lead to a civil war, so let's everybody have their own army, so that, because remember, wars aren't just two sides. Wars are usually lots of people in each of the sides, lots of different motivations in each of the sides, right? Look at how the quote Russian Civil War 1917 to 1923 looked like. There were dozens of actors with their own armies going in and out of alliances, and it's a complicated process. So, but what happened about a month ago? In the last month, all of those other armies, all of those private armies, were made to succumb to the MOD. Were made to pledge allegiance to the MOD. The command opportunities of all of those others around, right? Oblast governors, the private companies, whomever, were removed. The people still exist, but they're directly under the MOD now. Okay. So what happened yesterday when Wagner embarrassed the MOD? Wagner itself isn't really a danger. Prigozhin is too reliant on Putin for existence, right? And Prigozhin was, you could say, maybe used by Putin. That's a possibility. Maybe he was used by Putin to bring down everyone else. And to bring down everyone else all at the same time, all together, as on the other hand, the MOD was unable to respond properly, and MOD was presumably unable to properly respond in large part because there was no clear command from above from Putin to shut Wagner down, because that would then show the MOD as somehow powerful and organized, because they probably could have, right? They had the capacity to do it. Instead, Putin broke them up. Actually, he sent Lukashenko to break them up as someone who's to the side of the hierarchy, who's not a threat within Russia ever, right? But who has a lot of formal status. He doesn't have so much power, but he has a lot of status as the chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the Union State and other nonsense like that. Okay,
Yeah,
so this
like
wasn't
also,
a threat.
can I ask you? Can I ask you the FSB as well, though, because they have applied as well. The FSB,
Can
they
you
had a
please
big
wait?
role in this. Okay.
I asked you nicely. I won't again. Can you please wait so I can finish the thought? I'm almost there, almost at the end. And what this did was it prevented a civil war from breaking out. It postponed whatever might happen eventually. And it secured Putin's power for a while longer. Even if there's a failure in Ukraine, even when Russia loses in Ukraine, they won't have an ability for anyone to step up and say, I am here to replace you, Putin, because no one will have any actual ability to do it. That is the point of this. You want to know about the FSB? The FSB is Putin's really backdoor, background and backdoor. The FSO also still exists, right? Wagner didn't get to Moscow because they didn't want to have a confrontation between Putin's actual Praetorian Guard and Wagner. Kadyrovites were slow to go anywhere because they are dependent by proxy on Putin, okay? Because Kadyrov is fully dependent on Putin. So you didn't want a direct confrontation. You wanted them to be seen as trying to do something, but not actually doing something. This was never a threat on Putin, and Putin has averted through this kind of complicated chain from anyone to have an ability in the short run to have a mobilization of any sorts against him. So for this, even though he fell in the international standings, his power is much more questioned internationally. It is not within the country, and now everybody who might want to do something has to start from scratch, which gives him probably at least a year and a half, 2 years leeway, probably, unless there's something in existence that no one was really formally aware of. Okay, hope that explains it, Sussex.
He got lucky that he was able to take Lukashenko's framework status as an overarching argument to close this out. Otherwise, he would have had to allow someone who, by that means, would have generated power for his own power base to do so. Lukashenko has no inner Russian power base. Therefore, he was the logical choice, and he was fortunately available. You could say that he probably kept him around for an event such like this.
Yeah, it makes sense that he's useful this way. Very good, big theater. Okay, before I go to anyone else, I want to go to
Can we say
Pindolina,
this
who
then?
I've been
It was
trying to.
Kabuki gone wrong with various power
Yes.
bases vying for exploitation.
Maybe it didn't even go wrong so much. For Putin, it went pretty well. So maybe it wasn't even wrong. There was some, collateral damage in the shape of 13 aviators, but other than that, fairly minor by Russian standards.
Yeah, he didn't have to
We'll
have
see.
Either the army or say armed Rosguardia units or the FSO do anything. And he also couldn't. Don't forget, it's not all in his control or in his planning. He simply couldn't, because Prigozhin had stylized himself to be a man of the people, defending his boys, the interests of his boys, a spirit which Putin certainly must respect and will have respected, which is why
But the
the agreement was made.
really good thing there,
Sorry?
the really good thing there is that line of argument has now been weakened as well, right? It's
Yeah.
not the normal power bases, but also the whole corruption needs to end, etc. line of argument has been put aside, which is great for Putin, because this way, failure in Russia, in Ukraine, can come all at once, and it doesn't really matter. Now, having said that, I want to go to Pendolino, who I'm trying to get up for like 45 minutes now, and he's finally out of technical difficulties, I hope.
He was supposed to have done this yesterday, Pendolino. What is it with your train?
Yeah, I know.
I hope so too, that it now worked, right?
Loud and clear.
Well, that's great. Well, in the meanwhile, I already posted already everything that I wanted to say, because yesterday I was cheering for both teams, of course, because I really liked their encounter, and it looks really promising with all the Chechens that were sent to stop the Wagner guys, and they were always 1 hour away from Rostov and Moscow. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it because first they were stuck in a traffic jam, then they had to stop at KFC, and then they had to file a tax return. But finally, today they arrived in Moscow and have now taken with their airsoft guns the streets of Moscow and now protect all the Gucci stores from getting plundered by other non-conscripted Chechens. So that's the good thing about it. So we know that whenever Putin is in trouble, Kadyrov will arrive at one point in time. So that's promising for him. And secondly, the other thing that is now promising is that, as Fighter Bomber said, well, the Russian Air Force, especially the rotary wing, is now really vested into the further Ukrainian adventure, because they now realize how precious they are, and that it really makes a difference if they do anything or not, right? Because they got now 20 new Ladas for free because nobody died. And the third thing is also that now every Russian general knows that it's kind of easy to get to Moscow if you're a bit upset, because the only thing that you need is bridging equipment, because the only hindrance to getting into Moscow is this river that I didn't know about, which is 100 kilometers south of Moscow, which they will blow up. And so next time somebody tries it, they should bring some bridging equipment, and then they could make it within 48 hours. Since the Wagner guys showed that it's impossible to get from a garbage dump to the outskirts of an Ukrainian city in less than 9 months, it's completely feasible to make a thunder run to Moscow of 800 kilometers in 36 hours. And I think that's the summary of it. So I'm pretty sure that this was only a rehearsal for a more competent guy, and I'm currently betting on General Lapin, because General Rabbit, he's horny and he is demoted like 50 times, and he could make it. And the good thing is he knows how to direct the traffic. We saw that in Belgorod. He's really good in traffic stuff and logistics, and therefore he will make it next time. I don't know when, but he will make it. So that's everything I wanted to share with you. Others, of course, yes, of course, all the real strategic experts like Rob Lee or Han Solo or Michael Kaufman, they were again right. And of course, all the shit posters on Maria Report, like, these Thomas Tyner or so, they were again completely wrong with all their predictions and their assessments. And of course, Axel, he's always wrong. That I wanted to share.
For anyone who missed it, that was sarcasm, the last two sentences.
So, Are you telling us that there is coniglio inumido? There is a rabbit stew.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will see soon some rabbits on the run, and the hunt is on, and then the Russians have to decide if it's rabbit season or it's duck season, right? And I don't know will play the duck. I have an idea, but they won't decide, and in the end, they decide it's Elmer time.
Jesus Christ, yeah. If only we could explain everything with Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny.
The real question now is, I think, how long does it take someone like Rabbit to set up an actual contestation of power, right? And I think that the purpose of this was to delay it sufficiently so that at the failure point in Ukraine, no one can be ready yet. And then later on, power domestic can consolidate in the meantime. And
Yeah,
I think it would take at least a year and a half to set up sufficient organization to actually try something. But by then, Ukraine will be victorious and power domestically will have been consolidated by then, and nothing like this would actually be possible.
No, Rabbit has a really big advantage because he's the only guy who is not tied up in Ukraine, because he's now covering the border in Belgorod and Kursk Oblast, and they have more autobahns to Moscow, and
it's half
he has
the
lots of
distance.
Yes, half the distance. He already made it up there, right? And he's already in Russia. He doesn't have to deal with all these minefields in between. That's the good thing about it.
Okay.
That's why I'm cheering for his.
There is, of course, a grain of truth in all of this. The only other power base that exists is vested in the army, and that's the one which has been eviscerated and depressed and corrupted by the efforts of Shoigu and Gerasimov, and of course, all under the good guidance and tolerated, if not supported by Patrushev and Putin. That's exactly why it is so important that they dispensed with previous army structures and never ever rebuilt one. So they have an army which they can send somewhere as if it were, I don't know, like in medieval times, a contract army. It's not a real standing army anymore, and therefore it also doesn't have that same power base. But Domen, what do you think? How long would it take for Gerasimov to get out of the banya and do something, if he ever so wanted?
I think Gerasimov's done trying to do something at this point. Shoigu and Gerasimov are the ones that have been really neutered by all of this.
Yes.
Really thoroughly, completely neutered, right? And Shoigu might be getting replaced. Surovikin might be taking over Gerasimov's job. Who knows? The point is, when you're new somewhere like that, you don't have an ability to, actually act to your station quite yet. Not if a big problem comes up, which is good. So the point of this is, no one can take over from Putin if there's a failure in Ukraine, when there's a failure in Ukraine in short order. Everybody would not be ready, because the ones who were ready have just all been neutered, either directly or indirectly. So no one is ready, at least that's what Putin thinks. Maybe somebody is, but that's besides the point. But the perception at the real seat of power is there are no challengers, and whatever failures come about, whatever things that could be perceived as failures come about in the immediate future, they will not be acted upon as though they were failures, because no one has the ability to exploit the cracks into which some cream cheese has just been shoved.
Well, he could, by the way, still take someone from, by the way, very nice that you highlighted the rice beforehand, Tatarstan and the rather well-known Minikanov. They have been exceptionally calm in recent days, which is very interesting from my point of view. Because if there's one place where you would have thought that if ever there was a power struggle, people who have the industrial base, the competency, and a more cohesive structure would say, okay, enough is enough. But nothing, absolutely nothing happened.
Well, and this is important here, right? Because all of those forces had to genuinely kneel before Shoigu in the last couple of weeks, and this is important because Tatarstan and Bashkortostan raised a number of military units each, funded them, equipped them. They got largely destroyed in Ukraine, and whatever there was left had to be signed over to the MOD. They no longer have them. They no longer are in command of them.
Yeah,
And
and the
this is
army
the point
structure.
of this.
Agreed. I'm completely with you. The thing is that the army structure, which is still in Kazakhstan and both being trained as well as being guarding key industrial assets, is now significantly more say in allegiance to Putin than ever before. And even the regular army is not a real challenge anymore from there. They've lost more commanders, the Tatars, than anybody else.
Yep,
Highest
exactly.
rate of
No threat to leave, no threat to Putin, no threat for disintegration, civil war postponed for not when Ukraine wins, but for sometime much later, as far as Putin is concerned, when he is naturally dead already. Not by gravity, regular natural causes, not Russian natural causes.
when he finally assumes his rightful place next to Lenin.
Oh, next to Berlusconi. Yeah.
Not next to Gaddafi.
No, definitely not. That's yeah. Okay, let's 6 hands up. Goodness me, right? Naked Whale has been waiting the longest, I think, and then we'll go to lunchtime to Moscovia Delenda Est. Excellent name, and then to Therm, Frank Monkey, and Fancy Pants. So, where were we? Naked Whale.
Thanks for having me up. I'm battling against my sat nav in my ear, so I've gone up to roundabout. Hopefully, it doesn't disturb me. But my question is about Prigozhin and the bit. What was his? I just want to know your thoughts on his motivations for all this, because it seems to me he's lost. Yeah, he's now exiled. Can't drink tea. He can't even look at a piece of sushi again. So what was his game plan, and why did he stop? Did he stop because the army didn't back him at the right time? The local armies. I mean, it seems that he's lost, and I can't understand why he did it.
Okay, so my read's the following. He was always going against Shoigu and Gerasimov and no one else really, especially Shoigu. He's been fighting with Shoigu for ages. And that's in part because Shoigu denied him great riches by cancelling the catering contract for the military that Prigozhin was about to be providing, or maybe was previously briefly providing. And that's why he was really having it out with Shoigu. Him and Shoigu were similar level in the power hierarchy within Russia for a long time. Shoigu's problem was that he was not actually Russian. He was minister because he was not a danger. And then this chap, Prigozhin, was actually kind of the vassal to one of Putin's vassals from St. Petersburg. So as a combination, they were kind of battling for position, let's say. Let's call it that. They were battling with each other for position. And Shoigu was messing with Prigozhin for months now, trying to show him that he's boss. And at the same time, Prigozhin was complaining about various things, but maybe a bit exaggerating a lot of the time in order to kind of stage this. I think that this might have well been either agreed with Putin or somebody close to Putin, so Putin knew what was going on here. Or Putin read correctly the tea leaves of what was going on. So this was never a rebellion against Putin himself, it was a fight against the MOD. And of course it benefited Putin greatly because it knocked down so much respect and therefore power for Shoigu especially, but also Gerasimov, that they're now in line, right? So the MOD got all of the private armies in line. Prigozhin embarrassed the MOD, so now the MOD and that whole clique is much lower down. At the same time, the private armies still exist, but there's no command of them outside of the MOD. So now they are much more subservient to Putin than they were before. There is basically no way for anyone to incite immediate rebellion against Putin, even if they wanted to. That was the point of this. Prigozhin leaves. Let's see what happens to him. Maybe he'll be commanding his African adventures from Minsk instead of from St. Petersburg. A bit of a downgrade, but not too bad. And maybe he will find the disappearing window by the end of the summer. That's also possible, now that he's outlived his usefulness. But yeah, that's about it. And he thinks he won't. He thinks that he will get rewarded for being such an excellently useful pawn. Lukashenko was brought in to be the one who technically negotiates stuff, because Putin obviously cannot be seen to be stooping as low as to negotiating all of these things. Lukashenko is not really in the power hierarchy. He's to the side of it, so that's fine. He's not losing out with this. It's nice. It's very elegant. The start and the finish were very elegant bits of theater, and the middle bit was a little bit messy if you're a helicopter pilot, but other than that, it's fine, really.
So, Prigozhin didn't lose. Is that your thought? He achieved what he wanted to achieve, or?
No, he didn't win, because what he wanted is to replace Shoigu as the Minister of Defense and be in command of all of those forces. But that obviously couldn't be allowed for, right? Putin can't have someone so very popular in command of extensive forces. That can't possibly be allowed. So, as a consequence, he didn't lose. He kind of stayed where he was, more or less, in the hierarchy. Shoigu and Gerasimov moved down. Everybody who was in command of Shoigu and Gerasimov is not a threat anymore, or much less of a threat to try to do any sort of actions ever outside of what Putin wants. So Prigozhin stayed roughly where he was. He probably has a more clear direction now. We don't know what that direction is, but he might have an idea. Probably more Africa focused again, and that's about it. So he's about where he was. Shoigu and Gerasimov are lower where he was, and a likelihood of civil war within Russia is much lower than it was in the immediate. Even if something happens in Ukraine that Russia wouldn't like, such as a loss. So And Putin's quite happy, because while his international standing is diminished, he doesn't care, because international standing doesn't define his probability of survival. Domestic standing does. And while in absolute terms he might be worse off domestically, in relative terms he's higher because everybody else is lower.
And just one, I know a lot of hands up. I apologise, but Wagner is now out of action, should we say, at least in the form that it used to exist in. That must be good news for Ukraine, because the impression I got over the last year and a bit is that Wagner is the force which is causing the most problems for the Ukrainian army. Would you agree with that?
Well, their command structure is out, probably, at least in the direct sense. But the soldiers are mostly probably going to be staying in Ukraine. So of the thousands that were in Prigozhin's command, maybe a few hundred, maybe low single-digit thousands are going to go off to Africa or something. But the bulk of the forces are going to stay. How effectively they're going to be deployed is to be seen, but that's kind of random anyway. But most of the actual people are going to be staying. Most of the equipment is going to be staying. They'll just be subsumed into the regular army operation. But the command of the army has less power. So I hope that more or less covers it.
Thank you for your thoughts, Cheers.
I'm just sad it didn't go on for longer, right? Because I would have loved more helicopters of the VKS being shot down. That would have been better for Ukraine.
It was weird rooting for Wagner for a few hours. I have to say that took me by surprise. So.
They were a bit too quick. So all of those trenches in the roads didn't slow them down enough. In an ideal scenario, they would be slower, and that would have been better because more events would have happened, more helicopters would have gotten shot down. Sadly, the MOD was too inept to even dig up more roads on the way. So it is how it is. Now, Moscovia de Lenta Est, please.
Hi, thank you for the space. My question is, what are the prospects of an army mutiny? How susceptible is the average Russian soldier to the idea of, don't die trying to steal land in Ukraine, march to Moscow and fix your own country? That's just my question. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. This is very simple. The mutiny was what you saw yesterday. It was attempted to be organized. It didn't go through particularly thoroughly, and therefore anyone trying to do it again will think twice, 3, 4 times before they do it. Therefore, it's much less likely to happen in the short term. So a simple failure in Ukraine has to be achieved, which will be achieved militarily by Ukrainians. Easy. All right, let's go on. Let's go to Therm and then to Lunchtime, Freight Monkey, and Fancy. Hi there, Therm.
Hey, quick question. You were speaking with Jens probably an hour ago, and you said something like, what did we actually see yesterday? And I think you were talking about, we saw some helicopters get shut down. We saw some roads dug up. And then there's this number in terms of the number of forces. So any good illusion kind of draws you in terms of creating facts. So what are the actual facts in terms of the number of people, number of Wagnerites that we actually saw? Because the only thing I have in my head is that there were 25,000 and that they had 400 vehicles. But for such a large force moving so fast, I mean, maybe it's because they were moving so fast, but is there any documentation of how many troops were actually moving? I guess this speaks to the whole theater and the illusion that was created. There's this large mutiny, but what do you reckon? You're a maths guy. Like, what do you reckon is the actual number?
So there was another illusion of just over 1,000 vehicles by Baza, but very few of them were military vehicles. Mostly it was cars and trucks and stuff. As in, very few were like heavy weapon type vehicles, AAVs, tanks and so on. So it could be that the force numbered in the thousands. I think 25 is probably a big exaggeration. I think it would be believable to say 5 to 10,000, but they might have been only quite softly aligned with Wagner, right? So they wouldn't have been necessarily very committed, is the other part. The one thing is the number. The other question is the quality, is force quality, basically. And I think force quality really wasn't there to a very great degree. Dedication to this probably wasn't there for very many anyway. They're like, yeah, we're going on a road trip. You know how you get swept up in events. I mean, like you've never just joined the convoy going on Moscow, right? Everybody does it sometimes.
I would just think there would be more video evidence for thousands. Like, I wonder if you gave a B Hollywood producer a couple $1 million and said, how could you manufacture the illusion of a large mutiny? Here's 300 guys. 300 might be too low, but even thousands for the number of videos out there, that's even pretty high.
No, I completely agree with that. I think if there were thousands, most of them stayed in Rostov rather than actually heading in on the convoy. And what actually happened in Rostov, again, very little evidence of most things. As you say, it speaks more towards the whole theater of it, right? Sometimes things don't actually have to happen. There needs to be a perception of things happening, and that's enough.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I think this is a really good point to remember. There just isn't that much seen and known. Other than the aircraft falling out of the sky, that was pretty real. I think the fighter bomber wouldn't have been making that up because they're one of those real cheerleaders and who don't want corruption in the military, who praise the military, and they have real good sources within the VKS as well. So I'll leave it at that. Right, let's go on to lunchtime.
Thanks, Tobin. Mic check. Can you hear me? Oh dear. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, right, great. So, Domin, I like this thesis that you're sort of positing that effectively this was a way to lance the boil of a possible civil war before it started. But I'm not sure. I mean, that's certainly what Putin will try and make of it, right? To sort of make the best of this rebellion. But something that's interesting is how quickly Prigozhin, or Potato Head, was able to get from Ukraine to effectively Moscow, right? Unimpeded, pretty much. So I wonder if that might be food for thought for the Ukrainian army, which is that, well, if we need to, we can strike quite deep into Russian territory. and perhaps that's something that will probably be missing from Russian calculations, because they will believe, I'm sure, that this state of affairs where Ukraine will never ever strike into Russian territory will continue in perpetuity, no matter what happens on the ground. And I'm not sure. Like after the events of yesterday, where as I say, not to repeat myself, but as I say, there was this lightning fast advance onto Moscow. I wonder if that's a feasible sort of thing, like a feint or something to really have a counteroffensive, and provided, of course, that Western backers don't get their knickers in a twist over it. What do you think? Do you think that that's a viable avenue for Ukraine to explore?
So I think in this case, it's a bit different, right? Because what you had in this case was clearly very little commands being issued from top down. You can just imagine, Figo being like, "Hey, boss, what are we supposed to do?" And boss being like, "Yeah, I don't know. You figure it out. You decide what to do," or just not answering. And
do you think that's how it went though? Don't you think it was more like, because there was a jet leaving, wasn't there? Wasn't Putin's jet busy departing? So it was more like, boss, what do we do? I'm sorry, your call is extremely valuable to us, but
I think it was exactly, your call is extremely valuable to us. Please wait. I am on my way to my holiday house in Valdai. I will be with you later. You figure out this mess. You show yourself as a leader that you think you are, Shoigu, and obviously you're not. And that was a large part of this, I think. That's what really denigrated the MOD command structure, right? Because they really failed at this really easy thing. So I think that's probably it. And this is what makes me even more think, this is pretty theatery, isn't it? Pretty theatric kind of thing. In other words, he knew he wasn't actually in any sort of trouble. Not really. Otherwise, he'd have some more of a response. And I think this was necessary for the denigration of the MOD to really happen. The other thing to say here is, see, Ukrainians wouldn't have it this easy, right? Because there would be a response if Ukraine was driving from Rostov towards Voronezh and onward. But here there wasn't one forthcoming, because they were like, oh, well, what are we supposed to do? When a foreign army is coming, you know what you're supposed to do. Here, it just wasn't clear in the same way. And that's why it was easier. But yeah.
Well, hear me out, right? This is a bit of a flight of fancy, and entirely hypothetically, it strikes me that Ukraine have a lot of Russian uniforms, don't they? And they have a lot of Russian tanks, and surely it's the work of moments to paint a big Z on them, or whatever it is that you need to do. How would they necessarily know? Do you know what I mean?
That's fair enough. But somebody would have figured out, right? And do you know what the difference would be? Ukrainians would be presenting a more threatening posture. They wouldn't just have 3 tanks and 400 cars or whatever these guys had. So that's the other difference as well.
Fair enough. Thank you for entertaining my flight of fancy.
Very funky.
Good morning, Damon. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. It's a day that was stranger than fiction in many ways. I think if Frederick Forsyth had written his book Icon in 2023 instead of the late 1990s, I think it would have looked a little bit more like this. I don't know if you've read that book, Damon, but it's kind of an interesting one. I think they made a very bad TV series out of it. Not that I watched the TV series. My question is, our friend Prigozhin, does he now essentially retire? Is that what happens? And does he take some kind of contingent of Wagnerites with him? Because I was reading some guy called Richard Dannett, an ex-general, sits in the House of Lords in the UK, was warning that he could attack Kyiv through Belarus, which to me sounds very unlikely. But he was essentially saying that Prigozhin would keep a lot of his force and power. But it seemed to me, from what I read, that it was more a sort of retirement gig. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, and I don't know if you've spoken about that this morning already or not.
Is there any recording of Lord Dannet saying this? Because last time he was in the news, he was on Sky News saying that yes, it's all very nice that Finland is joining NATO. They will contribute a lot to morale and so on, and being completely devoid of any understanding of Finnish military capabilities. So that was quite funny last time he was around.
I don't know if there's audio. I saw this on Sky News, and I can send you the link. It's written, Ukraine-Russia war latest. Something smells off with Wagner group mutiny deal. Prigozhin could lead attack from Kyiv from Belarus.
Yeah, I spoke to this a couple of hours ago, I think. I'll briefly summarize it. So there's various scenarios. If he even goes to Belarus, he might not even go to Belarus. There's various scenarios of what he might be up to. It might be a bit of gardening leave, plus, it is carrot harvesting season after all. New potatoes are out. Potatoes regularly will be out soon, right? Lots of options there for Monkey. It could be that he will refocus on Africa again. Maybe that he'll just be running that from Minsk instead of St. Petersburg. So that's an option. Yeah, lots of options. Don't know what else to tell you. I don't think he's going to be leading an attack in Kyiv from the north because it's suicidal. Because Ukraine now has HIMARS, and that's kind of hard. They didn't have that last year when the attack came from all directions. This time they would be much more able to stop it much better in its tracks if they tried something from the north. And I think just because of that, they probably won't.
And that terrain is defended. It's mined. It's rewilded. It's rewilded in a way. I mean, everybody was talking about, our friends the beavers that were helping create sort of marshlands and swamp up there. So I think it is a very unlikely thing. And this General Dannet, it does sound a bit bullshit. But I mean, we've seen so many strange things in the past 2 days, and to me, the strangest is still the fact that if they did shoot down, the helicopters and the planes, as it definitely seems like they did. I mean, there is some pretty good evidence of this at least happening. It just sounds a bit strange that it can all be a little bit, swept under the rug like that. It's really, really bizarre. A very, very strange day. I don't know what to think about it, but one positive thing I'd say is there was a speaker before. I think it might have been Moscovia de Lende Est who was. It might not have been him. I can't remember which speaker was asking, if these Wagner guys if this would be good news for Ukraine. I do think it is, because Wagner operates or operated or will operate, or I don't know what the correct word is here, with a different sort of, they have different modus operandi, and they're not like the rest of the Russian military. They definitely seem to have a little bit more. There's a bit more command control. There's a little bit more direct access, and they seem to know a little bit more what they're up to, and they're sort of, I don't know, maybe comparing them to the Waffen SS is a little bit too Hollywoodistic, but in a similar way, they might not be better than average troops, but they're definitely more convinced about their mission, or they got some kind of motivation there, and not having Prigozhin on the front line, I think would definitely not help Wagner achieve their missions. And also, I think we're a bit guilty in the West of talking up Wagner a lot, because they're a bit of a, they're a little bit special and different. So at least during the winter offensive that the Russians were doing to capture the equivalent of half of Liechtenstein or something like that. All we heard about was Wagner. Wagner here, Wagner there, Wagner everywhere. If these are the shock troops that are able to produce some kind of results, not having their boss right there might be positive, I think, for Ukrainians. I also looked at the videos of Wagner troops talking today, and they seem to be a little bit angry. Seem to be feel a little bit abandoned. So I don't know what to make of this, Doman. It's incredibly strange, and I mean, it did offer us quite a bit of fun yesterday. I was able to listen to this space, and just it was, I don't know. I spent the whole day glued onto this thing, definitely did fizzle out in a spectacular fashion.
You remember what I said very early yesterday? I said today will be the day of many wrong takes. And literally no one to me said, do you know what's going to happen? Lukashenko is going to negotiate a truce and Prigozhin's moving to Belarus. Nobody pitched that one up, so...
No, definitely nobody pitched that one.
That was door number
I gotta
91,
say,
Doman, and nobody found it.
No, exactly.
It is interesting. We did hear a lot of crazy stuff yesterday. So anyway, I still believe that there is a Russian civil war somewhere, and I do believe that it's a long hiatus. And I think your theory that you were mentioning before about sort of preempting it, I think that sounds somewhat realistic. To me, it also would sound realistic that this is all still a masquerade, and it was a way. It's maybe a way to replace, Shogun Gerasimov, and that kind of thing. I think is also potentially realistic, and it's also potentially realistic that it's an outright betrayal. I do not know. I understand now that I understand nothing about Russian mentality. I really do not get it. And for the person who was mentioning before, do you think there's a chance that more people would go on an offensive against Moscow instead of fighting in Ukraine? I believe it's much more realistic that people just give up and surrender to the Ukrainians rather than they attempt a coup. If they are against the war in Ukraine, but somehow in Russian uniform in Ukraine, I don't think they really want to fight, and they're trying to find the path of least resistance, and that would more likely result in a surrender rather than anything else. But we've also seen that mass surrenders, although they've been rumored here and there, don't seem to be very substantiated. And so I think there's a lot of apathy in the average Russian soldier. Even though you do have, of course, a lot of surrenders, when I speak mass surrenders, we're talking about, thousands of men surrendering at the same time. I think there's enough apathy to basically keep these guys going, because unless they are isolated, they don't seem to surrender. So, of course, let's see what happens if there is a big rush and a big breakthrough of Russian lines. Then you might have a lot more of more mass surrendering. I think similar to what happened in Kharkiv and maybe Kherson last year. But until then, I think a march onto Moscow from unhappy Russian soldiers seems to be unlikely to me. But I am happy to be wrong, and I'm happy to be surprised at any day of the week. At this stage, I am just waiting for something to happen that I'm not expecting. One thing's for sure: none of this was on my bingo card. All right, none of this. So we just continue to be surprised.
Exactly. I think that's a really good way of putting it.
I put something.
The ones who surrender are the ones without the food.
I put something for Freight Monkey in the nest, which reflects exactly what he said, what other people have said. Our friend Tom Logan nailed it perfectly earlier today. What you should not do and what you can't afford to do. Carry on, Doman. Sorry.
No, this is perfect. Excellent. Right, let's go to Greenbaum. I'm using last name because we have two people with the same first name. Go ahead.
Hi, Doman. Thank you. So the part that I've been listening, I'm here in the US, been listening for the past hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And the part I wanted to understand a little bit more about, or it seems like one of the premises of what you're saying is that Putin was actually never, or in any real threat of being overthrown. But if there are 25,000 troops that stopped in Alet, hours from Moscow, one, like, why was he never in any danger? If this was kabuki theater, designed to push out Shoigu and Gerasimov, effectively, it seems like the premise is that Putin is engaging in a trust fall with however I pronounce it, Prigozov, there to catch him. But if Prigozhin decides, well, like, I've set my, I do have these 25,000 troops. I'm hours from Moscow. What happens if I go for it? Like, what was Putin's plan if actually Prigozhin decided to go for it? And finally, if it was truly kabuki theater designed to, it's an elaborate ploy to just replace Shoigu and Gerasimov, wouldn't it have played out better for Putin both domestically and internationally if he had stayed and showed strength in Moscow rather than fled to St. Petersburg? If this is theater, a nice part of the theater for Putin would have been to be the strong, resolute commander facing down Prigozhin rather than accusing him of being a traitor, fleeing to St. Petersburg, and then working out an agreement via third party. So I'm trying to understand.
But did he flee to St. Petersburg? Were there actually 25,000? These are all, none of that is in evidence. All of that is just rumors, right? The critical factor here, David, is you say Putin, right, as the leader, cannot be seen to be stooping down to the low level of a fight between people who are very, very inferior to him. That's the important bit. That's why he wasn't the one mediating the peace either. It was Lukashenko, whom, high status. He's kind of like a lord in the UK, maybe, or a king's council. Nobody actually knows of them. Nobody knows who is, but he's very high status, right? So it wasn't Putin breaking it up. He was just looking at his underlings fight out between themselves. There's some collateral damage with it, but he doesn't care. He's not getting involved in it directly. He made a speech. The speech wasn't. He didn't name Prigozhin 17 times in the speech, right? He just said, those who turned guns against each other, those are the ones to blame. Very, very obfuscating sort of speech.
Nearly ecumenical.
Not very direct.
Only assessing
Exactly.
the state. The premise in Russia
I
is
guess,
the power of the
I didn't
state.
realize that the 25,000 troops was, so I didn't realize that was in question. So do we have, I guess, one, do we have evidence that there were not 25,000 troops on the way to Moscow? And then two, even if we assume, let's say that there were not, if it is theater, isn't it best staged with Putin staying in Moscow rather than appear, everyone, all the news reports at least, but reporting
David,
that he had fled to somewhere. Maybe it wasn't St. Petersburg, but somewhere.
David,
if it was theater, Putin seems to be pretty good at staging theater, and this seems to be pretty bad theater by at least his former standards.
David, do you hear me? David? Dolman, it seems David doesn't.
I don't think he can hear you.
Okay, no props. I'll cycle out.
Okay,
Well,
David,
Axel. I didn't hear Axel.
Yeah, Axel wants to address you, and he will be back in a second to explain this a little bit better. But again, look at the level imbalance, right? You don't want to get involved in what much lower tier people are doing. So it wasn't against Putin. It was never aimed against Putin. Putin made a little statement just so that everybody knows that he's aware that this isn't happening without his awareness. He's nice and alive, and it's for people much lower level to sort this one out among themselves. And then when they got far enough, he said, yes, hey, you, Luca, go break this up. We've had enough of this. I am now bored. Axel, I think you're back with us.
Hi. Yeah, sorry. The only things which we really know is that Utkin, co-founder of Wagner, is supposed to have been, we have no photo of him, but it was his battalion which was leading what can be described as a widely distributed small mobile force going on the M4 towards Moscow and being anywhere around 190 to 210, 20 kilometers away from Moscow. We've seen evidence of certain wheeled vehicles from that area. We've seen beforehand some semi-loaders and low loaders and other trucks close to Voronezh, yes. And we've seen a few BTRs. That's it. We haven't seen much, if anything. 25,000 is the total assumed combat strength of all Wagner forces at that time. And this is based on, say, his claims as to his payment records, which is why they also had to show yesterday that they've taken away his money so he can't pay them. This is why some of us have said that whilst not all of this will have been planned and choreographed, certain pre-planned components and certain elements in there are so elaborately placed that at least different parties with divergent or overlapping interests have played into this. And this is why I called it extreme kabuki with unintended consequences and chaotic elements. I stick by that. But Putin has come out for the better because he doesn't have to behave like you want him to behave. He has his own motive, utterly confusing at times and completely wrong. And I would never sanction any such behavior. I would not even believe that this is a true leadership. But it is sufficient for him to currently still remain fully in control, even having asserted more control than in the weeks and months before. And domestic control is the only thing which matters to him at this point in time. The West is completely in interpretation upheaval. The Russians have yet again established one thing: narrative and media control. Narrative as in having spread 5, 6, 7 different versions of the narrative, and the whole Western media world is talking about nothing else than this, rather than how to assist Ukraine. That's their win. Spreading the lies, keeping you guessing, keeping you talking, keeping you interested in their internal affairs. That's the whole point.
Is there, I guess, a couple of follow-up questions. From that, it seems like this could potentially be bad for morale for the Russian troops, fighting in Ukraine. Isn't there a version of this that could have played better for Russian troop morale? And then to Domen, I guess you had mentioned this was never against Putin. Like, how, we don't know from Axel, from what you're saying, and it seems, it's what I was seeing on Twitter too. We actually don't know the number of troops, and maybe there were, only 500, maybe there were 25,000. But how do we know that this was never targeted against Putin? What is the basis for that thought? How do we know this was targeted at Shoigu and not Putin? Because that is counter, as I'm reading the New York Times today, like that is counter to the predominant narrative that the media is playing.
He's not dumb enough to think he can take down Putin like that.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. He can't be that stupid, and that's also why he, in some shape or form, came to this agreement. But I agree with Chuck that this mutiny effort is something which you don't do, because it shortens your lifespan. It's unforgivable, even from a Putin perspective. But Putin and his clique can easily survive the challenge because they picked up the toxic spider and put it in a thick plastic bag and ziplocked the bag. That's what they did.
If I could interject here, but then Axel, isn't there a contradiction there? Which is, one, you're saying, okay, so this was a plan to lance the boil of civil war before it began, So therefore, it serves Putin, right? But at the same time, how would that shorten Potato Head's lifespan? Because he served a purpose that was required in order to lengthen Putin's.
But now he doesn't serve a purpose anymore.
Oh, I see.
That's it. Exactly. Domin is 100% right. Now, as to the morale question, David, I think the morale of Russian troops was already utterly shot beforehand. It has been degraded, specifically in the past months, by the attrition they had to suffer at the hands of the Ukrainians. Ukrainian armed forces have constantly exhausted them. They're moving them around. Chuck explained this extremely well yesterday in two of the sessions, that the Ukrainian armed forces have been very mobile, and this broad front approach which they have taken. Mick Ryan has spoken about this in one of his latest threads, and General Zaluzhny had actually indicated this last year in his interviews with The Economist, that they will challenge the Russian armed forces across the whole line of contact. So you keep them guessing, you've forced them to be mobile, move them around. Even last year, when they had a concentration in Kherson, and say it triggered the Russians to move troops around at relatively short notice from the northeast and thin out their lines. But they thinned them out further than even the Ukrainians had ever thought that might happen. They then had an exploitation option, which when in Vasilivka they made an attack. They saw that the second and third echelon were completely empty, respectively uncoordinated, too widely dispersed, logistically disconnected, unsupportable, and unprepared by any measure. As a consequence, and there was no air cover, no helicopters stationed close enough to support those troops. So the Ukrainians made a run for it, and they threatened Svatova even at that time. So if you thin out the lines, that's what happens. And the same thing Chuck described occurring currently in certain areas surrounding Bakhmut, but also further to the south towards Volodar. And I think we'll see a lot more of this. And this is exceptionally well done by the Ukrainians. And this is actually the real topic of the recent days. It's not the potential disintegration of Russia, the power struggles within the Oprichnina, and all that kind of jazz. Yes, if it had been completely genuine, or if it had been a real threat to Putin's regime, this could have actually gone in any shape or form to a quicker conclusion. But I don't think that this was in the cards yesterday. When Malcolm Nance was on yesterday in the early European evening, or late afternoon, early European evening, I once asked the question as to Ahmad. We went through different rounds then of discussion, and later on he insisted that if he wants to see if and when they fight both in the north at the Okra River, or if the Kadyrovites were to go into battle in say Rostov-on-Don or Rostov-na-Don, and they didn't. Ahmad never went there. It was a threat. The civil war ended before one proper shot was fired, other than the sacrificial lambs of the 13 helicopter pilots and this one rather strangely moving truck close to a bridge. And yes, of course, the two circus gates in Rostov-na-Don. Look at it. I mean, we have two Kamaz trucks which were still stationed so that people in the West could report late last night. And you can go to any media source. Maybe later, there was something in changing in tone in the Wall Street Journal's reporting during the night. And when I headed in and tucked myself in later during the night, the Wall Street Journal had changed tone completely. But everybody else was completely in upheaval. And they were reporting, oh, there are still troops in Rostov. This is not over yet. And the population is jeering, not cheering, but jeering at the incoming police. This is a sign of weakness in our people. Well, that kind of civil unrest has occurred throughout the whole of the Russian Empire recently, and will, of course, increase further. And that Russians are unhappy with their police and treat them like dirt is nothing new at all, which is why you have forces like the Oman constantly coming in and cleaning up. I'd say we should remain very calm and focus on Ukraine.
And the critical thing to remember is, David, you're saying that let's not diminish the morale of Russian troops because something else had been not done. Well, for Russian troops, this is primarily a little bit of entertainment, and they will go back to normal very soon thereafter. I think by Tuesday, everywhere in Russia will be very back to normal. And also, you're assuming that Putin and his immediates really particularly care about actually winning in Ukraine still. There are plenty of indicators that they have given up, or they have at least realized they have a very good chance of losing. And what they're trying to make sure is that they don't lose the unitary nature of Russia in the process. And this is what they have gotten somewhat to assure yesterday with this bit of awful theater. But that's about it. That is the interest, the motivation. All of this other stuff is kind of on the side of it. They tried to make an imperial re-expansion. They probably failed. I think they're realizing that they have failed, but this really isn't on top of their list of priorities.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a year and I guess a month or two, and appreciate your diligence and the amount of time you guys are investing in this. So thank you, and thanks.
And we have Verlaine.
Good time of the day, guys. I see that you have a very lively discussion. Well, I wonder why.
It's because of the ridiculous theater to the east. You might have heard something about it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it does ring a bell. A bit. I mentioned on my Twitter, but by the way, hi for those of you who don't know, I'm right now currently in Kyiv. I decided not to comment on anything from the very beginning because there's been a lot of different discrepancies and things that didn't make sense, like as per usual, and things that were very sketchy. And at the same time, we had a very atrocious attack on Kyiv, and unfortunately, my friend's house was hit. She's not a very close friend, but she's the best friend of my roommate and my cousin, so I know her really well. And I consider her more than an acquaintance because we've been in the same different companies for a long time. Oddly enough, she has been working for the UN as a clerk these 2 weeks. Irony. So at that time that the house was hit, she's fine. She's just really emotionally not okay because she considers yesterday her birthday, second birthday. Her neighbors died, and it wasn't like a direct hit. It was a fragment that hit the building. So it was very grim. It's still very grim. So when I heard and started looking at what was happening, I just decided to focus on helping her somehow, though she kind of refused because she didn't know what to do and her mind wasn't in the right place. And then I decided to focus on channeling my energy into making sure that supplies are going the right way, checking who needs what more, the priorities, because I happen to have some storage and my guys needed some, so I was focusing on that. And every second hour I checked on the space. Obviously I came up to listen for a bit once I had time, and then I checked the media and trying to process what was said, told, and shared. And I kind of was expecting this outcome, to be honest. So that's why I was like, it's just going nowhere from one perspective, but from the other perspective, there's gonna be a lot of changes politically. And we were like, in Ukraine, a lot of people obviously were posting a lot of memes and laughing, but for those who are in very close coordination with the troops, we weren't laughing at all because we know what kind of implications those behind the doors negotiations might bring globally. So yeah. Overall, it's a typical day in Ukraine. You're still under attacks and war. How have you been?
We've been saying pretty much the very same thing as you, that the focus should be on Ukraine fighting, other than trying to dissect and disseminate whatever firehouse of bullshit information was shot at us.
What else? I see that there are a lot of hands, but before we go to the people who are actually want to add something, I'm just gonna add that I had the privilege of finally meeting our renegade relief runners friends in their lair. So I went to the HQ, met Julia, hugged her for all of us. She's wonderful. Got some supplies for our second Recce platoon for the medical supplies, which I was lacking. So they should be good to go. Thanks to Maria 8 / Graham delivery, this one that Julia had added. Now they're all set and done. I'm also working with the brigade once again, with the Rupish brigade, to do some deliveries in a short while. What else? I finally got the equipment that were under maintenance, which Maria report donations were sent to. So I will be also posting some photos with some drones that are brought back to life, so to say, and some new ones that were bought. I'm so sorry. Thank you so very much for everyone who had donated to Maria report Toys for the Boys fundraiser. We have procured antennas, we have procured drones, we have maintained at least 3 vehicles, bought some spare parts for the second one. We were able to fix some drones and do some minor, procurements for the crew, for Orchard crew especially. So he's all set and done, and I'm really happy about that. He has finished his training as to the FPV drones, and he's also trying to bring his whole squadron of FPV drones. That's another kind of story. What else can I say? I'm right now helping out the air defense unit for their capabilities. Hopefully, with the help of the global community, we'll be able to fully fulfill their needs and requests. And I have decided to donate my personal treasure for the cause. It's an auction that I'm running specifically. So if you have seen my Twitter page, I am having this auction up to Wednesday, and I'm auctioning my handmade needlework. It's my vyshyvanka. For those of you who know what is vyshyvanka, it's traditional Ukrainian shirt, cross-stitching technique, fully done by me. So that's another kind of thing which I was contemplating for a while, but the time has come, and overall fundraising efforts are sometimes like very stuck in the middle, and we don't have this time of luxury in the time. So I'm having a bit of like this bittersweet feeling of seeing how the auction is going, at the same time thinking like, oh, I definitely need to do something more for that as well. So yeah, like things here overall are fine. Those who were those who were worried, I'm alive. It's okay, safe and sound, traversing around Ukraine. In a couple of weeks, we'll have a pleasure seeing one very well-known history teacher from the US coming to us. Hopefully, we'll hug her in your stead as well. And apart from actually seeing Ashley, you probably know her because she's going to be hosting a family with Oleg and with his parents, and then she's going to go to Ukraine, she's also going to be helping. I will help our Colonel Spencer with some stuff. I will also visit our University of Defense next couple of days, helping out with their training. So it's been busy, and I'm happy that I can share with you some like good news in between these strange, indescribable, weird, and really just dark stories. So yeah, I do apologize if I have not like informed those who have graciously donated us funds for the Toys for the Boys. It's going on. I try to post things as soon as I have a chance. I actually was talking today in the morning with Doman, and I shared with him my room, and it's such a mess. There's so many boxes. I'm organizing, reorganizing, packing things. I was like thinking, how the hell do I even sleep in this place? But I'm really happy that it's like this and not vice versa. When I don't really know where to invest all my time and energy. It's my days have been 4 to 6, 7 since the 24th of February, and I think they remain the same. And I'm happy that you're here. I saw how successful yesterday's panel was in terms of giving a global coverage into the situation. Doesn't matter how ridiculous that situation felt like Russians had sacrificed some of their pilots. That's always a good thing in terms of Ukrainian survival. Unfortunately, it is what it is. And I see that a lot of people have, from a lot of people who had their hands raised, only Freight Monkeys left. I'm sorry for rambling on so much. Freight Monkey, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to update what I was saying before, what I was asking Doman. He was right. This General Lord Richard Dennett is the guy who came onto Sky News saying that in order to bring anything to NATO, Finland would need to invest severely into their armed forces because they're not already, and it will just be adding a bit of emotional support. So it seems that this guy, what's a polite expression, talks out from his backside, basically. It's a load of tosh.
That was months ago.
It was months ago, yeah, but I forgot that it was him, so I had to go and check him up, and now I remember the bloke. So, but it's interesting when you have, because he's a lord and an ex-general. If he says something to the media in the UK, they will obviously publish it, and they won't necessarily question it. But this guy's track record, as far as we know, is not exactly the best when it comes to these things. So I think my comment from before can be, for the moment, disregarded.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Verlaine, for being here. It's always a great pleasure to hear from you. And indeed, I have seen your tweets yesterday, and with all the drama, well, not really drama, but theater that was happening yesterday, we should not forget that Russia is still bombing Ukraine. Russia is still killing civilians in Ukraine. And your story about your friend really, really touched me, and I cannot imagine what is in your heart, your soul as Ukrainians. So we should not forget that we are here to support Ukraine, regardless of anything that may make us laugh. It's always this should be our priority. And I want to also say that I've seen your tweet about the Vishivanka, and it's amazing what you are doing. Let's go to Spartan because he was waiting for a while, and then lunchtime.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, good afternoon. Please retweet, and share the space. This is Maria Report. I got a question either for Doman or Axel. I'm tired of talking about the nonsense that's happened in Russia. It's I think it's been talked about ad nauseum, but I want to talk about the river crossing over by the Antovsky Bridge. I do recall some conversation in the space. I think it was Thomas Tyner was here about maybe potentially crossing upstream of the dam, but this is obviously downstream. And do you guys think that this is setting up more for like a hammer and anvil type maneuver? Just and if there's any other information that's out there that I may have missed, I certainly would appreciate if you guys could share what you know. Thank you.
I am not sure this was real news. I saw it on a number of the sort of usual genocide cheerleaders, top tier genocide cheerleader mill bloggers yesterday. However, I have not seen anything today at all, and I have been looking. Now, I've missed it. Maybe I've missed it. If I've missed it, anybody seen anything, let me know. But yesterday, all the mill bloggers were very busy not doing anything because they were very confused as to what they're supposed to do now, right? Because nobody told them a whole lot. Maybe some knew some, but they weren't quite in the clear of what to do. So sometimes when they're not sure what to do, they make up a Ukrainian attempt, and then just to be able to then celebrate the victory that never happened because in the first place the attempt never happened. So unless we hear something in the next 36 hours about anything to do with a crossing of Ukrainians near Antonivsky Bridge and with tanks and whatnot, I will just assume it's another one of these, throwaway things Russian mill bloggers say, where they either forget about the thing that they launched or something. So could be nothing. Actually, did you hear anything about this at all since the initial news of a successful Ukrainian crossing of the Dnieper?
Nothing, and that's great.
So either it's going really well, or it doesn't exist. Those are pretty much the two options. That covers about 98% of the probability scale right now.
I apologize. I'm still
Don't. No need
Friday.
to apologize. No need to apologize.
Yeah, no, it's I passed off Friday to a mixture of champagne and bourbon, in hopes of celebrating through the weekend. But no one can expect a Russian to do anything that is halfway competent. It just didn't make sense to me because I've been listening here to to some of the experts, and they basically were talking about upstream, and I was like, this makes no sense. But my Twitter filtering skills have been diminished this weekend, so appreciate you guys helping clear that up.
Don't worry. And by the way, upstream there are loads of opportunities, and Ukrainian armed forces, if and when suitable, will utilize them. Absolutely, and they have now much better equipment to employ them. Absolutely, but if and when there is a need and a suitable opportunity arising alongside the river Dnieper to pierce through what is the remaining troop contingent on the left bank side, which is currently still suppressing civilians massively and has been inhibiting and impairing any kind of relief efforts, which Ukrainians have done under the cover of night to get people off roofs whilst they were surrounded by water. Any effort which the Ukrainian armed forces can undertake in that area, despite this excessive heat during the day, I mean, really excessive heat, and Verlaine can speak to how warm things feel when you're in the Kherson area around the Dnieper and the basin when, say, a warm year is about. And even in those days when the dam was there, the area was dried out. It is quite suppressive. And I think it's very hard for both troops as well as civilians to go through it with the added challenge of this dam breach and the added challenge of disease, dead bodies, houses broken, areas swamped. This is a maelstrom. This is really, really tough going. And the Ukrainian armed forces will make their decision and will make their point at a moment suitable to them. But they can breach and bridge both with ferried pontoons, meaning self-propelled pontoon elements, which they have been given, by the way, by the West, as well as many of the different bridging elements and equipments from a variety of nations, which are to a large extent, quite compatible, to another extent, have to be made compatible, but they can breach across areas of stream as well as areas of, shall we say, dead water quite comfortably if they need to and if they want to.
I completely agree. They need to do this at their own time and when the operating conditions are conducive. I live in Houston and I know a thing or two about compressive heat. But just to kind of wrap this up, I mean, I was here and I asked Tom Steiner about a question about the Southern Front. And I mean, he was very clear that he thinks that Ukraine's going to be waging a war of annihilation. And in that case, you need to have a hammer, an anvil, or something along those lines to really wrap up that section of the battlefield. Thanks for the time, gentlemen.
Yeah, please talk to your representatives and ensure that there's more Excalibur and more 155 and generally more ordnance coming.
Excellent. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Norman. I just wanted to say to Verlaine, it's really good to hear your voice, and you must tell me your secret to getting things organised, because I could surely do with some of those skills. It strikes me in all the discussion we've had about the attempted coup or whatever the hell that was yesterday, that this is. I've seen a couple of tweets from Ukrainians saying basically this was a really bittersweet passage of time because to some it really brought forward, well, how do I put this? Well, it really sort of brought to the fore the hope and the feeling that this war might be over, that Russia might actually withdraw because of these issues domestically. And I'm not Tom Zimbardo or anything, but I can well imagine that is a very difficult thing to deal with, the spectre of hope, because sadly it proved to be unfounded and it's business as usual overnight with shelling and so on. So just to say, our thoughts are with you, my thoughts are with you anyway, and I feel for the turmoil that must have caused yesterday.
Thank you, Lunchtime. I will just address really quickly. Verlaine, if you want to respond, go right ahead.
About me organizing things. Well, right now everything looks. Doman will support me because he saw my the photo. It looks really disorganized, but usually it's me sitting tired on the floor, breathing in, breathing out, thinking about the priorities, then kind of like putting everything in the middle and then categorizing things. That's why I have a complete like big suitcase, which was actually sent by a Ukrainian volunteer who has been supporting and helping me for a while with Poland and with the US, because he's right now in the US. He's, by the way, on the wanted list from Slovensk, so he was there even before 2022, so he was living in Poland anyway. So he sent me some suitcases that I had to redistribute. I had nothing in them, so he had graciously like donated those suitcases, so I'm right now using them. Also waiting for one very special suitcase. It should be coming today, but that's just for me because I have some things which are extremely precious. We have our friend of space, Jamie, and she sent some T-shirt for Archie. I'm gonna pass it out. Some. I hope that I write some like drawings from kids from the US for our soldiers. I can't wait to actually give them to. You just need to see how visually they just start seeing those photos. And I'm also waiting for a very special handmade thing. So I'm fingers crossed Jamie had sent that like a month ago or so, but there was some delays. So I'm right now using those suitcases to place some stuff for the guys. So it's actually going to be easier to carry from my 14th floor rather than going 500 times with 500 boxes, which usually is the case. The guys usually are like, it's so funny. They usually complain, "Why are you living so far away from the base?" I was like, "Come on, guys, I won't move to the base just because of your convenience." For the logistics, it's a joke. It's actually a very convenient place for them to just come and get the supplies. They're just grumpy. So yeah, and a couple of days ago, our soldier who had suffered injury in autumn, yeah, in October. On the 25th of October, he suffered injury. He had a couple surgeries, and there's still a problem with his back. He lost at least 15 kgs, but he's still as strong as ever. So he was like, "Do you need some help?" Yeah, I need to do some things. And I just asked the guys who will be here close to my home, because I was just so tired. I was wiped out. I was like, there is no way I can carry these 80 kgs on my own, even though it's like suitcases. He was like, of course I'm gonna come. So he came. He saw finally this like what's happening behind the curtains. He was impressed, so to say, and he was like, next time just call me. Don't do this on your own. I was like, okay, don't yell at me. Anyway, so he's gonna help me with some other things. And it's right now I see the end of it. I'm almost seeing that my couch, because it's like convertible bed, but right now it's just like a sofa, a couch, because there is not enough space because everything is just boxes, and it's so great. And I know that they will be going to the guys and they need them. So I was like, they're all like signed carefully. I double checked, and sometimes I need to do that because only the guys don't speak English. But I just need to make sure that they go to like the first priority, second priority, and all of that. So I categorize them, and in case there's some guys need to have not the whole box but some part of the supply, and just that part, and I just write on the box what was sent. Once again, my room and my apartment sometimes is used as a storage, not because the guys don't need the supplies. It's just because they don't want to have too many of them stored wherever they are, because it might be heat, it can get burned, they can, there is this thing that where less is more. And it's not really
And in the
convenient
meantime,
to have.
Verlaine's room
Yes.
looks like she's a hoarder.
Yes. Exactly. I lost the count. Like it was like 25 boxes, and then I lost the count of boxes. It's like, have you ever played Tetris? So this is like Tetris.
Well, Fellaine, I've got the first part of your technique completely mastered, which is to put everything in the middle of the room. It's the second part I could probably take some inspiration from. And not to distract you or anything, but in the UK we used to have a TV program called How Clean Is Your House, with a couple of very scary cleaner ladies. I don't know, Mockers probably remembers this. And that would come round in white coats and rubber gloves and inspect people's houses. So if you feel like a bit of entertainment, maybe you should look that up on YouTube. But please don't let me distract you from what you're doing.
Mockers, please enlighten us, and I think you want to get a co-host in, right? But anything else as well, go right ahead, and we can go on to Freight Monkey and Fancy and so on.
I wanted to say hello to Fellaine, and I do have a co-host invite now. Thank you very much. But yes, I just wanted to say hello to Fellaine. It's lovely to hear you.
Good to hear you, Mockers. And thank you guys for keeping the frontier. It's extremely invaluable. I hope that I was still today Sunday. I hope that the Sunday overall is more or less restful for those of you who've been helping Ukraine.
Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I was just wanting to react to the question about the Antonovsky Bridge. And I think, Doman, you put it very well, that sometimes some male bloggers will make up something, generally even out of boredom. But it does seem that the Ukrainians do use that area to stage, I think, some reconnaissance, maybe special forces, that kind of stuff. We've seen that many times that it's been reported. But I didn't see any footage either. But what I did see, and which I sent you a little bit earlier, is how the Kakhovka Reservoir, if that picture is actually accurate, looks like it's dried up quite a lot. So if Ukraine wanted to use somewhere to launch an offensive more on the southern front, I guess they would probably use that. But what I would also like to say is, from yesterday to today, there seems to be reports with a little bit more evidence, like videos of some progress being made in Bakhmut. At least some videos that I saw of some trench fighting. There's a claim that the 57th Motor Rifle Brigade of the Russian Federation has been either destroyed, defeated, depending who you ask. So it seems that it's not as if everybody was just looking at the news yesterday and doing nothing. It seems that there was a lot of fighting all around the front, and that Ukraine has made a bit of progress yesterday, between yesterday and today at least. So that's positive.
And this is why we had our longer Chuck Ferrer segment yesterday in the European evening as well, to make sure that people understand that there was lots and lots going on the line of contact between Friday morning and the events of Saturday late afternoon, evening, because there's a war going on, people.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not because a bunch of clowns take a road trip that the war ends, and that's maybe a bit of a harsh realization, because I think everybody got a little bit excited. But still, nothing to me is quite as funny as seeing the Kadyrovites. Everybody was joking about the traffic jam. I saw a tweet not long ago. I think Mokas would like it. If I find it, I'll send it to her. Which is after not fighting in Rostov-on-Don, the Kadyrovites are returning to not fight in Ukraine. They always seem to be war tourists. Let's put it that way.
They were protecting a bridge this morning, Freight Monkey. Did you not see that?
I did not see that, but I'm very happy that they were. I hope they were also regulating traffic.
They were
among
in.
other jobs.
Oh yes, indeed. They were in Kolomna, in Russia. They'd finally arrived. They got terribly caught up in a terrible, what do you call it, a traffic jam, apparently, on their way to Rostov, and they ended in Kolomna looking after a bridge. So there's some video there of them all stood around this bridge,
And
pretty much
Marcus,
just digging themselves up.
I hear they had problems with their GPS as well. You know, with all of this jamming the Russians are doing, they ended up in the middle of a field, then they didn't know where to go, they almost drove into a lake on the way, all the excuses.
The funny thing is, these guys are not only a joke to us, but they're also a joke to the hardcore Russian Telegram channels. I've seen some. Okay, I don't know how realistic the translations are, but I saw some pretty derogatory comments on Russian Telegram, which is interesting, because people, either the uber tanky types, the Western, the I hate the West, but I live in Ireland or Austria, and I hate all of that, but I have a cushy job and a good lifestyle, and I'm protected by the rule of law. Those kind of people tend to admire the Kadyrovites out of, I don't know, some reason, maybe because of this loyalty. But a lot of the Russian speaking channels seem to think these guys are a bit more of a joke. So that's interesting. They're sort of a worldwide joke.
And by the way, they admire them because they are goat curious.
But I am not surprised. I think Jeroman and the other guy, I think they might be goat curious indeed. each his own. It's a modern world, Axel. You have to accept that.
Can I highlight one other thing? Because on the day where all this Maskarovka, clownery, extreme kabuki, horse trading, infighting, Oprichnina 3.0 revisited, Redux, whatever you want to call it, went on, and the whole Western world was in upheaval as to what on earth this all would mean. There were two young men, 17 years of age, who, after having been kidnapped for learning Ukrainian online and being incarcerated, suppressed, tortured, abused, and everything, took it upon themselves to kill the oppressors, knowing full well that they would die right after. I didn't post much yesterday or the day before, but I did retweet that. The video has been verified. I think this should give everybody pause as to what to focus on. Ukraine must win, and we must help her.
Where did we go? I think fancy Vishy Banker. Very nearly called you Fancy Pants then.
Yeah, it's fine. Just don't tell Twitter that I'm still fancy pants. What I wanted to ask is, so we've seen 16th of June that there was this kind of announcement or draft of something in the United States for delivering ATACMS to Ukraine. And I mean, there were quite some huge atrocities, Russian atrocities conducted with the Kakhovka Dam, right? And we expected, or at least I expected, some proper response, which didn't happen really from the appalling West. We see a lot of activity or like a lot of support now coming actually from more and more from European countries. Also, I read that Gepards are coming, etc. But where the damn long-range weapons, where the ATACMS, and why is Biden still blocking long-range weapons for Ukraine? What the hell is wrong with this dude? That's my question. Where the ATACMS at?
Sorry, I thought Axel was going to answer that one. So the thing that passed in, was it the House, was it the Senate, was it both, specifies it for the 2024 financial year. So basically, sometime in the next 18 months is what that was saying. Hardly immediate, which is very frustrating. But I guess that's the only thing they could vote for. That was more than that was actually an appropriations of sort, or a direction of funding, rather than just we resolve that we call upon the executive to go do this. I don't get it either. The excuses are abound, and I don't think if General Hodges, with his both experience and arguments, couldn't have persuaded them thus far. I don't know what more they want from all of us. What I will say is, in an ideal sort of case, now is about the time when they would show up, because right as Ukraine is going to be at the verge of crossing or hitting the main defensive line in the south of Ukraine, would be the perfect time to neuter Russian logistics line as well as all manner of aviation. But yeah, don't know much else what to say. They're just. I don't buy the argument. I don't buy the excuse of, there just aren't many enough of them. So I'll kind of leave it at that.
Also, if I might add, Doman, the excuse of that there is not many of them is also completely irrelevant, right, to the question, because Europe and the United States have different capabilities, different ways of defending against Russia, of fighting a war, with air force to a huge extent, right? So we don't need the ATACMS. There, where we need them is in Ukraine to finish off Russia. That's the whole point, right? Like, they will probably sit in storage and be dismantled eventually if they're not used in Ukraine against Russia. So yeah, these excuses that are brought forward are just ridiculous.
Yeah, and the excuses are often based in, but China or something, and that's very silly, because that shouldn't be allowed for. It comes from a misassessment that somehow, letting Russia drag this out somehow helps deter China. It doesn't. It does the opposite. So that's a fundamental mistake there. Yeah, it's a mess from that perspective. The rest is going pretty well. It's really the apprehension to send attackers is very silly. What with the rest going pretty well along. Jacob.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, just first off, these spaces have been great. I listened to the one from yesterday pretty much all day while I was cleaning and everything. It kept me well informed. So thank you for doing all this. My question has to do with like what will the role of Russian state media be and going forward, and what will the Russian people's reaction be to that? Because like one thing I thought of when I was seeing everything going on, like will Prigozhin take over, was a scene in HBO's Rome where the town crier is like bashing Caesar, but then when Caesar comes in and takes over Rome, it's the same guy saying like the exact opposite. And the Roman people were just kind of just like standing by, just kind of like, Jesus Christ, that these guys are ridiculous. So like I don't see how the Russian state media can spin this positively in favor of Putin, because the Russian people, I don't think, are going to be that stupid. Like I just finished the book Afghanistan, and the Soviets were telling the Russian mothers, "Oh, your sons are okay, they're all right," but coffins just kept on coming. And Prigozhin just said 100,000 people have died in Russia. So I'm just curious what you think. Like, how is and how will be the Russian state media be spinning this, and what will the Russian people's reaction to that be?
There will be minimal reaction from the Russian people, because there's generally minimal reaction from the Russian people in most things. There isn't a civil society as you would expect it. There will be people dissatisfied with this or that, but that's kind of besides the point, really. On the by the by. With the rest of it, how can they spin it positive for Putin? They don't need to spin it positive for Putin. The facts in itself are positive for Putin, because there is less danger internally to him. An autocrat like that can only be taken in from the inside with quite a bit of organization and quite a bit of structure and planning. What has happened with a combination of these private armies having been effectively dissolved and their soldiers integrated into regular MOD structures already earlier in the month, and now the MOD itself being embarrassed, basically means that there is no ability for anyone with any real quantity of weapons, to stand up to the FSO, the Praetorian Guard, right? If you want to kind of simplify it. It's basically made Putin secure against a coup or rebellion from the inside for at least the next 12, 18 months, maybe a little bit more, depending on how long somebody takes to organize it. I've done the rundown. I'm not going to do it again. But there's about at least 15 to 20 private or semi-private military formations, maybe more than that that have been subsumed into the MOD during the course of the first 2 weeks of June. Any one that could be individually used either to protect someone or to attack someone in the case that weakness was detected. That is a huge win for Putin. Putin doesn't have to spin this. This is about, actually, for a change, it's actually about realities instead of spin. No, most of the time, the Russian propaganda apparatus, domestic media, is incredibly good at explaining everything away. But here, there's no need, because no one really particularly cares. This was quite clearly a game, a play. Let's call it a play, because that works both in the sporting sense as well as the theatrical sense. On sort of the third level of the pyramid, people who were, as individuals, somewhere in the top 100, but not the top 10 by importance in Russia. The emperor looked down on them as they were duking it out, and then before it actually came to serious blows, there's some pilots who got shot down from helicopters. That's about it. Before it came to serious blows, he had one of his senior courtiers, but who's kind of on the outside of things. Lukashenko take it to end and tell him, now you finish this, you're done with it, and break them up. That's all that happened. And in the process, Shoigu got effectively demoted. He might be replaced as defense minister with someone Putin likes a little bit better. Anything bad that happens, for example, failure in Ukraine, can now be blamed on others, explained away much more easily for Putin. I think his regime is more stable now than it was before. That's all there is.
And there are more minority leaders in the MOD he can choose from. There's a Tatar, there's a Kalmyk who has worked his way up.
That's perfect.
Yeah. You can play this game for another 18 months. You need 3 of them.
Yeah, it went pretty well for them. The middle bits were a bit complicated because the MOD was even more inept than was expected, probably, by only digging up some trenches and roads and nothing else. They've underperformed even that. Wow, impressive. But other than that, it went more or less according to plan. The only people who feel put out are the VKS, because a bunch of their comrades just got killed in the process of the play unveiling. But most people don't really care, and it was a fun entertainment for a day for them as well. So that's about it. Jacob?
Oh yeah, thank you. That answered a lot. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Jacob. Jamie?
Hey, hi, Berlin. I was drifting in and out of sleep, and I heard my name being called. So, yay! You're getting the box today or tomorrow?
Hi, Jamie. It's so lovely to hear you. Today's Sunday, so I hope I will either get it no later than 7 p.m. or early morning tomorrow. It depends, but hopefully today.
Yay! There's a whole bunch of fun things in there for you and the guys, and kids art and drawings make them happy. Because everyone, I don't know, children's art is just special. And yeah, I'm just glad to hear that it came. Big hugs, and yes. And I will step down and go back to sleeping, I guess. Yeah.
Lord, you woke up just because I called your name, and you were listening to Space while sleeping. Oh, that sounds very geeky.
I'm waking up, sort of, because I had to feed the cat. So, yeah. All right. Then I heard my name, and I was like, I have to respond to Verlaine. Yay! All right. So I'm going to drop down. Thank you. Have a great day. Big hugs.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh, by the way, I have to mention this, sorry for interruption. Do you recall, maybe Doman does not recall, but Mockers, you might remember that we had Mike with us, and he was willing to donate his Mavic Pro drone for Orcha. Do you remember?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, so here's the full story, disclosed. So he reached out to me. We figured out the plan how to get it to me. I got it. It was perfectly functioning. Obviously, not the one that Ocha uses, but still really good. Ocha went to the. We were discussing both who might have like a better chance to utilize it to its full capacities. And Ocha was like, it's up to you. You were the one who dragged me into this venture. you will be the one to make the final decision. I trust you. I'm gonna be more into like UAVs and FPVs. And I was like, okay, so I need to figure it out. And then the guys from the air defense reached out, and we all obviously only started to talk about like power lights and tracks and whatnot. And then at the end, I was like, okay, if there's a chance for us to also get like a drone, we will be able to also procure them. We're not actually thinking about something fancy. And I was like, wait a minute. So what type of a drone do you need? And I still had that one. There's like, because I was thinking maybe our snipers will use that, but our snipers right now are a little bit like further. So anyways, and they had their one. So it's like, well, it's just like something easy, maybe something even like refurbished or something like secondhand. It's like, just hold on. I have something for you. And now our air defenses are using the drone that Mike was going to send to Orchard to recce the area where they're gonna be positioned. Whole story short, they were extremely, so the fundraiser wasn't going really like fast in Ukraine because of obvious reasons. And they weren't able to provide the full like paperwork to do like internationally big one. And once we were able to send them like the drone, they were so happy, and there's finally a little bit of a morale boost. And now they're just like, you can't imagine, we were thinking it was gonna be like a simple drone, but Mike sent like the full set, like full pro set, and the guys were just like over the moon. So that's also one of the small ways that space have somehow, in a very miraculous way, benefited Ukrainian air forces.
That's amazing. I'm really glad to hear that that connection did result in an air defense team receiving a drone and receiving a really good drone that they're really happy with, and it's doing its job for them. That is just the best news. Thank you so much for telling us that. Freight Monkey, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't remember what I wanted to say. Just carry on.
No, that's okay. I'm sure you'll come back to us. Go ahead, Doman.
I have a question for you, Marcus. I'm sure you've done it early in the morning when I wasn't around yet. But you know what I'd really like to hear today?
Would you like to hear some numbers?
I would.
As you asked so nicely, of course. Bear with me, though, because I've got to re-find them.
So the reason will become obvious quite quickly why I'm particularly interested in them today. I don't know. You will see. You might want to add the totals in there of the early categories as well.
Oh, I'd love to find them.
I can do it if you're still looking.
Oh no, I found them. I found them.
Ah, very good.
I had found them. Go away. Stop it. Right. Okay. There we go. Found them now. Crikey. That was really difficult. Sorry, it kept kicking me out. So, we have 720 liquidated personnel, 6 tanks, 2 armoured personnel vehicles, 19 artillery systems and 5 MLRS, 2 anti-aircraft systems, 12 UAVs, 41 cruise missiles, 4 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 4 more special equipment. And go ahead. What do you need to tell me?
Artillery has overtaken tanks by 4. And artillery has, as of today, set a new monthly record. Last month it was 553. This month we're now up to 560. At the same time, special equipment is only 5 behind last month's record, and there's still 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 6 days to go. And yes, I did use my fingers to do that. So it's very good going on both of those on both of those metrics. So I just wanted to say that because I'm quite happy with that.
Excellent stuff. You know what I've not done today at all?
What?
I've not done the MOD report. And,
is that the one that
what
yesterday just said ha 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 everyone?
Pretty much, yeah.
And today, what is the noise somebody makes when very hungover and confused?
Indeed. No, today they have gone for a completely different subject. So, in recent days, Ukrainian forces have reset and have again been undertaking major offensive operations on 3 main axes in southern and eastern Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are using the experiences from the first 2 weeks of their counter-offensive actions to refine tactics for assaulting the deep, more prepared Russian defences. Ukrainian units are making gradual but steady tactical progress in key areas. In Luhansk Oblast, Russian forces made their own significant effort to launch an attack in the Sebryanka forest near Kreminna. This probably reflects continued Russian senior leadership orders to go on the offensive whenever possible. Russia has made small gains, but Ukrainian forces have prevented any breakthroughs. So there you go. That was your MOD report.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, very, very well. There's a lot of these. For quite a while, we only really had sort of 2 sectors of the front with lots of activity and actual possible movement, right? One was around Bakhmut, one was further north towards Kreminna and all the way up to the border. The latter, we almost never heard almost anything about because why would we? Because everybody was very quiet there. And now suddenly there's another one, right? And there's another one here further south, which is very long. And indeed, there's at least 3 or 4 different pushes. So that makes it a lot more, a lot easier to forget about one or another where actual movements might be happening. But yeah, some amount of updates, some amount of progress, both in the south as well as in off there in and around Bakhmut, let's call it. So very, very good.
There's a new episode of Vatnik Soup out, which I'm
was
sure people will
just
enjoy.
about, Marcus,
Is it
I was
Count
just
Nyson?
about to highlight.
Is it Jeremy Corbyn? Is it George Galloway? Who is it?
It is the owner of the platform.
Oh my.
And it's very smartly done because apart from maybe one or the other mistake in it, that's irrelevant. It's very smartly done because he keeps people on a cliffhanger at the end of it. And his challenge thus to the powers that be as to whether they would block him or overreact continues.
Sorry, Axel, that was a bit. I didn't really understand what you were saying there.
Pekka had, as every good journalist or researcher would do, contacted Mr. Musk publicly on Twitter and highlighted that he would have his own read on him and do a Vatnik Soup segment on him, as well as David Sachs. And Mr. Musk did not return or did not come back with a flippant remark or anything. But Sachs seemingly did. So Pekka went out to make a thread of something like 24 items, all of which currently is evidently hampered still, like every new thread is hampered by the fact that you don't see that it's a thread unless somebody says, here's a thread, because you can't connect to it as easily anymore, so you have to click on the individual item first, but it doesn't matter. So he did this, and he ended halfway through, highlighting that there would be a second part of his argument, and that it would come to discern the treatment by Elon Musk and his group of people of all matters pertaining to the Russo-Ukrainian war, hampering negotiations, peace plans, so-called ones, and the likes. Very smartly done.
I'll have to take that out. Thank you, Axel, for clarifying.
Have a look-see. Yeah, have a look-see. You'll enjoy it. I mean, there are, I think, factual mistakes in there, but it doesn't really matter.
Yep, enjoy everybody. Anda, my lovely. Hello. Anda?
She's fallen asleep again, Knockers.
What a bird in her hand at that.
She might be having technical issues. We know what Twitter's like.
Could be. But by the way, anyone who's possibly seen this or not? Actually, you've not. Have you watched any videos from the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade?
Since when, you mean? Since Friday?
Yes.
There's the one which was posted, which was pretty much in the dark.
Well, this one definitely isn't in the dark. So I will send this to you because you're probably better at reviewing this than I would be. And I put it where Gunny also is, because then you can all have a look at it, and it's really worthwhile having a look, I think. And you'll gather a lot more from it.
Are you putting this on Salisbury Plain?
I mean, best, because everywhere else would probably not want quite as many, unexploded munitions as undoubtedly will have remained where this was shot.
Okay, we will see as to whether we can save Benji the dog.
Excellent.
I need to tell you something, Doman, which is funny. I know we enjoy a funny story. Do we recall that the Russians have from time to time dropped some sort of chemical munition, like a, tear gas or something like that from a drone?
Yes.
Well, they tried to do the same in the Marinka direction. Only unfortunately, Mother Nature wasn't having any of it, and the wind blew the gas directly into their own trenches. I just thought we'd like to know about.
That's very good. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you do not use chemical weapons, because that's what happens. So for everybody asking, but what if the Russians go and use chemical weapons? This is why they haven't been using lots and lots of chemical weapons, because everybody's kind of learned that lesson during the First World War. What happens if you use chemical weapons? They use chemical weapons, and even when they were trying to get rid of 1 or 2 people, what did they end up doing? One time, first they went with the radiological, and they left a shining trail throughout central London. And the second time, they managed to get like 5 other people, but none of the targets. So, and that is on an allegedly refined fashion of employment. They are not very useful at being very precise, and indeed, often they'll go and blow your way, your way as well. So I'll kind of leave it at that. Now, Ioana?
Yeah, interesting how the wind plays. And I just wanted, I don't know if it's allowed, an intermission. You talked a lot about theater, and I wanted to give my impression on what was happening since Friday night. Can I?
Absolutely. Any good play, well, even any play that isn't very good at all, deserves a nice critics roundup and a report afterward.
Yeah, so when it all started Friday night, I was wondering what Shakespearean title fits it, because it seemed kind of appropriate, Midsummer Night's Dream or Nightmare, depending on what side you are. And it started, like Tempest, and Prigozhin promised measure for measure for the two unnoble kinsmen, the MOD. And then it went on like a comedy of errors. Then Lukashenko stepped in to do the taming of the shrew, and in the end, all's well when it ends well, and much ado about nothing. But then I thought Shakespeare, it's not the perfect um, dramaturg for this. And you talked a lot about the kabuki theater, but I don't think it's kabuki, because kabuki is much more elaborated, much more precise, and much more dramatic than what was happening. And my final call would be like commedia dell'arte, people playing a role, a very well assigned role in everything. I'm not saying that put Prigozhin in this place and to make him do it, but I mean the personas in the story are very like commedia dell'arte, playing well defined roles. Like Prigozhin is Il Capitano, and Lukashenko could be Pantalone, and so on. So I think it's more like slapstick comedy, and much more like commedia dell'arte. What do you think?
I like that. I think that's very good. It's one of those things where um, most participants were less than aware of what was going on here, and I think that's worth remembering as well. So you somehow need a little bit of maybe audience participation almost, where they're persuaded to be a part of a play, even if they don't necessarily know that it is just a play. But most people participating in it yesterday weren't aware. So it's it requires very good method actors, right? And you tell sort of 3, 4, 5 people what's going to be happening, and the rest just kind of have to respond, and many come and go along with it. So that's a whole new kind of performance art, but it's one that Russians rather specialize in. There's some people saying, "Oh, but the cost of this was really high. Was it worthwhile?" It's like, what do you mean the cost was high? Russians destroyed like 2 or 3 of their apartment buildings, killing hundreds of people, just so they would have a better excuse to go into Chechnya yet again. There were 13 registered dead yesterday, maybe 20, 30, 40. That is very, very low by Russian standards. Far from a high expense. No, and in the amphitheater, some lions and elephants get killed, as do some of the gladiators. That's just what happens, right?
And price for life is very low in Russia.
Oh, absolutely.
There are at least 2 scenes in The Merchant of Venice which come to mind.
Except here they got stopped by the Oka River, not by the lagoon, or indeed the Adriatic.
But somebody got his pound of flesh.
Pound of flesh and a ton of reputation. Yes, very good. Thank you, and I enjoyed that because it did kind of degrade slowly like that, didn't it? And also the ending. What do you think of the ending? The ending was awfully sudden, as though did they run out of budget, or did it just go a little bit far enough and the
Yeah, you
curtain
know,
fell?
that's why I think it's not kabuki, because in kabuki the end, the fifth act Kyu is short but is very satisfactory, and this one it was not satisfactory. And with Commedia dell'arte, as you said, with participation maybe of the spectators and improvisations and everything, sometimes plays just end. And the actors say, "This is the end, guys. This is the end," you know. And this is this kind of ending when they say, "Well, that's all, folks. You can go home."
Are we again explaining everything with Bugs Bunny?
Game
We
of
can,
Thrones.
yes.
Game of Thrones last season. Or Lost.
For someone with a classical education, Lunchtime, you're really digging deep into Hollywood's latest.
I mean, Lost was a long time ago, to be fair.
I'd say that was yesterday, but there you go.
Just to remind everyone, the ending of Lost was the dog dreamed it all.
The reverse. That's the American version of being non-inventive. Well, in the good old days, when Hollywood still had very conservative people of Mosaic faith running the show, this would have been cast aside as a completely incredible script.
Jacob.
Yes, hi. So I know Elon Musk and the vetness soup about him is good, but I just had a question, like, is there any point in sort of like engaging with the people that are like buying into his propaganda or like misinformation? Because I have a friend that I've known for like a long time since high school who really admires Elon Musk and was like therefore like at first very pro Ukraine, and then all of a sudden when Elon Musk started coming out against Zelensky, he's like he texts me all the time about like, oh, both sides are evil, Russia may be the aggressor but the US aren't good guys, Ukraine is committing war crimes too, or like haven't the US committed war crimes? And it's very frustrating, and I try to like give him like accurate information or like just try to like counter that and like, no, that's not real, or like, no, that logic is really flawed. So it's like, how do you engage with like that level of misinformation with like people that like you're close to, it, just so they get the accurate information and see what's going on, but they're just so like they really like admire this person and think, oh, there's no way he could be lying, it's Elon Musk. But it's just so frustrating because, like I said, it's like someone that I consider to be a very close friend, and but who has just gone down this rabbit hole because Elon Musk just spouts whatever's on his mind, no matter how uninformed it is. Like, how do you engage with that, or is there no point in doing that? They're just too far gone.
Well, for a start, I would argue, and this is my attitude to these things, that you're giving far too much credit and credence to one person who might not deserve nearly as much. Now, your friend is clearly giving even more so credit and credence which I find frankly a little bit disturbing. But I don't talk about a small list of people. This one might or might not be on that list because, frankly, it's some people just primarily seek attention in their lives more than anything else, and I won't give them any. Now, as a general point, how do you counter that? Well, sometimes it's difficult because no, they have fallen into a bit of a self-created. Well, it's not a cult of personality when it's not an intentional cult of personality, is it? It's more an accidental. They're behaving as though they're in a cult, but whether a cult exists or not, which isn't great, obviously. But that will make it a little bit more difficult. The best way to go about it, I would argue, is to approach it as with anyone else who would be, arguing it so vociferously. And basically, once they're ending up only making an argument from authority or to authority, then they should start to be amenable for changing their mind a little bit. At that point, if all they have left is yes, but such and such says it. Well, if that's all they have and nothing else, then that's not very reliable or believable anymore, right? Not the most. So that's the way to do it. Beyond that, if you want to look at, do you know what? I'll recommend you this one because I know that he's written a bunch of things very, very well, and you say that your friend is somewhat smart. Go look at Timofey Milovanov's Twitter feed. He's written up a bunch of threads on sort of misconceptions about Ukraine elsewhere and countering a bunch of the usual arguments. He has it heavily interspersed with his normal daily activities. The president of the Kiev School of Economics, but he's very, he's also a professor in Pittsburgh on the side.
Yeah. Well, can you say that person just one more time?
Yeah, his last name is Milovanov. That's Mike, Yankee, Lima, Oscar, Victor, Alpha, November, Oscar, Victor.
All right, thank you. And yeah, I try to share him like whenever you guys are on, I'll just say, hey, you should listen to this too and everything. And when the Prigozhin coup, because there was a lot of he was sharing misinformation, there was an audit of their in the Defense Department. They found 6.2 billion is interesting. That must mean the Defense Department paid off Prigozhin to do this. And I'm like, no, that's not what it means. That actually happens a lot in terms of Defense Department mismanaging
the
money.
Defense Department literally just used the wrong number for value because they were using replacement cost instead of depreciated value of asset.
Yeah,
it was literally an accounting error.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm just very really frustrated because like I said, it's someone that I consider a close friend, but he's fallen down the Elon Musk cult of personality. He was literally texting me oh, the company should be able to fire disabled people at will after that whole fiasco when Elon Musk had fired a guy that was in a wheelchair, and he had openly admitted that oh yeah, this guy can't code very well, so I can't fire him. No, you can't just fire someone to sorry, I'm just going on. It's just very frustrating.
Can we please stop? He doesn't deserve being talked about
Yes,
so much.
exactly. Yes, thank you. But yeah, I just want to say thanks again for putting this on. I have to drop out of the Twitter space because I have to help a friend move. But thank you guys for doing all this in the Twitter space and engaging with the audience.
Thank you, Jacob. Fancy.
Yeah, I just wanted your help in maybe debunking another form of disinformation, or maybe it's not disinformation. I'm speaking of some British news where some allegedly general or something, British general, said that there would be a danger from Wagner coming down from north to Kiev. To me, this sounds like a quite adventurous statement. And I don't know why Western news kind of is, and especially a British general or what it was, is telling such stories, right?
Isn't this the same guy who said Finland were going to provide NATO with moral support, and they would need to start looking to invest in their military. Isn't that the same guy, Doman?
It literally is, yes. That's
Do you
the
have
guy
a
the Freight Monkey mentioned earlier.
do you have a link to that statement of his?
About Finland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll dig it up.
Thank you. That's lovely.
So as to the specific thing about Belarus, let me maybe give an attempt at that. Theoretically, yes, they could push south from Belarus, and maybe this is maybe the plan. I don't think they're that stupid, because Ukraine has a few things that it didn't have 16 months ago, and any mobile warfare attempt by the Russians from the north is kind of doomed to be colarized with gazillion little tungsten fragments. And yes, while it might, make it a little bit more difficult for Ukrainians to continue their push in the south if they have to do a quick defensive action in the north, it's kind of, doomed to fail. So I think that because of that, it's kind of unlikely. Has the danger gone up compared to before? Yeah, probably, because there will possibly now be more capacities up north. But in absolute terms, has the danger gone up? No, not by much, a little bit. I'll kind of leave it at that. But that should be enough. Right, we have Anda finally. Then we have Lunchtime, G-Man, and Angry. Anda, how are you?
Hi, hello. I'm well. I'm going home. And sorry for earlier. As I told Makars, moms have an extraordinary timing. So they call whenever you do something. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I have some questions because I couldn't follow up everything yesterday and today. So one thing that I completely missed was, where is Prigozhin now? Like, where?
No idea. Nobody's sure.
So he's not in Belarus, or if he is, we don't know.
Yeah, he's likely still in Rostov, but he could be in Belarus, or he could be somewhere else.
So that was one. And the second one, actually, it's... So it goes like this. Yesterday, so this was one of the topics yesterday, right? The fact that Putin is gonna look weak if he sides with Prigozhin, and he didn't. So this was from yesterday morning, right? And he didn't during the day. And then Prigozhin returned to Rostov, or anyway, aborted mission. So from what I can gather from the news that I read during this morning, he's looking, and I'm talking about Putin right now. He's looking kind of dumb, right? I'm sorry. So you have you hired someone, a gunman with a lot of weapons and people and stuff, and now you have no means of containing him, more or less. So two questions out of that. What would stop others to do the same, or having similar ideas, right? Going forward, that would be one. And second, what would Putin do at international level, given the fact that he always tried to look strong? And right now he doesn't look strong. So in my mind, one of the things that I expect from him going forward, today or tomorrow, is to do something stupidly brutal, just to kind of reassess himself as you know, in power, if that makes sense.
No, because the international world doesn't matter for him. Because his power isn't determined by what people outside of Russia think of him. Frankly, his power isn't determined by what people in Russia think of him, except for a few hundred, maybe a couple of thousand. All that matters is how he's perceived by a very small handful of people, all of which in Russia, or all of whom in Russia. And if they perceive him as weak, what their actual ability to put together some sort of a rebellion coup, whatever, would be, and what the chance of that succeeding is. The point of this wasn't to make him look strong internationally, because that doesn't matter. The point was to first take all of the private armies, roll them into the MOD, then embarrass the MOD so their heads don't get too big and likely replace him. So him being Shoigu, probably also Gerasimov. There's already names circulating about who the next defense minister and chief of staff are going to be. Now, that's what really matters. It's all a game within the court. It's all a play within the court at the Kremlin. It is only among those people that this is really relevant. And now everybody's been put back, 12 to 18 months if they ever want to overthrow the regime, because they will need time to build up assets and people and whatever else, because right now everything was stolen from everyone and put into the MOD, into the regular army. So all the commands were stripped. What was allowed briefly no longer was. Now Kadyrov still has his own army, but obviously he's not going to overthrow Putin because his survival depends on Putin, and because he can't survive in Chechnya without Putin's backing. So yeah, it's completely separate. People think, oh, now Putin looks weak. Look at he almost got coup d'etat. No one cares. No one cares how he looks like to outsiders. Nobody's going to attack Russia to overthrow Putin, because we know what happens if you attack Russia. You fail, right? Because it's too far and there's strategic nuclear deterrent and all the other stuff. That's why nobody's going to do that. All that matters is the rest. Now, will they do something ridiculous and cruel just because? Yes, but they would have done it anyway, because that's what they do all the time.
And they were able to command the narrative worldwide for about 48, maybe 72 hours after they had been told off that there is no way that they get away with what they intend to do in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. How well crafted that is.
And
Well, I tend to agree that he probably doesn't. Let's put it this way. I tend to agree that he probably doesn't move. He won't move. So I don't know how to express myself. I don't think he was afraid ever, at least really afraid, that he's gonna be attacked by NATO. I don't think he ever saw Prigozhin coming after him. But I do feel that he cares about what other people, meaning the rest of the leaders of the world, think about him. I don't think he disregards that. He says he doesn't care, but we have all these pictures, with him riding or stuff. You don't do that. Like, normal people don't do that.
Yeah, but it's secondary. What Tormund is trying to highlight is that in terms of power base and power exertion, all of this is secondary. You have to have power first to enjoy the vanity of it.
he wants to stay in power. no one outside of Russia is going to affect his removal from power. All that matters is a handful few who could or might, within Russia, what their perception or thinking is. That's all that matters for staying in power.
Thank you. I'll keep an eye on this, and I'll continue to listen. For sure, he wants to stay in power. That's
We have a
100%.
we have a Yehuda joining. Good morning. In your case,
good morning, good afternoon to the people on the wrong side of the pond. Yeah, I don't know if Prigozhin quits is the best title. Maybe Putin on the ropes. Ukraine advances. A lot of good news from southeastern occupied and recently unoccupied Ukraine. So those are my thoughts. I just got here, so I'm listening in. Nice to see everyone, and everyone else.
Very
Nice to
good.
see you.
Yeah, Prigozhin doesn't deserve a hashtag in our space. He's done his business, and he's demonstrated to the world that in fact Russia is really a collection of mafia clans who can wheel and deal with each other under the guise of being an actual state, which is pretty funny. Now the whole world knows, I think, what we've been talking about for the last year and a half. Forget Russia's a terrorist state. It's a terrorist mafia Bantustan.
Oh my. Such a
It's too
pull
long.
from a gas station.
It's too long to put in the title. Terrorist mafia Bantustan. But it has a nice ring to it. It actually has a horrible ring to it, but it's appropriate and it's accurate.
G-Man.
Good afternoon, everybody. Maria Report, please retweet the space. Please go to mariareport.org and consider donating. I was thinking about this earlier, about Prigozhin and the old fairy tale stroke poem of the Grand Old Duke of York. So I got to writing something and it's in the nest. So if you indulge me, it's not brilliant, but anyway. Yevgeny Prigozhin had a grand plan in his mind to march his 25,000 men up the hill they'd find. With strength and courage, he led them all the way to conquer the peak, no matter what others might say. The sun was scorching, the wind was hot, but nothing could falter Yevgeny's thought. He kept on marching with a steady resolve. His men followed him with problems to solve. And there's more. And I actually need to fix it because I should really have a verse about how he actually went back all the way down the hill again and surrendered. But anyway, that was the best I could do at short notice. Oh, I never know. Somebody could improve it.
Was that a limerick?
It's a bit long for Limerick.
Yeah,
this was
Not a
several
limerick.
counties.
Actually, while we're on that subject, Dom and I have sent you conclusive proof of Prigozhin in Minsk. I just thought I'd bring that to your attention very quickly.
Yes, so Lunchtime sent me a clip of a man looking vaguely like Prigozhin, allegedly spotted in Minsk, sleeping on a bench in the street. It looks, I guess it's believable it's Minsk. The street is a little bit too dirty for Minsk, I think, because in Minsk what they do is they sweep the streets every morning. There are whole brigades of citizens who descend out onto the streets every morning to clean them, and they value that greatly. So I'm not sure even if this is in Minsk, but it could be. Let's see what the cash machine there in the back is. Could be. I will have a look.
To be honest, as I look at it a bit more closely, it looks like Victor Meldrew.
Yep, that's a Belarus bank cash machine. So yeah, very good. So it could well be in Minsk, or maybe his cousin who looks the same is in Minsk. Yehuda, I have a question. for you, because we hear a lot of things happening on the front lines, and then sometimes it's true and sometimes it's made up. And yesterday, right after the whole Prigozhin going to Belarus thing happened, there was some news on the Russian telegrams, and they said that Ukrainians have crossed the Dnipro close to Antonivsky Bridge, so close to the city of Kherson, with 3 tanks among other number 3, not tanks made of trees. And then we haven't heard anything of it ever since, and now it's been about 20 hours. So is this a case of things going very well for Ukrainians and Russians panically not saying anything about it? Or Russians having made up that Ukrainians have crossed the Dnipro with a number of tanks and then will eventually claim glorious victory in an event that never happened?
Gosh, well, I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know what Ukrainians would be doing with 3 tanks. That's it, just 3 tanks. Who knows? Maybe they're armored personnel carriers. The Russians can't tell. Maybe there were many more, and then they just didn't see them, and they left. So there's far too little information. Do I suspect the Ukrainians have the ability to cross the Dnipro in many places? For sure. They for sure do. The great amount of engineering assets that the West has given them would definitely make it obvious that they could do that. I don't know exactly, though, all of the details of the situation you describe, and I don't think they're going to claim victory, to be honest with you. I think they're definitely going to be moving out of that area in pretty short order. I don't think that they have tenable position in Kherson. So no to the second part, and have no idea to the first. I always figured that there would be like consecutive, not concurrent, but consecutive actions on the fronts. So, for example, I figured maybe somewhere in the North Crimea, for sure Zaporizhia, and then as the pressure was pushed on, so once Ukrainians make serious inroads in Zaporizhia southbound, and they can peel away, and flank on forces can go west, which would cut off those, would pressure the Russians that are east of the Dnipro. And I figured at that point is when you would see a large crossings across the Dnipro to take advantage of the Russians' panic. So this would make sense that they're, pushing on Zaporizhia and pushing across the Dnipro. But I don't think you're going to see major large formations crossing the Dnipro until Ukrainian forces have penetrated fully the Zaporizhia area, because that would allow for the Ukrainians to, use those terms that we see from a pincer movement. They'd be able to attack from the west and the east those Russians that are stuck somewhere between Kherson and Melitopol. So that's kind of the trigger I thought would happen. So perhaps there's a reconnaissance, perhaps it's a troop of recce troop going across with BTRs or whatever, maybe a tank. I don't think so, but it's all plausible. But the big picture part, I can't say because I don't know enough. Hope that helps.
Oh, thank you, Yehuda. I was hoping that you might have some more information, but clearly, if you don't know either, then we should just have to wait it out.
Waiting for the sky to fall.
Yes, indeed. Like the goals, we shall carry our shields with us to always be able to put them over our heads in case the sky falls.
That's right. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby. It's a song, Doman. I was singing. Waiting for the sky to fall. Da-da-da-da. Don't know the rest of the lyrics. All right.
Into my arms, baby. Yeah, Yehuda.
That's what I knew the baby, into my arms, baby. Yeah, but I don't remember the in-between part. But thank you. I'll have to Google it. Yeah, Prigozhin quits. My goodness. Yeah, why did Prigozhin go to Belarus? That's another weird one. Like, why? It's not like
did he even
destination place. Who cares? What? Please take me to glorious Belarus. I still think we have to see what's going on.
I think Belarus makes sense as a destination. He's a chef. and
Potatoes.
Belarus is famed for all manner of root vegetables. There's potatoes, there's carrots, Swedes, turnips.
Yeah.
You know, it's a wonderful place to be if you're a chef.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still bothered by yesterday's events. I feel like watching a movie and then the ending isn't there, and you have to wait 3 years for the sequel. No, none of it makes sense, right? You know, if Prigozhin is killed by Putin, I'd be like, okay, it makes sense. You know, it was a coup attempt and it went badly, and then he suffered for it or whatever. But I think they're playing games. What the game is, I have no idea. But I'm willing to learn.
Axel, do you want to explain our theory, or shall I?
If you can give it a start, I'm just doing an errand here, but yes, we can go through it again. We very elaborately came up with something which we believe makes more sense.
Okay, so we independently came to more or less the same conclusion. And the conclusion, this is really just a bit of court infighting. There's a couple of Ukrainians who came to the same conclusion as well. They have a good intuition for this stuff. This is just more court infighting, and it's basically Prigozhin launching a mutiny against Shoigu and Gerasimov to take them down a few pegs, maybe try to replace them. And, you know, Putin just wasn't giving anybody any instructions. So they just kept doing nothing until Prigozhin's column, led by Utkin, got awfully close. At which point Putin said, "Hey, Luka, can you break up this fight before it really begins?" And then he did. And this is all about putting down the MOD, embarrassing the MOD side quite a bit, having an excuse to go replace them as well. You know, a nice, good public excuse to go replace them with some other guys in short order. But the other thing that it does is remember that the MOD just absorbed all of those other private armies, all of the armies run by companies, by oblast governors, by republic, you know, presidents, raises, whatever. As well as all of the ones that are, you know, heavily ideologically based. So basically every single armed force within the country is now either run by directly the MOD, run by the FSB, FSO, or it's Kadyrov's own, and that doesn't matter because he depends on Putin anyway. So it heavily postpones, in case of a failure in Ukraine, any actual concrete backlash against Putin for at least the next year, 18 months, because nobody will have the capability of actually trying to do an actual coup by virtue of this. And, you know, Prigozhin played a role in this, and Putin stayed well above it. He didn't really get involved in it. He stayed well above it as the sort of third tier people of the regime, somewhere there between, you know, number 20 and number 100, Prigozhin, Shoigu, Gerasimov, had it out, but not quite. Really minimal collateral damage by Russian standards. Remember how many people died in the apartment bombings in 1999? Well, yesterday was a tenth as many, maybe at most. That's very, very low, low cost by Russian standards.
Agreed. I just don't know the other part that you were talking about. That I think someone said that it was a Stern article, and it was something about they were going to come to arrest him, so he decided to preempt them.
Yes, this is the article in the German magazine, the weekly Der Stern, and this was yesterday brought up as well. And as I highlighted, Der Stern has lost its credibility already at the beginning of the 1980s.
Yeah, so
when it published the Hitler Diaries.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You mentioned that, but no, but hold on. So that's like, I mean, come on, 40 years ago.
I know,
they
but what
published
I'm saying is
stupid,
no
but
serious,
but
no serious
yeah.
journalist, journalist still works there, despite the shake-up Gruner and the publisher conducted 2 years ago. The people who have reported there are not of the highest repute. You wouldn't trust them.
Right. Yeah.
They are.
Okay,
but
hold on. Just let me finish this statement.
Yes, of course.
It seems like it's, you know, I don't know anything about the paper and I don't care. It's not my problem. I'm not a German speaker. I get it. But it's just a weird thing to say. Well, whatever they said today, 40 years ago, they published a hoax. By the way, there were many German publications that were vying to pay for that hoax. They just outbid them. So I'm just saying it's like saying, oh, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like some ancient fight between two nations means something. So anyway, I just don't want you to dismiss the article because in 1980 they published the Hitler Diaries. Is there any truth to it? It doesn't sound crazy. It doesn't sound like something that Gerasimov and Shoyu wouldn't do. So I'm just curious if there's any more supporting evidence or information for that. That's what I was looking for.
There's a rumor which has been circulating about a few days prior that there would be an intention by Shoigu to have Prigozhin arrested. German media, German internet picked it up. Der Stern was the one who published it, as always.
So any real evidence, though, besides a rumor?
Nothing presented, nothing given. There is only the remark. They said they have been informed by people who are in the know, and they referred to both sources in Germany as well as across the board in Eastern Europe in what is considered to be intelligence. Now, Der Stern sits in Hamburg. It has, at best, fractious and very ruffled interaction with the people they supposedly quote. This sounded awfully like somebody said that somebody said. If you want, I can send you
Sounds
the
good.
quote.
No, it's fine. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Very good. Shall we go to Hans? Let's go to Fancy, followed by Redstone, Gregory, and our dear Ming. Fancy.
Because you have been speaking about Prigozhin going to Belarus, one thing, and I don't want to dive into this Prigozhin story, right? So I'm talking about something else. One thing that struck me as interesting is that Lukashenko still plays any role and is flying back and forth. I thought he was long dead, right? Didn't they talk about some poisoning? He was really badly ill and 2 times in a Moscow hospital and having some really bad conditions of his organs. Like, why is this guy still alive? That's my question.
Oh, he takes very good care of himself. Goes to the sauna regularly, plays ice hockey, and drinks lots of vodka.
Okay, that's what I shall start doing. Drink vodka, go more often to the sauna, and pick up ice hockey.
Does wonders.
You're forgetting the carrots, Dolan.
Yes, and he passes carrots to Steven Seagal. He does that as well. Redstone.
Yeah, I have a question, but I would like your philosophical opinion first. Do you think Putin cares what the world perception is on, from here on out, any horrific act that he pursues, whatever it is, dirty bomb, chemical weapons, whether or not he goes that far? Do we think he actually cares? He's just going to do whatever he can do to stay in power, right? It's all projection from here on out, right?
Kind of. The thing is, the one thing that happens now is the punishment for failure is a lot lesser for him. Because even if he fails, and fails rather thoroughly, there isn't a lack of security to his position. Even much less lack of security for his position that there might have been perceived to have been before this, when there were still other people with armies, basically. So remember this: Putin is a security animal, right? He's a security services animal. He fears a strong army. Lukashenko even more so. They're both kind of with the same perspective there. They fear strong armies. They do not want strong armies. So because of that, they try to limit the power of armies. And there were just so many private armies floating around recently in Russia that, because everybody was kind of realizing that this might end up as a civil war again. And in the best case, it will look like the 90s where everybody needed their own private protection. And in the worst case, it will look like the civil war between 1917 and 1923 when there's a million different factions, each fighting out for themselves, and people wanted to be prepared. So all of those got consolidated early in June under the MOD, and now the MOD got embarrassed. There is no threat left. No one has a capacity, and Wagner just failed, right? So no one has the capacity going forward. Go ahead, Rex.
Thanks. I asked because there was talk of a certain Russian military base that potentially could have had a lot of nasty munitions there. I think maybe, more serious warheads. And I was wondering, did Wagner make it there, or was that on the way to Moscow and they didn't get that far?
So the question is, what actually happened yesterday? And we have a lot of events that were said to have happened, but we have very little evidence for many of them. And the reality likely lies in much smaller numbers, that this was very much a play for the media, including social media, rumors spreading like wildfire, and there not being a whole lot of need to even have all that many people involved, or people actually going here or there or doing an awful lot. So they probably took over a bunch of stuff in and around Rostov. It might only have been a couple of hundred, maybe 500 people heading north altogether. Who knows? There's very little actual evidence of an awful lot other than the helicopters getting shot down. And, that's just collateral damage that's very acceptable to the likes of Putin.
Right, so this wasn't actually like, quote-unquote, 25,000 Wagner troops moving at one time. It was probably significantly less.
So the 25,000 number comes from basically Prigozhin's claim on the basis of how many people he's paying. He might even have had about 25,000 people, with him in occupied parts of Ukraine plus Rostov Oblast. But there wouldn't have been 25,000 on the road. Maybe some hundreds, maybe even 1,000, 2,000, something like that. There wouldn't have been tens of thousands on the road going north. And then, many people of those might have been very loosely affiliated, loosely associated. It'd be like, yes, we shall go with you, or something, local military or semi-military types in Rostov just going to be picked up.
Fair enough. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Redstone. Gregory, how are you?
Hey, good morning, everyone, or good evening, afternoon, depending on where you are. Morning for me. A couple of things. I liked hearing. Oh God, Siri starts talking to me the minute I start talking. Doman, I heard you describe earlier the some of the rumors that have been floating around, and yesterday was a complete rumor explosion. I don't know if you would care to comment on, or if one of the other speakers that's more expert on Russian Telegram would care to comment on, the challenges of interpreting and hearing all these rumors. I mean, maybe we don't need to talk about that any further, but I thought that was, one of the most amazing things yesterday. With limited information, there seemed to be, a multiplication of the rumors, including the one that you described of tanks across the Dnipro. And what that would potentially mean. Any comment on that?
I'm sorry, I missed that because I got very briefly distracted. Comment on what exactly? The tanks across the Dnipro?
No.
Unsure.
No, not the, obviously we haven't heard any follow-up on that particular rumor, so it's likely completely false, but just in general, I think that, my opinion is, and somebody disagree with me, please, that interpreting Russian Telegram requires quite a bit of, looking, learning, getting used to what the whole medium is and interpretation before passing on such rumors. And so I think it's quite a challenge. I don't know if anybody here is a particular expert at it, would care to comment further on that.
I can. It's very simple. If you've ever done physics or mathematics, you would feel this as well, but there's a simpler example. In Roman times, priests initially killed birds cooked them, threw up the bones in the air, let the bones fall on a stone, and then interpreted those. That is the input for Russian Telegram. Now you make the rest of it.
I love that simple physics, science-based explanation. Augury is the method involved, and it's all
Yes, it is.
it's just simply some magic augur comes out and throws shit onto the internet, and some other augurs come along and interpret said bird excrement.
And it still is a bird, and you saw it being killed, and you saw it being cooked. So everything is, there's a sense of haptics and optics to it. You can verify that it squealed. You can verify that it squeaked. You may have even seen it being fed the day before. You've seen all of it. There's evidence to it. But still, the process of them taking it apart and justifying its cooked bones falling into a certain place under the sun on a stone in front of other people to then be interpreted as a higher fact and a projection of the future is augury. Exactly.
Oh, thank you for that. It's something that we were exposed to en masse yesterday. I wanted to come back to the other thing that was just discussed too, which is the events yesterday, and there was a comparison made to the number of casualties versus the Russian apartment bombings. And I'm not sure if anybody here knows, but it would seem that the aircraft that were shot down and the pilots killed and the air crews destroyed, the aircraft actually had some substantial value, or I don't actually know for a fact. I haven't looked up the value of a command and control IL-22, if indeed that was an IL-22, maybe it was an IL-18. There's presumably the helicopters destroyed, two of which were the electronic warfare helicopters. Are these things particularly valuable? We are totaling into the hundreds of millions of dollars if you added it all up. Or are they things that are, rare in Russia at the moment? So this has some potential impact on the rest of the war. Does anyone here know that? That's my question.
So I'm looking at the list that the Fighter Bomber Telegram channel put up, and I'm going to say I'll probably believe that all of those actually got shot down because they're mourning the dead and so on, and they're not in with the state as much as they're in with the Air Force and the ideology of imperialism. They said 3 Mi-8 MTPRs, those are the EW Mi-8s, 1 regular Mi-8, 1 Ka-52, 1 Mi-35, plus 1 of those Ilyushin planes, right? So the Mi-8s, I remember when one was shot down over Bryansk, when the Sukhois also got shot down, those were about $10 million, give or take, was my understanding. I don't know if that was the cost of the equipment or the cost of the helicopter plus equipment. But let's say, at least 30 million for those 3. The Ilyushin command plane had apparently quite a bit of electronic warfare equipment, probably another 20 million at least. So maybe we're looking at 100 million altogether. Maybe we're looking at tens of millions altogether. Maybe 120 million altogether, but that's probably the span there. Now, how real is any of that money? Not necessarily very. The question is, how much could they have used these assets in the war against Ukraine? That's the real question. Now, the Ka-52, of course, they would have used until it got shut down, right? That's pretty straightforward. The regular Mi-8, the regular Mi-35, they could well have been using, right? The Mi-35 is a subversion of the Hind. It's a modernized version of the Mi-24 Hind. So obviously both of those attack helicopters they well could be using in Ukraine. They would have come in very handy, right? And until they got shut down themselves. The real question is how much they get to use the electronic warfare helicopters, and that's not entirely clear. The one that got shut down over Bryansk gives us a little bit of a look in, and that's a little bit more subtle. There's a reason why it was hovering 50, 60 kilometers from the border of Ukraine, right? Because it tried to do something, but it couldn't go too close because it would have gotten shot down quite easily. So they have some utility, but it's hard to gauge how much utility. They have, however, definitely lost, 13, it seems, of their presumably better aviators. And that is not a trivial thing. That is quite a big thing in itself. Some of the pilots seem to have survived, the helicopter pilots. I don't know how, maybe more than just the Ka-52 have the ejector seats. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting one in that sense.
A good
That's my
day
estimate.
for Ukraine. A good day for Ukraine.
Yeah, it's just a
Losing
shame that it
pilots
didn't go
and
on for
assets.
longer.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm asking that question in part because it would seem that it's indeed a very good day for Ukraine when Russians taking down these weapons themselves, and I think that there's a need to push a little bit back on there's a narrative that's spreading online about the oh, this is just a schoolyard brawl and it was just all PR, but I mean there's real losses here for Russia. And so I think that this is one angle to talk about those real losses. And if you'll permit me, I've got one other thing I wanted to bring up, and you may or may not have talked about it already. I haven't been on very long this morning, but I think that this Twitter space with the variety of hosts available has done, did a great job yesterday in the face of all this, wild, rumor augury going on. And, it did this in, competition with some other spaces that seem to be pushed very heavily with Elon Musk and Bill Ackman and others sort of hailing the future of so-called citizen journalism with the guy who's accused of being a crypto whatever, Mario. He's actually very slick and quick talker. It's very interesting to see the differences in this communication. And I sort of view that other space as being something more of, efforts to experiment and try to see what that can be done against, the rest of media, because it's, very engaging in the middle of an event to talk to experts one-on-one and to hear information. And even if it's all augury being interpreted, there's a huge entertainment value to that. So I think
In the good old days, this was called theater. And in theater, there were plays of significant value because they tried to create an interpretation of historic events or of classic human conditions and conundra. And then there is the trash can, which then later became the West End in London. You can choose where you want to listen to, whether you like tabloid journalism or whether you like soap operas on the one hand, or whether you prefer a sensible play. It doesn't have to be the play that shall not be named, but there are various good plays from Oedipus onwards to even, shall we say, The Tempest, quite literally.
well, that's pretty good. Quite the literary set of references there. It's a drama, perhaps a little bit more like Orson Welles' War of the Worlds reading, where there's, the fictionalization of many things. But I think it's important that, you maintain the, style and approach that you guys have, which is, much more solid and fact-based and grounded with all the different communications. So I think you deserve a lot of credit for yesterday, both what you were doing and also especially in comparison to some of the madness that was going on out there. So I wanted to put that out there and pat you guys on the back for job well done. So thank you.
We'll take that. But we couldn't do any other way anyway, Gregor, because we're not built for the other stuff.
No, no massive dramatic creation in the spur of the moment of all the things that could be going on. That's true. I mean, fact-based science and engineering. It seems a lot of engineers here.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, Ferlane, one of our beautiful co-founders here from the very first moment, and doing at times in the past with Dom and myself and Yehuda and others 20 or 24-hour shifts. And here comes M, who also was there at exactly that time. Verlaine said it. Too much upheaval is not productive. The focus is on winning the war.
Yeah, don't lose sight of the key goal.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Waiting a long time, and then let's go to Aaron until lunchtime. Eve, how are you?
What makes the most sense to me is a theory I heard that Prigozhin wasn't actually he was just pissed off because she showed so as far as how it all played out, I have no idea, but I can just see it makes the most sense that that's why he took that actions, because he wanted to keep his Wagner. And also I saw one of those guys in the commanders of the Southern Command. I don't know, I saw on some post that he was a founder of Wagner or something, so that kind of fits with why he was so friendly with Prigozhin. So that's all.
Thank you, Eve. And let's, of course, not forget that Shoigu and Prigozhin have been at each other's throats not just for the past year, but for many years prior. You know, there's a catering contract. I'm not kidding. There's an army food supply contract that should have gone to Prigozhin that didn't because of Shoigu. So they've been less than friendly for quite a while. That's a component of it, undoubtedly. Very good. Thank you, Eve. And M, good evening to Cairo.
Good afternoon, Dillman. Quick comment. Maxwell, I think you're due for a reread of King Lear. You should never forget about King Lear.
It didn't come to my mind to highlight it, but yes, we went through a whole series of Shakespearean drama earlier today, and King Lear certainly fits in part of it. I also would say that I highlighted the two scenes of The Merchant of Venice fit perfectly with what's going on.
Nah, I doubt it. King Lear. That's the comment. Thank you, Ben.
Pound of flesh. Pound of flesh.
That's to come. Or at least a few more of them are to come. Lunchtime, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Mockers. Yes, Pounds of Flesh. Yes, indeed. So I just had an observation, which was that if you look at the behavior of the public in Rostov when Wagner left, or they were pulling out, I think they were like shouting Wagner in the streets in support, and then being quite combative with the police that came along afterwards, insulting them and so on. Doesn't this kind of put the lie to the commonly held impression that the Russian public are completely cowed by their authoritarian government and never dare, remonstrate against it, and that's why they haven't spoken against the Ukrainian war? This kind of suggests that under the right circumstances, they're not really that afraid of the police or what have you, or do you think this is like
this is
some
the regular
thing?
It's the regular gratuitous violence lunchtime.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Russian society, specifically also on weekends, is filled with gratuitous violence and constant battle with the police, and that's nothing new. And then after the often alcohol and in summer heat-infused discussions and debates, they end up either in a cell or in trouble or at home, or if things have been hard, then in between comes the OMON to take care of it. The regular police is
Сьогодні
has always been perceived as weak.
Третьою штурмовою бригадою, першим механізованим батальйоном проведені наступальні дії. Розгромлений 3-й батальйон 57-ї гвардійської мотострілецької бригади Російської Федерації. Фактично цей батальйон припинив існування як організована військова сила. Більше 30 вбитих з боку ворога, десяток полонених. півсотні поранених.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I must say I didn't see any violence as such, but it was only a short clip. But I think what I was trying to allude to is that if they wanted to protest against the Ukrainian invasion, they certainly could have done, right? Certainly in Rostov.
Oh, sure.
But no one did.
Very good point. It's a very good point. You're absolutely right. These people can never be exculpated by any narrative that they are cowed. No. They're happy to go along with the violence. Don't forget, they are considering Wagner as a representation of the good, the proper violence. It's like their cult of Strelkov. These are people who constantly promised the Russians that they would prosecute the war properly, as opposed to half-heartedly. That is why, by the way, Mr. Prigozhin often stylized himself with all this critique that he was just acting for his men or for our boys, as he then collected first-person plural and highlighted it later. This is exactly the kind of narrative they come up with.
Interesting, yes. So, well, I guess I share Yehuda's disappointment that more didn't come off it. But at the same time, I did see some concern from some Ukrainian posters on Twitter saying that, if indeed Shoigu and Gerasimov are replaced by more competent military leadership, that would not be a good thing. I see there's reports of some former bodyguard of Putin allegedly replacing Shoigu. Do you have any thoughts on that? Is this guy even a military guy, or is it just more nepotism and therefore? It's a rumor. Okay, cool.
Nothing's gonna happen for a little while. Can't have these things happen immediately, but it's very likely to. It's very plausible that Shoigu gets replaced. Very plausible that Gerasimov gets replaced. Okay. Very, very plausible.
I just saw a flurry of tweets saying things like, if the objective of the coup was to replace Shoigu, then I'd consider it successful, that sort of thing. So I guess that's all rather premature.
That's how it is.
Well put.
And it doesn't mean that we can't be wrong. I'm sure we've been wrong many times here, but I'm sure we haven't been able to in the famous something better. We haven't gotten to the Putin's cap. My friend Goofy wrote it down in Faust. Poodles are there is such a thing as the old Frankish element, which unfortunately got lost in the successor empire of the Franks, meaning the great peace of Otto the Great unfortunately didn't quite hold up, because the poodles are both German and what people say French dogs at the same time.
You mean like Alsatians?
Yeah, if only those both nations were to live up to the challenge and take up the mantle and be sufficiently comprehensively dedicated to freedom and the Republic, and support Ukraine even fuller than they how in German you would say, halb zog sie ihn, halb sank hin. Half she dragged him, half he sank into her arms. If only the Germans were to act more comprehensively in terms of production, and if only the Germans were to put the full thrust of their economy and sleeping giant political might behind it, we'd be much further along. Germany needs to stand up and say, yes, Ukraine belongs in NATO as soon as the war is won. Thank you. In the meantime, we will turn around and make sure that in 3 shifts every day, by means of the following order, which we've just signed here for European industry, very important, not just German, European industry to produce the following. And the German Bundeswehr has decided to order 1,200 Leopard A8, respectively KF-51 tanks. We are ordering, and then it continues, and the next generation Eurofighter, and so on and so forth. You need to order for all of them, because Germany can do that. Germany must do that. It has been given its freedom and another chance to go into the light after the Second World War. Konrad Adenauer and Helmut Kohl would have understood this. This is the time to grab for the code of history flying by. You have to grab it with both hands. You have to take it on. You have to take up the mantle and deliver. That is the German obligation. And if they fail to meet it now, they will live in infamy for an extra 100 years.
Gregory.
Oh, hey, I was just going to jump in and, comment that let's not pick on Ossetians. It's very interesting. I mean, some say they're the last of the Scythians. And I think I read it on Wikipedia that they actually have a substantial percentage of their population that still practices some form of a ancient pagan religion. Very interesting. Small group. And also for the AI fans out there, I also found it very interesting in trying to look up Ossetian language that China has 3 machine learning translations available for Ossetian, but there don't seem to be any Western ones that have been put into place, which, I assume means, that, Western nations have not devoted as much to Caucasus, Central Asian languages, and China clearly is putting resources there. Wanted to put that comment out there. So for all our Ossetian friends, because I think we should pay attention. But also coming back to, Axel's very important points about NATO. I wanted to ask, here's a question. I wanted to ask, I mean, the statement made about, as soon as the war is over, Ukraine should join NATO. Is there any mechanism, perhaps not currently existing, but one that could be crafted with skillful lawyering for Ukraine to join NATO now? To say that, for example, they would become a NATO member, but there would be no invocation of certain articles of NATO until after this current war is over. And that would take basically all the arguments about NATO off any negotiating table. It would provide a lot of certainty, and it would simplify all the negotiations, because right now, Ukraine is potentially, whenever they choose to, trying to negotiate a peace with no security guarantee, and they have to do both sort of simultaneously, as everyone knows what kind of ceasefire can be trusted with Russia. So I pose that as a question. I mean, perhaps it's for Axel or anyone else. Should they be in NATO now, or is that even possible with significant lawyering?
So we had a great discussion on this with our dear friend Peter Duran a few days ago. When was this? Thursday, I believe. Thursday. So 4 days, yeah, whenever it was. Thursday, early European afternoon. We had a wonderful discussion on this, and it's a question of how far you can do in terms of a NATO now. There's certainly some things that can be put in place. The critical thing that we're hoping to get out of Vilnius is what Anders Fogh Rasmussen and Andriy Yermak have figured out between themselves. Let me see if I still have a transcript somewhere. Yes, I do. Give me 1 second. I just need to go and find it.
Oh, this is great. Thank you very much.
Right. 4 points. that they have as a kind of a as an immediate thing. And you'll be familiar with Andriy Yermak. He's the man with cryptic emoji tweets, and he's the chief of staff of the President Zelensky. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, you'll be familiar with, as Jens Stoltenberg's predecessor in the post of NATO Secretary General, the middle of the three Danes by the last name of Rasmussen, who were prime ministers, one after another, concurrently is it the same thing? Consecutively is the word assault. So he knows a thing or two. So the 4 points is: 1, deliver weapons on such a scale that Ukraine can repel or deter any further Russian aggression. 2nd, enhance intelligence sharing. Then 3rd, training of Ukrainian forces under both EU and NATO flags. And 4th, support of building up Ukraine's defense industry so Ukraine can produce plenty of weapons, ammunition itself. That's basically a security guarantee similar to that which Israel received from the US. Now, that's not a replacement for NATO membership, but it's a way that they propose that we can build a bridge and basically allow Ukraine to be fully defended until it's covered by NATO Article 5. Now, this can be implemented immediately. It is not a replacement in any way for NATO, but it is a very good transition state. Now, there are other things that should be done, right? Anders Fogh Rasmussen, in a presentation together with Andriy Yermak earlier this week, argued that you cannot possibly make either security guarantees or NATO membership, either or neither of them, can you make them dependent on cessation of hostilities, because then you're just giving an incentive to Russia to continue the war. And therefore, they also argued that there should be an invitation issued to Ukraine, whereby they say that Ukraine will become a member of NATO, of course not overnight, but there is nothing that Putin or anyone else outside of NATO and Ukraine can do to stop this process, showing that the door is indeed wide open and that Putin is not the doorman. So if there isn't this consensus, then we go down this second path that we set up, right? The next best option after opening the door like this is to set up a membership in 3 steps. 1, remove the map, the membership action plan. That's fundamentally a peacetime facility. And frankly, there's no need for it, right? Ukrainian army has proven itself in the field, and it was also removed for both Finland and Sweden because they were deemed ready, and it was a different, it was a very different situation than with any previous entrance of recent. 2nd, review a pledge to review the question of NATO enlargement by the NATO summit in Washington next year. And then 3rd, establish a NATO-Ukraine Council with a mandate to identify conditions need to be met with the deadline to report at the next NATO summit in Vilnius, right? That's the second best option. So basically we have 3 options. 1, open the door wide, first and foremost. 2, set up this sort of 3-step plan, a roadmap, so to speak. When you hear a roadmap for membership, that's really what they're going to mean. And then 3rd is that one, kind of set them up as a equivalent of Israel and so on, right? The thing is, kind of in a way, the mistake has already been made back in Bucharest in 2008. So we know what the wrong thing to do is, right? And the worry is that exactly wrong thing is going to be repeated. And indeed, here it's not as though there's one correct thing. The Yermak and Rasmussen here outline 3 different pathways to get to the right thing, and I think this is wise because, if nothing else, it gives an illusion of choice, right? You know how it is when you go to the grocery store, Gregory, and if you need to buy milk, right? And imagine you went to the grocery store, a big one, and all they had was milk. And you didn't say what kind of milk. All they said was milk. And compare that with going somewhere where you would have, your skimmed milk, your 2%, and your full fat milk, whatever you might call that in wherever you currently live. But you know roughly what I'm getting at, right? And that gives you agency. It gives you a choice. So instead of just saying, then I'm just not going to buy it because all there is plain old milk, or all there is just skim milk. It gives you some sort of agency, and I think that's a good way to then have negotiation between the countries about which of these options is going to be taken, more or less going in with the assumption that it is going to be one of these options as opposed to not. What I would also remind, and I think it's a bit harsh, but I would also remind anyone who's particularly worried and particularly minded to say, no, we cannot do any of this, is to say, without any such security guarantees, it would only be necessary then for Ukraine to develop its own nuclear deterrence, because otherwise, clearly, it cannot trust anyone else. And then you are in a proliferation world again, and B, you are in the world where you are basically admitting that treaties don't work, that the Budapest Memorandum was a complete failure in any and every way imaginable, not just in the one way that it has been thus far. And maybe that is a worthwhile reminder to anyone who still says, no, NATO cannot possibly be on the docket for Ukraine because we need to be nice to Russia or any other nonsense. So between giving them these three options outlined by Yermak and Rasmussen and reminding them of that, perhaps, I think that the path is pretty clear, and it's just down to them to pick an option, so to speak. Pick an option that isn't a failure.
Oh, that's very interesting. And that was their comments just last week?
Yes, a few days ago, 4 days ago.
Yeah, so that means that this is still very much up in the air what will happen at Vilnius.
It all depends on the will of the United States to exert power and pressure. They must do so now. There's a possibility to do so. They just have to sacrifice a few ideological, old threads of hair. They just have to cut them off. That's all. Unfortunately, the story as to how the Leopards and the Abrams were horse traded by two rather incompetent components or groups within administrations does not bode well. And as always, idiocy in Germany and reluctance in America will be exploited by silly French in favor of the Russians. So that must stop.
And Axel, you're referring to sort of a Blinken versus Sullivan?
I don't personalize these things as much. I mean, yes, we can, of course, always highlight that there are certain elements in the thinking and in the projection of both Mr. Sullivan and a few people surrounding him and with him who I would not necessarily condone, but who am I to say so? I'm completely irrelevant. I'm just a person with a mobile phone sitting here and providing my own soliloquies. But having said that, I tend to believe that everything which we've advocated here for, i.e. the provisioning, such as Ben Hodges always said at McRyan, the provisioning of proper, relevant, and specific weapon systems to provide capabilities to the Ukrainians at the right time matters a great deal. So for me to say so is probably just a very good summary, I would hope, of what real experts who have been setting policy on a military level once before would say. Albeit that I think that my analysis generally has been conducive to the very same thinking for people. Mr. Sullivan's thinking is coined in a different way. It is shaped and derived from completely different ideological positions. And that is unfortunate that he still holds sway. Yes, whether Mr. Blinken now has actually finally assumed a different position rather than the ones which he has beforehand always held, and very publicly so, we'll have to see. He seems to have had a good influence on releasing US force when necessary and convincing the White House to act when evidently absolutely necessary. But that does not bode well for what could be a very dynamic environment in Vilnius. Because in a dynamic environment, fleet of foot, agility, and deep foundations matter a great deal. One would have to hope that he is right at hand when decisions are made. Because I don't see anyone else who could influence this at this point in time, given the fact that the DoD does not have a strong negotiation position, unfortunately.
Yeah, that may be intentional in the current White House, the role of the DoD. Yeah, it's quite a challenge, and I appreciate your comment that you don't want to personalize things. I think that's quite wise. But when certain aspects of policy are uh, developed by people with a background in law and history, I suppose it depends on what elements of history they've learned, and it's really a challenge because obviously to many, and this is tremendously frustrating because a year ago it seemed obvious that what has to happen is you need to train more Ukrainian forces in NATO weaponry. You need to supply such weaponry. You need to supply substantial quantities. You need to ramp up production, and none of these things happened quickly. They seem to have taken quite a long time, which is I'm preaching to the choir here, so no need to comment on that. In terms of things that can happen inside of Europe, and not to change this subject too much, but one thing I've wondered about, I guess it's the U.S. There's not too many U.S. people I see here at the moment, so I'll ask a European question. How come there hasn't been a greater production of infrastructure that would link Europe into Ukraine? Obviously, Ukraine's at war and can't do that, but why aren't there new high-speed rail lines, new pipelines, new highways built from Berlin through Warsaw to Ukraine? I sort of wonder, like, where is the EU as a whole going?
I don't think that these examples you just brought forward are the most conducive, and I apologize, but I have to do something now quickly and run a few errands here. But still, there is no need for a new highway.
Okay,
There's
to be
no need for
continued
a
then.
new highway. There's no need for a new highway because we already built these highways, and the highways through Central Eastern Europe to Ukraine are reasonably fairly well built out. What has to be built is, so to say, the last mile. The Rzeszów needs to be connected better to various areas, but that has been done in part already. The Polish, together with, say, construction companies from all over Europe, are doing exceptionally good work. In Slovakia, from Košice to Uzhgorod, those roads need to be improved. The airport in Košice needs to be improved. Absolutely, no question. The bridges across in Romania towards Moldova are being built out at the moment. We have interconnected Ukraine to the European grid, by the way. That was quite early during the war. As a consequence, we are doing most of these things. I think that is the infrastructure build out is not really something where Europe is really slow. On the contrary, we're not super fast, but we're doing it. What is missing is the production,
Right.
is the utilization of European and an expansion of European production capacity for weaponry. And that is where we need to push much harder. Doman?
Yeah, I can take over this a little bit and also add there has actually been a few things built, if you're looking at infrastructure, additional rail connections, and that is a Ukrainian thing primarily with its immediate neighbors there, with a standard gauge line rather than a Soviet gauge line going from around Kovel to the border, let's say. A section opened in southern Bessarabia to connect Berezina with Bessarabia, so between southern Bessarabia and Moldova. In the south, there was a section going actually through Romania from one part of Zakarpattia to another. Just quite a few of these things that have been happening. It's just that in most places, as Axel said, the connections weren't the problem. The problems are primarily administrative at borders when it comes to getting stuff across, and connections are and the other problem is, like I said, getting actual stuff running and being produced, because there are several things that used to be produced in much greater quantities than they have been of late, and these things need to ramp up. Ammunition is the prime example. There are others. In some cases, that was more successful, in others less, thus far. And the real problem is that by September or October last year, after the successes in Eastern Kharkiv and in Kherson, everything should have been clear to everyone that, okay, now winter comes, fine, things might slow down. Now you have these months to give them what they need so that during the course of 2023, starting in the spring and then through the summer and the autumn, they can kick the Russians out, and then we can have peace and quiet, and start with the whole rebuilding thing. And that's really the problem, because those decisions then all of the decisions for all the stuff should have been made by October last year, and they weren't. And that's the real issue. That's the real problem. Not having accelerated things. Then, both with deliveries of existing stocks as well as with deliveries of ammunition, orders for ammunition, getting industry up and running ASAP. So that's the only real frustration. But there's no point crying over spilt milk. It is to learn from history and to do better going forward. And to do better now is to do these things now as quickly as possible. And with that, I'll shut up because I see that Armadillo has been waiting a while, as does Iguana. So Armadillo, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning and good afternoon to those of you. I was enjoying listening to the violin. I don't know if that was violin practice or what Axel had going in the background. Maybe one of his kids or something. But
I think it was a busker on the street.
Oh, okay, got it. So, gosh, so many thoughts on my mind. First, I want to say thank you for what you guys do. I really appreciated, what you were doing yesterday. I guess I'm echoing some of the comments Gregory made there. I did drop into some of those other spaces just a bit here and there to get a feel of what was going on. There was one other space doing a pretty good job, but they only ran for a couple of hours, right? And that was not the Mario space. That was another one. The Resolute 24, I think, was the name of it. They seem to do a pretty good job, and I don't know them very well. Dr. Nick Ford was on there a bit, but on the whole, I mean, you guys are head and shoulders above most of the other spaces going on, just because the approach you guys take. And like I say, when I jumped into Mario's space, I mean, certainly he can grab the number of followers, but it's more like watching, I don't know, Jerry Springer or something, which I don't personally, I don't have a lot of stomach for that sort of. I don't know if do you guys know who Jerry? Did Jerry Springer make it across in Europe back then?
Yes,
Okay,
we're familiar with the concept, if not in great volume and detail.
Yeah, sensationalism, right? I mean, let's get the crazy people up talking about all the wild stuff, and it's just, I just really appreciate the deep thought that goes into the comment. Most of the time, I know you guys have a bit of fun here and there, and that's totally fine. When you get off topic on wine and cheese and things like that, and that's perfectly fine, right? But so I wanted to thank you guys. Okay, cricket. But I wanted to thank you guys for what you do here. You do it every day. I think it's good to. I think it's really good for Maria Aid to highlight what charities are being benefited. I mean, I've seen, every now and then I get a few people coming back and saying, well, I don't know about these Maria Aid or Maria Report, and I think the more that we can highlight the charities, and I know several of them, that Chef Genya, the Rubizhny Unit, the Protein for Ukraine. There's been some efforts to help with the flood relief, and I know some of them here and there. I think I just think we should make it more of a thing. I'd love to see more blog posts on it, that sort of thing, where we can point people to that directly. And if those are out there, not just on Twitter. Twitter's great for finding what's going on in the moment. It's terrible for digging up old information, right? So, the blog posts, I think, are something to think about. Okay, so I've prattled on quite a bit, but my question really is, I heard what Axel was saying about Germany needs to show leadership, right? But I'm wondering, the neighbors to the east of Germany, particularly certain Baltic states, which are much smaller, and so they couldn't put the sort of orders in. But what could they do? What could Poland do? You know, Poland, if you look at per GDP, Poland, the contributions to Ukraine based on per capita and the GDP and that sort of thing, you know, they're higher if you go Poland, and I think the highest is Latvia, Estonia, you know, kind of in that order. What can they do? What can the leaders in those nations do that have shown more of the leadership? What can they do to encourage or persuade, you know, the leadership in Germany to put in I mean, certainly in Poland, I guess they could put in their own orders. I mean, they have a sizable economy. It's not, I believe it's only, is it maybe a third or
It's
so of
about a
the,
seventh,
oh,
roughly.
okay. Okay. So it's much less than, but what could they, I mean, is there a path there where, you know, they could sort of, you know, kind of just pull Germany along? I don't know. Just a thought.
So the funny thing is, Germany should be pulling everybody else along, right? Both from a moral perspective, but from a very practical perspective, of it being a very huge economy and very industrially capable country, right? Again, Germany has twice the population of Poland. The GDP per capita is about three and a half times as much as in Poland. So we get to that sort of factor of, you know, 7-ish of the size of the economy, give or take. You know, the actual numbers maybe don't matter so much, but it is a really big
expectations, which because it was for months and months, people were waiting for this counteroffensive, that the expectations just seem to grow with each telling. Now, Constanza, you've mentioned a couple times this upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius, not necessarily the stuff of, you know, people's day in and day out expectations, but I've been struck recently that it's actually, for once, the dynamic seems to have changed a little bit, and that it's not the US kind of pulling Western European allies to be more supportive of Ukraine, but or of, you know, the Eastern European countries, but a little bit the reverse, that I've noticed in the last few months that you've seen even some Western European countries being more forward leaning about, you know, Ukraine in NATO, and let's go forward and let's kind of end this uncertainty. And yet the United States, perhaps with Germany, still has been more reluctant. Tell us a little bit, help us understand the kind of diplomatic politics of all this. What is the current state of the alliance as you see it? Help Ukraine.
Okay, I will do my best. I will say I mostly agree with Mike on his military assessment. I just also want to point out that there is an awful lot of the American debate among Ukraine's most ardent supporters focuses on getting them more and more high-tech stuff like ATACMS, in other words, very long-range missiles that could reach inside Russia, or F-16s. Whereas I think the real problem is air defenses and ammunition, right? And those are in short supply on the Western side as well. I was on another European tour around the Munich Security Conference in February, talking to European governments who are saying, you know what, we've given Ukraine every single one of our air defense systems, right? And as is well known, even the United States is using up its stocks. And the fact that we are having a debate about whether or not we should give the Ukraine cluster ammunitions, because we've run out of the other stuff, is truly telling. And I do want to, but I'll get to the NATO summit in a second, but I do want to highlight this issue. Cluster ammunitions are, have been the subject of an energetic attempt to ostracize them under international law because so many of them are duds, meaning that they enter the soil and then become essentially landmines. And the Russians have already significantly mined Ukrainian territory. And if the Ukrainians start shooting cluster ammunitions, that just adds to what is already a pretty horrific demining problem, which will be a humanitarian problem before peace and after peace, right? Or rather, during the war and thereafter. So I just want to raise that. Those are also significant issues to be discussed at the NATO summit. In other words, we have given the Ukrainians things that we no longer have and that we need to defend our eastern reaches. Now, on the summit, the NATO's deterrence and defense is a really significant question, and not just because we have found that a lot of our equipment is antiquated, not fit for purpose, and that we've given away much of it. But I think there the alliance is essentially in agreement that NATO had to pivot back to territorial defense and deterrence, and that given what is happening in Russia right now, that argument is being reinforced on a daily basis. The main contentious issue right now, I think, is two things: the how to treat Ukraine, and then the future of a European security order. Do we allow some kind of a loophole for considering Russia as a partner at some time in the future, or do we not? There are a number of Nordic and Eastern European NATO members for whom that is currently completely inconceivable. And based on the language coming out of the Kremlin on a daily basis, addressing not just Ukrainians as Nazis, but the West as enemies, I have a lot of sympathy for that. The sharp end of the NATO debate will indeed be the question: what do we do with Ukraine? And there, right now, as you were saying, Susan, there is not so much a Washington and a US administration that is pulling reluctant Europeans along, but the division is a different one, which is there is what I've been calling an axis of prudence between the Biden White House and particularly Berlin, whose governing emotion and governing apprehension appears to be a fear of escalation, and which therefore has been exquisitely cautious and careful in calibrating Western responses and weapons deliveries to Ukraine. As many of the listeners will have noticed, one of the conclusions that one can draw from last 24 hours is that Putin, when cornered, doesn't so much escalate as back down. Is that a lesson that can be transferred to the conflict between him and NATO? I think that's a question to be discussed. But right now, what you have is a sort of semi-formal coalition of Nordics and Eastern Europeans who want a clear, short, and specific path for Ukraine to NATO membership that remedies the sort of in-between state it was given in 2005 at the Bucharest summit. Whereas the so-called Quad, and that's not the Quad that we're seeing operate in the Indo-Pacific, it's a NATO Quad of US, France, UK, and Germany, is arguing that is unrealistic as long as Ukraine is embroiled in a war, and that we instead should be giving them a package of bilateral strong security guarantees. That's where we are.
So basically, shorter version of this, there's no consensus. We haven't, Ukraine is not going to be asked to join NATO at this summit. And there'll be some language that, kind of says in more strong terms, well, we really, really want you someday, but we're not going to spell it out. I mean, the ambiguity will remain, it strikes me, Constanza, at least for the foreseeable future.
That's one way of reading the situation, but it seems to me that the reverberations of this weekend in European capitals will be significant, right? It is no longer possible to say, I think, that Putin is a partner or even a potential partner in negotiations with Ukraine who has a stable grip on power.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's
and that is the most significant obvious change of this weekend. Now, some of us were surmising that earlier, and I was among them. I mean, to me, this always looked, some of you will have heard me say this, sort of very late stage Milosevic. Sorry, that's a reference to the Yugoslav wars of the late 1990s. Dates me, I suppose, but it does. This evidence of instability, this evidence of unresolved power struggles among his errand boys, as Sergei Alexashenko was just saying in a piece. I think really flips the burden of proof, right, against those in the alliance. And I think that includes the Biden administration and the German government and the Brits, who currently are saying, we can find a safe place for Europe and for Ukraine that does not articulate a clear path to NATO membership. I think that flips the burden of proof against them for making that argument.
All right, Angela, late stage Milosevic. Constanza has laid down a marker here. I am curious because, you know, both you and I have watched this for so long, and there have been so many iterations of, you know, now's the moment when the, you know, the regime is weakening. This is not our first go round here, and yet Putin has certainly proven himself a survivor, if nothing else. What do you say to those people who detect in this the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin?
Well, there are some people who've been predicting the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin for years now. I want to come back for a moment to the question of escalation and intimidation. So Putin has very successfully, since this war began, intimidated the West. Not so much the Ukrainian people, by including, I would say, the Biden administration, into thinking that they have to be very careful about what they do in terms of supplying Ukraine with different kinds of weapons and where they should be used because of the fear of nuclear retaliation. And that's been very true in Europe. I would say it's been true in the US, and it's been true in many other cases. Now, what you could say, if you look at what happened yesterday, is yes, the emperor has no clothes. This is the beginning of the end, and we shouldn't be so intimidated by Putin because you know, the Kremlin appears to be almost paralyzed in terms of what it's going to do. On the other hand, you could say if there really are underneath the rug power struggles going on, and it's not clear who's fully in command, that should maybe make us more concerned about the disposition of nuclear weapons there. I mean, there were lots of rumors yesterday flying around before this so-called deal was reached, that, you know, who would have control of these weapons, what could they do with them? There's a lot that we don't know there. So I think we have to be, again, very cautious. Again, people have predicted Putin's end for a long time. As far as we know, he still, you know, controls the reins of power. Whatever happened with this deal yesterday, but what I think we do have to be concerned about challenges to him and where those challenges come from. And again, let's look and see, are there personnel changes at the top? What happens in the next couple of weeks? But I don't think that it's accurate to say that, you know, the regime could collapse very soon. And then, having said that, I, like any person who has been a student of Russia for all of my professional life, know that things are stable in Russia until they aren't. And you can wake up tomorrow and something completely different can happen. So Russia surprises, and I think we just have to be humble about how much we can predict this.
Exactly. Well, that's an important warning. I want to ask you, because a lot of people have been asking me and asking us, you know, in this Twitter conversation, Angela, a lot of speculation, of course, around Prigozhin. And, you know, many people have pointed out that he is a creature of Putin, you know, for decades, essentially, and they know each other for a long time. He would not have risen. Wagner would not exist if not for the personal patronage directly of the president. Putin did not act before this, even though there were already extraordinary public rifts between Prigozhin and the Ministry of Defense for months that went sort of unanswered in any official way. You know, do you rule out, or do you entertain the possibility that somehow Prigozhin thought he had Putin's support for this, that this was some kind of an effort to undermine the leadership of the Ministry of Defense? You know, how do you interpret this kind of long-term relationship between Prigozhin and Putin? Is it just a very public breakup, or is it possible that something else more kind of Machiavellian was going on here?
Yeah, I doubt that this is a public breakup. Yes, you're completely right. I mean, Prigozhin owes his career to Putin. He spent quite a few years in jail for various offenses. before he then had this kind of catering company, I guess, and was known as Putin's chef. And then we know everything else he's done with the Internet Research Agency, the outfit that was responsible for a lot of the election interference in 2016, and now obviously his leadership of Wagner. So we know that Putin allowed his criticisms to go unabashed for the last weeks and months. We all believe that this was a typical Putin modus operandi, that you let different people around you fight with each other, and you're kind of the arbiter, and you let them, you control the strings here. And so I think until what happened yesterday, it looked as if Putin was willing to let him do that. I don't know whether he crossed a line when he questioned the whole rationale for the war. We don't know that. But certainly, I do not believe that this is necessarily a break between them. I think that, as I said at the beginning, the Wagner organization is a very important arm of Russian foreign policy in parts of the global south. So I'm sure that the Wagner organization as such is not suddenly going to collapse. It also owns lots of assets in places like the Central African Republic and other countries, some of which the Kremlin benefits from. So there's a whole lot going on there under the surface that we know something about, we don't know enough about. But I'm waiting to see whether Prigozhin actually shows up in Belarus and what he does there. And I think more answers to that question then.
Mike, that's really interesting. Angela's point here, her view that this isn't the end of Wagner, and possibly not even the full and final breakup between Putin and Prigozhin. I'm curious whether A, you agree, and B, how do you characterize what just happened here? And maybe the answer is we don't have enough information yet. But, people first went to these big, huge conclusions very quickly. It's a civil war in the making. It's a coup. Then they sort of backed off yesterday. And now they said, well, okay, it's a mutiny, not a coup. I'm not sure, actually, that I even would agree at this point that we know enough to say whether it was a mutiny as opposed to even a coup. But I'm curious how you characterize those things when you look at it from the point of view of a military analyst.
Great question, Susan, and acknowledging very much that, again, we don't know, and that Angela knows the Kremlin and Russian politics much better than I. My gut feeling, nonetheless, is that Prigozhin went this time and caused irreparable damage to his relationship with Putin and perhaps even his prospects for ever returning to Russia. Constanza referred to Goodfellas a few minutes ago. I think about Michael Corleone in Godfather. And it's one thing to disagree with Michael Corleone, but the minute you decide you're going to actually try to overthrow him, you can't think of too many people in the three movies who survived that decision, even personally. And, Prigozhin was marching on Moscow yesterday. I mean, you're right. We can't be 100% sure. Maybe there was some element of that was theatrical. Maybe there was some element of that was focused on Shoigu and Gerasimov more than on Putin or the state or the Kremlin itself. But that's a pretty big development. And I, again, can't see how Russia benefits from staging that or from building it up to be more than it really was. Because, again, unless Ukraine had been lured into a reckless, rapid offensive operation that it otherwise would not have undertaken, it's not as if the world has somehow lessened its resolve or its guard or changed its tactics for dealing with Putin as a result of yesterday. So I think it was real. I think Prigozhin, in probably a semi-frenzied, semi-rational state, but mostly perhaps irrational, I should say, actually thought he could create a change in government, at least at the level of Minister of Defense, by essentially carrying out what looks to me like somewhere between an attempted coup and an attempted civil war. It was a really bad attempt. It was foolish. Its prospects were always mediocre, and it wasn't very rationally thought through, which I think is why Prigozhin ultimately backed down. But I think he crossed a line, and I don't expect to see him personally survive this in any kind of professional or perhaps even literal way. Yes, the Wagner Group will in some way be kept on, but I think it'll probably be brought more closely under the Russian state at this juncture. Those are just my guesses. I acknowledge they are guesses.
I want to follow quickly because I'm sure people are wondering about this in terms of the fighting in Ukraine and the Wagner fighters versus the regular Russian Ministry of Defense fighters. Why is it that Russia has leaned more and more on Wagner over the last year and a half? Is it because of weaknesses that have sprung up, or that are sort of obvious in the conscript army model that the regular troops are following? Or what can you tell us about their effectiveness and utility as a fighting force in Ukraine versus the regular Ministry of Defense? I mean, Prigozhin, in his very public rants that he's had over the last few months, has basically accused them of being incompetent, of throwing their own of throwing regular Russian soldiers, into a sort of conveyor belt of death, of not providing sufficient ammunition, of corruption. Tell us a little bit about the military piece of this.
Right. Well, my interpretation is that for a while, the Wagner Group gave the Kremlin and Russia in general at least two things. One is sort of a plausible deniability in a way that allowed them to go after resources and prop up corrupt regimes in the Middle East and Africa. And, Putin was willing to do that with Russian power in Syria. But in general, in some of the more shady operations, in some of the sweetheart deals far away in the remote corners of the earth, he preferred to see sort of a group one step removed from the Russian government do this, and Wagner provided that. Wagner and Prigozhin also provided the ability to challenge the United States directly within Syria. And you'll recall the famous incident about 4 years ago when the Wagner Group was actually approaching a U.S. military position and shooting at it in central Syria. And the United States called in air power and killed a couple of hundred Wagner fighters. And this was remarkable when you think about a couple hundred Russians being killed by American air power, and basically no one really talking about it. Russia not going out and retaliating, at least not directly for that action, because Putin knew that what he was doing was risky, but he was willing to take the chance at trying to push us out of Syria. He just didn't want to do it with a direct instrument of the Russian state, because then he wouldn't have had this ability to perhaps deny it, let it be sort of forgotten, back off from that effort the way he did with Wagner. So all that seemed to be, those kinds of dynamics seem to be creating opportunities. And then, of course, the Wagner Group could recruit prisoners and other people that Putin wouldn't have wanted to admit to the Russian state that he was doing quite that cynically, but he could allow Wagner to do it, and maybe that would help in Ukraine as well. Well, now we've seen the limits of this whole set of ideas and the dangers for Putin of this whole set of ideas. So I think Wagner will be, again, reined in a little more tightly, or perhaps put under alternative leadership. But what was appealing for a while has played out its course and now come back to boomerang and hurt Putin. So I don't think he'll let things go on the same way they did before.
Well, predictions are a dangerous business at this point, involving Russia, involving the war in Ukraine, again and again and again, literally for 20 years. Putin has surprised us all. That being said, we're running out of our time. So I think my final question to each of you, and I'll start with Constanza, is just not asking you to, look in the crystal ball that none of us actually have, but go ahead and give us a couple things that you're going to be watching for over the next, few days to help understand better what we've just seen here. What are you particularly going to be focusing on? And, do you see this as something we're even going to remember 6 months or a year from now, or is it just going to be a minor blip?
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to remember this date. And I think this is, for all of us who work in this space, we're going to be watching very closely from now on. Obviously, the thing that is coming up right now is the NATO summit. And there's one listener asking about security guarantees. I've heard in Europe a senior policy maker saying, that's a misnomer. It means we give them things, meaning lots of weapons continually, right? That will is perfectly firm, I think, in Western capitals, but unfortunately it's also contingent upon elections. The other thing to watch is the Kremlin's relationship with neighboring countries like Belarus and Kazakhstan. That, I think, is where a great deal of interesting relationship issues will play out, which will allow us to measure just where the standing of the Kremlin and of Putin himself is going. Thank you very much. This has really been great.
Oh, well, thank you. Good luck on your travels, and we'll do it again.
Sure.
Angela, what are you going to be watching for? What are some, data points through the noise that might make us understand this a little bit better?
Well, first of all, I agree with everything that Constanza said. So I am going to be watching, are there changes at the top? Will Shoigu still be the defense minister and Gerasimov the chief of the general staff? If there are changes at the top, if there is new leadership, then I think that will certainly tell us something about Prigozhin's influence, but also then we have to watch and see how that impacts the conduct of the war. And the other thing I'm going to be watching is, will we hear again from Prigozhin? When will we hear from him? And also, what will we hear from Lukashenko? Because suddenly Lukashenko seems to have assumed a role that surprised a number of people, given that he seemed to be so subordinate to Putin. So I think those are all of the things that I'm going to watch for. And I'm also going to be watching for what's happening domestically in Russia and whether you have a greater crackdown as a result of this.
Lot to watch for, that's for sure. And I gotta agree with you on Lukashenko. His very unlikely emergence as a diplomatic negotiator is a twist I think most people were not expecting. Maybe next year, all eyes will be on Minsk. Mike, I'm going to ask you to finish us up here. What are the things that you're going to be watching to help understand what just played out in Russia?
Well, thank you. And I certainly agree with Angela and Constanza and you that the fate of Gerasimov, the fate of Shoigu, and also obviously Prigozhin will be front and center. I would have been watching the battlefield dynamics closely anyhow, and certainly to see if there are any additional Russian weaknesses that emerge from this will be a key question. And then to go back to Constanza's and your emphasis on the Vilnius summit that's coming up within a month, I too will be curious to see whether those who oppose NATO membership for Ukraine, and I'm in that category myself, whether there is just sort of a tendency to try to play out the debate and let it sort of slow roll, or whether there is an alternative way of framing the discussion, a little bit like Navalny did in a Washington Post op-ed today, where he talked about a vision for a future post-Putin Russia that had to be part of our way of thinking. And that's part of why Lise Howard and I have written about an alternative security architecture for Europe that would not necessarily require Ukraine to be in NATO, but would do more than just give Ukraine weapons, that would try to get a big training mission on the ground with Western powers there, essentially a tripwire of sorts, and framed under a different kind of security community. Whether you like our idea or not, I'll be curious to see whether Biden wants to think big about the future of Europe, or if he just sort of slow rolls the NATO membership question out of purported prudence. I prefer the former, but we'll have to see. And Constanza is right to talk about this sort of axis of prudence, but it can also be an axis of excessive incrementalism. And I hope there'll be some bigger ideas debated in Vilnius. Thanks.
Well, thank you guys. What a terrific discussion and helping to make sense of things that are really hard to make sense of. In the meantime, I know there were lots of popcorn memes floating around Twitter over the last few days. My guess is keep the microwave ready, because there's going to be more acts of this thing and a lot of stuff that we don't necessarily understand in real time as it's playing out. So I want to thank Brookings for convening us all this morning, Constanza Stelzenmuller, Angela Stent, and Michael O'Hanlon. What a terrific group of people, and what a stimulating conversation about events that we will be discussing for a long time to come. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thanks to
Have a
you.
good day.